A very good morning from Whilton Mill Kart Club for the annual BKC, CKC, JKC Winter Cup. My name's Alex Goldschmidt and I'm reunited with my good buddy in the commentary box. A very good morning, David Sullivan.
Good morning, Alex. It's frosty on the outfield, but the track is nice and warm for our drivers. The first race of the day making their way around. They're getting two rolling up laps because it is a wet and open meeting. So later on in the day, hopefully we may well see some of our drivers on slicks, but I would be, it would take a brave driver this early on to bolt some slick rubber on.
Yes, we're about to get underway with the first race of the day. It's Micromax Heat number 2. And yesterday, Oliver Warner took the Heat 1 victory quite convincingly, running with the Argenti Motorsport as they are now getting ready in the traditional rolling starts for all of the respective classes. I mean, Bambino, C50, IAMI and also MightE will be a standing start along with Honda Cadet, but we're about to get things underway. Oliver Warner on the front row on pole position. Max Gilman, who I spoke to earlier on in the paddock walk, which you'll see during the lunch break here on the dedicated Alpha live stream. Full course yellow conditions. David, over to you.
Warner then, who took the Heat 1 victory yesterday. It's random grid, so he's just going off pole position, made up a handful of places yesterday to take the victory. Lights are out and we are away and racing then in the first race of the day. Heat number 2 in Micromax. It's 2 and 3 wide in the middle of the pack. The two leaders, though, already making a breakaway as they're going to have to sort themselves down for that long run up towards Christmas Corner.
Nearly 5 wide coming up towards Manuel's Bank, as we see the number 19 of Nat Johnston making his way through. Max Gilman has now tried to get through. Gilman's also been doing some tours in Europe, particularly at Kart in Genk for the Rotax Golden Trophy just a month ago, but Oliver Warner leads. Second is Max Gilman. Looks like Josh McCormack in the number 21 rounds out a very tightly packed top 3. Reese David Richardson in the number 79, a little bit further adrift, but could make a little bit of headway over the next 6.25 minutes, plus an additional lap. All the heats up until the finals are 7 minutes plus a lap. The finals later on will be 9 minutes plus a lap.
Round pit bend then for the first time. There's a move by the 80 down the inside. That's Harvey Bacon. Over the line they come then for the first time. Warner leads from Gilman and Cormac. Then it's Jack Baker in front of Alfie Davidson. Bacon, Turacek, Johnston, Amberhart and Livings, your top 10. The top 3 though breaking away before Baker is a lowly 4th at the minute. Late move down the inside by Harvey Bacon on Alfie Davidson. He's up into 5th place.
Turacek and Johnston were going side by side into Christmas Corner, but Ollie Warner leading the way. Max Gilman was, interestingly enough, using the curbing going through Oblivion and into Crook to try and slow the cart down, try and get the rotation through in towards Manuel Banks, up that steep elevation change at this 1200 metre circuit. Warner takes a quick glance over the left shoulder as they go back into the boot as we are about to complete lap number 2.
Warner then, who won that race yesterday. Gilman, I don't believe, raced in heat number 1, such as the depth we've got in Micromax, over 40 runners, so we're going to run an extra heat for them, and then we're going to have that B Final as well later on. The top 30 from points from the heats will progress automatically into the A Final. Then it's going to be a further 4 from the repechage to make their way through. They'll take up positions 31 to 34 in that in the A Final, as we've got moves further down the field. Leo Livings there is on the outside. He's just about to lose a place though to Maximilian Eberhardt, who's going to wrestle that place back because he was just in front of him as they went over the line last time. And then they're side by side on that long run up to Christmas Corner.
Yeah, Living's got the move done on Aberhart going through into Christmas Corner. Aberhart was up the inside and the pair was side by side up Manuel's Bank, so there is a flurry of activity. Over 40 drivers, one of the biggest Micromax grids seen this year in the United Kingdom. But Max Gilman is starting to close. He took nearly half a tenth out of Oliver Warner as we are about to complete lap number 3, side by side between Jack Baker in the number 17 and the number 80 of Harvey Bacon. That's the battle for P4. Warner at particular points, I've noticed, David, whilst he's been coming through Oblivion and Crook, has been a little bit squirrely. The back end's trying to step out. These are treacherous early morning conditions, despite the fact we've had no ice on the circuit, as BKC race director Dan Ashton did declare that it is an open meeting, so it's drivers' preferential choice with their tyre selection.
Yeah, 3/10 quicker was Warner in that opening sector, but then I think Gilman comes strong through sector 2 and sector 3. The issue that Gilman's going to have there, obviously Warner is quick in the section for the main overtaking point, that long run up to Christmas where you really want to be quite close to Crook and Oblivion. You can see here Gilman a lot closer, having closed in that 0.3 of a second. Once again, though, there you see Warner with a double steering input. He goes really, really wide out there onto the curb as they go round pit bend. He's really struggling with that kart, but even with that struggle, he is really, really quick. This is the point where we see that he was really quick earlier on as Riley Murrow picks up a penalty. Not quite sure what that's for. We'll try and find out throughout the race, but yeah, Murrow there, the judge to have done something wrong. This here for me there, Alex, is where Gilman was quicker, down towards Ashby's, as we've got moved down the inside there by the 54 of Thomas Butcher. He's trying to get past Benjamin Lawn for 17th place with 2 minutes and 45 remaining in this first race of the day. Ella
Lucia in the number 25, who you managed to have a quick word with during our paddock show, who was actually behind our cameraman the whole time, smiling like the Cheshire Cat.
Yes, and she's in front of Ellis Child now.
That was a pretty good move from the number 25, and now the floodgates have been opened because Benjamin Lawn and might have been Max Wheatley that has just come through as well. So plenty of activity in the second of 4 Micromax heats. As you said, Gilman did not run in Heat 1, but look at the train here, and that is being led by the number 17. That's the battle for 7th position, side by side between Josh Griffin and Alfie Davidson. The number 46 picks up a warning, but gets through on the 33 through Christmas.
Great move by Davidson, had that one lined up. Then there's a little bit of a return by Reed back down into the rear quarter, but the train here of 7 or 8 carts all battling it out over Jack Baker's 7th place. Baker holding firm at the moment, but this is the problem. If somebody gets down the inside through the Wilkins-Oziers complex, you're going to get hung out to dry, because then you're still going to be on the outside for that long run down to the boot. You can lose 3, 4, maybe 5 places in a 3-corner complex, and that's exactly what's going to happen here, because Baker's going to be tight and they're all going to come down the inside. He's going to be outside the top 10 here, I feel, as they come over the line with a minute 20.
That was Leo Livings actually going up the inside, 3 wide. High, wide and handsome through the top of the boot, but still the battle rages on, and this is just great to see how good Micromax is in terms of introducing people to the Rotax racing brand. It's the youngest out of 6 classes that normally will compete over in continental Europe, but we head into the final 60 seconds. Oliver Warner now has a nearly 0.4 of a second advantage ahead of Max Gilman, and has been setting fastest lap after fastest lap, but as you rightly pointed out, David, Max Gilman seems to be the quickest in Sector 2.
Yeah, Sector 1, that long run up towards the main overtaking point of Christmas, is where Oliver Warner is considerably quicker than Max Gilman, which negates Gilman's main overtaking attempt. He then closes up, but he closes up just as they get to the boot. Then Warner is quick around that final corner. We've seen him using all of the track as the 67 gets down the inside. That opens the door for Grayson Wortley in the 70 to get past both of them, as he sweeps down the inside, then round the outside through the Crook and Oblivion complex. He makes up 2 places fairly easily there, as they've got now this battle with the 12 of Turacek for 6th place. That's going to leave the 46 of Davidson high and dry and allow Griffin to come through, and Griffin might get past Turacek down into Ashby's as well. Joshua Griffin on a charge from 8th up into 6th place. Yeah,
Griffin's bumper, I've just noticed the front fairing's dragging a little bit on the floor, so he might have a front bumper penalty. We will update you with official confirmed results as they happen, so any result called by myself and David as we will be provisional pending technical and sporting checks. As now we will head on to the final lap. Warner and Gilman have broken away from Josh Cormack in the number 21. The top 3 covered by 8/10, and McCormack has just gone fastest of all in this race, 54.217. He took 1/100th out of Gilman, and Gilman will want to get some steady points, as will Warner. This will be his 2nd win in a row, but Max Gilman will run in the next 2 heats out of 4 that we'll have had over the course of not just today, but also yesterday's action, which was delayed due to the inclement weather conditions, aka frost on the ground, for about an hour and a half, but we managed to get a good amount of racing. And also Dan Ashton was very, very cordial about the standards of driving in the driver's briefing this morning when I was there at about 8:15. All of us freezing our tuckers off, so to speak, but the checker flag is out, and it's 2 for 2 for Oliver Warner with the fastest lap on the last lap of the race.
Warner then takes the victory from Gilman and Cormack. The racing still going on some 5 or 6 seconds further down the road as Johnston crosses the line in front of Bacon for 4th and 5th. Then it's Griffin in front of Davidson, Reed, Livins and Turacek, who drops all the way down from 7th on the final lap to finish in 10th place with Wortley, Abrahart and Riley Murrow, your top 13 runners.
Yes, and we're also seeing quite a lot of people now getting involved in the chat. Josh Owen, so his dad Alex, who was actually voted and given an award. Well, he wasn't there, but you were there for the awards for the Kart Championship last weekend at Silverstone. Your suit game was strong, mate, I have to admit.
It was. It doesn't get many outings, but when it does, it is sharp. Yeah, Alex Owen picked up the award for the most helpful person in the paddock. There was times last year where the spares package that he was bringing was well beyond what was needed for the karts he was running. He was just bringing spares just in case anybody else needed it. If anybody had a problem, he was one of the first to help out, particularly towards the end of the season at Ella Park, where we had a really unfortunate incident as and then he was there helping out, trying to find kit for a driver who'd suffered a fairly horrible crash actually, and it ruined his race suit and his helmet. So yeah, Alex Owen there, one of the unsung heroes, finally got his song sung at the Kart Championship. Drivers making their way in then down the famous Whilton Mill chicken run. Photographs being taken, so if you see a photograph being taken, it's not that the man down there is a fan of the driver. He's taking a picture of the front fairing that may well have dropped down. There's certainly a frustration there from Leo Livings, the steering wheel not faring well because after he's picked up a penalty. So they'll photograph them all before we progress on, then we'll put the results up in around about half an hour's time for each of them. Next race up though, as we're already ready to progress, will be heat number 2 for Tillotson T4.
So, well, we're not alone in the commentary box. From time to time, we're going to get Leon Barlow from X-Kart, but we're going to, well, we've got the iPad of Doom, we've got the iPhone of Doom in the in the chicken run, and really good to see everyone getting involved on the dedicated Alpha live stream. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Over 30,000. So far has subscribed. Here's the starting grid for Tillotson T4 Heat 2. Jensen O'Neill going and Keith Burke will be on the front row with James Treacy and Samuel Johnson on row 2. John Nuttall and Peter Balassa round out the top 3 rows with Evan Stapleton, Robbie Boot, Alistair Tinker and Malk West completing the top 10. Owen Roberts and Owen Spears will round out row number 6 with Dean Power completing the grid.
Yeah, we had a quick chat with some of the Tillotson T4 guys, particularly Owen Spears, the 2022 champion in that class, in the senior class. Now with Tillotson T4, there are some juniors racing as well, so if you are watching on the live timing, which can be found either via the Alpha Timing app, which is new, and I would implore everybody to get it because it's the direction that it's going to be going in throughout the rest of the year and then into 2023. But if you're just watching as well online, you can also find the live time as well at live.alphatiming.co.uk/BKC. You will see on there some of the drivers with the suffix JT4, so that'll be Junior Tillotson 4, just waiting down there. I'm just interested to know whether the 72 is the only driver that's willing to go out here, Alex, or whether the others have already gone and he's been left with a problem. So yeah, we'll keep an eye out on that, because it looks like we are devoid of runners down there at the moment.
Well, we have got a little bit of time, actually. I mean, Jensen O'Neill going did not start the Heat 1 yesterday, which was won by Evan Stapleton, who started 12th. And not only that, after 9 laps, on lap number 7, he put in the fastest lap of the race, a 54.976. Dean Power and John Nuttall completed the top 6. And also we had the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup in Valencia earlier on this year, I think just a week before the grand finals. And Darren Beavers was also competing in that as well. So, and also one of my friends from over in continental Europe, Andreas Matis, he's one of the main people helping Tillotson T4 flourish in Germany. And there has been a lot, I mean, it's a bit like an arrive and drive sort of thing, but everyone has the same engine, 225cc 4-stroke that revs to a high of about 6,500 RPM. And you heard them for the first time this morning, and you went to me, I didn't realise they were going to sound like that.
So, well, I knew that they were a 4-stroke engine, but they look like a 2-stroke kart.
Yes.
So you automatically expect a sound more akin with a 2-stroke, which isn't throaty in the same way that the 4-stroke is.
Yeah.
You know, so it took me a little bit by surprise as we were just talking. I had my back to the dummy grid at the time, and then as they all pulled away, I was like, oh, that was a bit of a surprise. I even turned round, which I never normally do, having been around karting for so long. The noise isn't new to me anymore, so it sounded a little bit different. But yeah, I think that we are just waiting for a few of them. As you mentioned, obviously Darren Beavers, who real name is Darren BKC Beavers, because he is the main man running the original Bambino Kart Championship. That's obviously progressed now, as we'll talk about in a few moments, to become the BKC, the CKC and the JKC to form the Kart Championship.
Yes.
Which is going to be into 2023 the largest kid-only championship in the UK.
I think also, you know, between him and also Matty Street, who we have to give a shout out as well. I mean, Matty helping the CKC over the last 3 seasons to flourish to what it's become, and now deciding to join forces. I think we were discussing it during the Paddock Show, but I think from our perspectives, you know, I mean, from karting, you need that all-in-one ladder. And there's so many different championships, you know, that you've got the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships, which is one of the prestigious titles. You've also got a lot of other, you know, the circuits themselves, like we have with the WMKC, which I think both you and I have been part of the commentary team at some points during this year. Yeah. So I think that having that progression in one platform means that you know exactly what you're getting. You know exactly what the format is. We've even got reserve lists for 2023. The championship itself for 2023 has a 6-round calendar. And if I'm quite honest with you, the first round is Warden Law in mid-March next year. Whilton Mill will host the season finale in mid-September. But some of the best tracks around the UK, Llandau, Clay Pigeon, are also on the list.
Yeah, Rowra, Fullbeck to complete it. Not necessarily in that order, but yes, we do start at Warden Law in March, so it's going to be a really, really interesting Warden, really a championship, a circuit in a bit of a renaissance, really. Yes. As a, you know, it's always been there, but in terms of owner-driver karting, owner-driver championships, now under the stewardship of the Hunter family, Paul Bainbridge doing the day-to-day running, of course, they're up there at Warden Law, really starting to host some big championships. I was speaking to them earlier in the year when I was there covering LGM. The long-term plan, I believe, is to try and get that track a little bit wider. Yes. Because at the moment, it's not wide enough to host international races. And I think that long-term, they want to put a couple of metres on the width and really sort of head towards hosting bigger events up there at Warden Law. Because at the moment, when we look at it, the off-track, what they've been doing up there at Warden Law has been fantastic in the last couple of years since the Hunter family and Paul Bainbridge really took on the mantle of that track up north. Yeah, so to run you through the 2023 The Kart Championship season calendar, Warden Law will host round 1 on March 18th and 19th. Then we go to Cumbria, to Rowra, April 15th and 16th. Llandau in South Wales, May 13th and 14th. Fullbeck, the second weekend of July, July 8th and 9th. Clay Pigeon will be later on that month, the final weekend of July, 29th and 30th. And then September the 16th and 17th will be hosted here at Whilton Mill. There has been a calendar change for Whilton Mill because the Rotax MAX Euro Trophy heads to Paul Fletcher International the weekend before. So what they've done is to allow drivers that are competing in this championship for next year to also compete at the home of British karting and get a lot of bang for their buck at 2 of the most prestigious tracks here in the United Kingdom. Yeah, so Whilton Mill, originally scheduled the weekend before, has been moved then to the 16th and 17th of September, which is a good decision by all, because the whole point of the merger between BKC, JKC and CKC was to stop the dilution of classes and to aid numbers, and we've seen that already with half of the classes at least being a sellout with a reserve list. So then to try and compete against what would effectively be one of the biggest championships on that day, I think has been a really astute decision early in the season to allow people, because you know as well as I do, Alex, people plan their entire year around their race calendar. On my commentary, I plan my 2 weeks holiday in the middle of the summer around when I've not got 2 events on. You know, I think last year, I finished my commentary on the Sunday and I had to be up at 4 in the morning on the Monday because I needed to be back for the following Friday, 10 days later on the Friday, ready for an event on the Saturday and Sunday. Yeah, so with regards to the numbers, Coma C50 fully sold out. IAMI 21 out of 24. MightE about half filled at the minute.
then with regards to cadets and Micromax, we have got not just sellouts, but we have also ended up with a significant reserve list on the Honda Cadets GX200s. But Tillotson T4 Heat 2 now about to go out, so they're going to go on their sighting and their formation lap. So as David mentioned earlier on, 2 laps, and I think it's a very shrewd decision because of the conditions, and you want to make sure that everyone's sort of ready and good to go for the rolling start.
Yeah, we've seen it throughout the year actually, particularly with the Rotax classes as well. The shortage in the of the Mojo tyre saw a lot of the Rotax classes, particularly at club level, switch to the Comets. The Comets don't switch on quite as quickly as the Mojo tyre does, and that's for that we were finding that a lot of places were allowing 2 rolling up laps anyway, just to give the tyres a little bit more of a chance. Because the one thing that you don't want to do, particularly here at Whilton Mill, as we'll find out from Leon a little bit later on, is not have the grip that you require when you go into those first few corners.
Yes, a few notes in the chat coming in. Gabriele Tiglio, hello from Italy, everyone. I hope it's a bit warmer over there in comparison with here. Eddie Stapleton saying, well done, Evan Stapleton. More of the same today. Worth travelling over from Ireland for the weekend. Michael Burke saying the T4 package is a good one. Had a drive in one earlier on this year, so it is showing that karting is really, really opening that remit, and especially with Tillotson T4 giving the additional push for not just the seniors but also the juniors.
Worldwide, of course, because Michael Burke's from Australia. So as we get into the tram lines, we are away in racing. The top 3 had already managed to break a little bit of a gap, but I think that's because Evan Stapleton was sort of holding everybody else back, knowing that what you don't want sometimes is to have everybody clustered together, particularly when the grid is quite small, is that you don't want to be clustered together, because if you end up facing the wrong way on the opening lap, you can't rely on everybody else battling to back themselves back into you. So if you've already lost 10 seconds, so in order to have a clearer opening lap, it looked like Stapleton was just holding the rest of the field back. He obviously knows he's got the pace to try and come through, because yesterday's performance, where he made up a huge amount of places to take that victory, already sees the move for the 23 of John Nuttall, trying to get round James Tracy. The junior runners then at the front of this one at the moment, with Jensen Going O'Neill and James Tracy the top 2. I think we were due to have an additional runner with Keith Burke, although not showing on timing. He should have been the 3rd of our junior runners.
Oh, John Nuttall went very wide coming, and under investigation is Keith Burke, who's just popped up on the live timing and into the wall. Into the wall, going off of Oblivion and Crook. Didn't really quite catch the number, but I think the number 55 might have been involved. That was the 46 of James Tracy.
Forced wide. Luckily went in there side on.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, because what you don't want to do is go in there nose, because you are going to end up buried under that wall. It looks like he hasn't caused him too much trouble either. We'll keep an eye out on timing as to whether he peels off into the pit lane, because he's got at least 3/4 of a lap now to make sure that there's nothing bent on the front end of that one, particularly if he's gone in sideways. As long as he's kept the wheel side on to the wall, he should be all right. It's if it's turned in and then he's got a bent track rod, that's not what you want as we get to the 9 of Boot, getting the cutback.
That was on Keith Burke, the number 13. And the number 33 is not too far behind. That's Dean Power, finished 2nd in the heat yesterday. So Robbie Boot trying to make good whilst he's got the opportunity. Evan Stapleton now trying to pull up the inside of the 33 of Dean Power, cheekily through Crook, and makes the move complete by Christmas Corner, as they now make their way through Inkermans and down in towards Ashby.
Get the feeling he's not done. There's a move going to be pulled down the inside into Ashby's, and it's 2 in 3 corners then for Evan Stapleton. Makes light work of the junior kart of in front of him, Keith Burke.
Yeah, Malk West, who actually won the 2021 title, missed out this year despite his best efforts. Didn't have a good run at the final round of the BKC here in earlier on this year, but nevertheless it's quite an interesting sight to see. Is still side by side Power and they have a little bit of a touch and a gesticulation from Keith Burke. That was the universal greeting for what on earth was that, mate?
Yeah, I don't think he was expecting the nose to be put down the inside there into pit corner, but Dean Power picks up a warning for that indiscretion, and he's also going to lose a place to the 2022 champion Owen Spears there with the Ayrton Senna replica style helmet, therefore Owen Ayrton Spears to give his full name.
Yeah, Stapleton really pushing Malk West along in the 32. That's the battle for P5. Keith Burke leading this train. And once again, Dean Power looking up the inside. There's a bit of side-by-side touching between the 64 of Alistair Tinker and the 33 of Dean Power. We're now over halfway with the timer counting down from 7 minutes down to 0 before we get the final lap board. And again, side-by-side, Spears and Burke. Once again, another touch between the pair, and Burke runs wide, and it's 3 abreast across the line. 4 strokes at its finest here in Tillotson T4.
Yeah, this time it's Spears struggling to find a way through as the 77 of Owen Roberts peels off down the chicken run into pit lane. Looks like Spears is through this time. And Burke waves them through really down there in the back straight, not wishing to get too involved. We are 2 minutes and 40 from the end of this race. We are running slightly in front of the timing, the times given out for each of these races, Alex. So I know we're out over the PA here at Whilton Mill. So if there is anybody out there in the paddock and you're in the next heat for Coma C50 Bambino, you're going to have to step on it to get yourself down there to the dummy grid, because we are running slightly ahead of time and we'll be going racing earlier than you potentially anticipated. And hopefully we can keep that going throughout the day as well.
Yes, indeed, because a big thank you to a lot of the teams, X-Kart, Crop Promotion, Argenti, who are helping to keep the frost at bay for today's racing. Malk West just sets a personal best, but Jensen O'Neill going now leading from John Nuttall by just over 2.13 seconds, as the number 72 is the first one to break the 54-second barrier with a 53.978. And now the number 13 again of Keith Burke looking up the inside. I think there might have been the slightest of touches on the right rear of Alistair Tinker in the number 64. But yeah, it just goes to show how close that this class is. I mean, the 225 cc 4-stroke engines revving to a high of 6,500 RPM, and that noise is definitely distinctive.
It is. I think the exhaust sort of helps that as well, doesn't it? Yes. You can have a look. We saw a bit of side-on view earlier. It's quite a big bore in the exhaust, but then it goes down to 2 really, really tight holes as well. On the back of that exhaust is Owen Spears in the 43, 7th place in front of Tinker. In fact, he's not. He's in front of the 33, although I can't see in terms of timing. It looks like Dean Power's now being shown as a lap down. I think that's an error on timing, because he's been on the back of Owen Spears all along in 8th place. Then it's Alistair Tinker in 9th. I think that's just been rectified ever so slightly. Keith Burke as well is showing now in 13. The 13 in 9th place. It looks like Dean Power's shown as 1 lap down. Has had a bit of an issue with his transponder. That will be on normally located on the back of the seat, and every time they go over start finish it notifies us. Looks like he's being shown as a lap down, but he's definitely still on the back of the 43 of Spears. Yeah, Johnson and Stapleton now embroiled in the battle for P3. Better run by Stapleton out of pit bend as we head into the final 30 seconds. The number 55 in the wheel tracks of the 93 through Oblivion, through Crook, and now Stapleton is just going to wait. Johnson takes a quick glance, then another one over the right shoulder into the approach into Christmas corner. Now down the dip, Stapleton looking left. He's trying to go and get the switchback through Inkermans and might tee it up for Ashby, and that happens. The 55 does a perler on the 93 for 3rd position. Majestic setup. Knew that he wasn't going to get the move down into Christmas because Johnson was parking the cart on the inside. Decided not at all to have a look on that corner. Really set Johnson up for that one, because Johnson then ran slightly wider, having gone tighter into the corner, and knew that he was going to have the run down into Ashby's. They'll get the last lap board, I think, next time round. O'Neill out at the front once again sets the fastest lap of the race. Yeah, and Nuttall now. He's not. That's O'Neill going very, very slowly over start finish. We saw on timing that he dropped down at least 1 behind Nuttall, and your race leader, Jensen O'Neill, is going very, very slowly up towards Christmas corner. A surefire victory. He was in the lead by over 3 seconds, set the fastest lap by 6/10 on the preceding lap, and he's barely going to score any points from this one. I think the entire field are going to come past him at some point, going very, very slowly on the final lap. Yeah, that means that John Nuttall, who was a couple of seconds behind Jensen O'Neill is going to coax that cart back
to the start-finish line. Is he going to make it past the start-finish line to get through into the pits? Well, we will hopefully find out as John Nuttall comes down through into pit bend for the final time, and the number 23 exits the final corner and wins Tillotson T4 Heat number 2. Evan Stapleton finishing 2.7 seconds behind, but now we've got this interesting battle. Now this is the battle for 7th position. Jensen O'Neill going, could be swamped, and that just happens across the line, and O'Neill going takes 7th as Spears was the only one able to get past.
I think that will become 8th eventually, because we think Dean Power, who crossed the line there behind, I think he just about got over the line in front of Jensen O'Neill going. He's currently been shown as in 12th place, 2 laps down, but I think that will get rectified later on by timing. We've got the timing tower here and everybody watching as well from Whilton Mill. So it looks like Dean Power will be classified in 8th place. So yeah, problems for Jensen O'Neill going. And as we head towards Christmas, the presents handed out early for John O'Neill picks up a victory that I don't think he was expecting as they went onto that last lap.
Yeah, we've definitely got a Grinch, Mark Baines, you animal. Sorry, I just had to throw that one out there. We tried to catch up with him in the paddock walk, and for the last few years here at the Winter Cup, he's been Santa Baines, and we've had Jordan Baines' son as one of the karting elves. We have seen quite a few people, as you can see, it is bitterly cold. Just demonstrated by Evan Stapleton, who was just trying to shake some warmth into his hands underneath those gloves.
Do you know where he needs to go? X-Kart awning.
Oh yes, yeah, I was waiting for the marshmallows and the roast chestnuts to be put on top of that, thanks to your good self. But
I was laid down in front of their heater, which you'll see during the paddock walk later on.
Yeah, so what we are going to do is that for the Minimax races, we're going to get X-Kart's very own Leon Barlow on the microphone. So I think we'll have to switch it up a little bit here because we've got him in the box. People have been saying, well, he won't get work. And now we're going on to the next race. Coma C50 Bambino Heat 2 up next.
Wouldn't want to be that Spider.
No, not at all. That's chilly. That's chilly.
Grid up on your screen then for Coma C50 Bambino Heat number 2. Rex Michael Pooley and Adam Gahuli share the front row with Tommy Climo and Mason Hibbert on row 2. Then it's Mason Munter and Harry Chapman sharing row 3 with Joshua Bailey. He'll start in 7th place with Noah Smith alongside, with Riley Aston Wilkins and Theo Poyser completing your top 10. Leo Hunt starts 11th. He's got Toby Biggs for company on row number 6. Then it's going to be Dewey Hockridge and Oliver Daniels with Logan Hodgetts, Sophia Page and Jack Daniels completing your 17 runners in this Coma C50 Bambino class. 4 of which are novices. They will go off the back in all of our races until the final, when they'll then take up a position if they've managed to score sufficient points. So Logan Hodgetts, Jack Daniels, Oliver Daniels and Sophia Page will be classed as our novices. You can see our helpers down there for the first time today, just making sure everybody is into position for the youngest of our runners here in the BKC.
There you see on your screens at home, folks, Mason Hibbert in the E-plate and Mason Munster in the number 27. It was Toby Biggs that took the opening heat yesterday, starting 6th position. Sophia Page was the highest place of the novices, starting 14th and ending up 9th at the checkered. Mason Munster got a 5-second time penalty post-race for gaining an unfair advantage. And unfortunately, Leo Hunt was disqualified for being found to be underweight on the weighbridge post-race.
Didn't have a big breakfast, did he? Needs a big breakfast.
He needs to learn after his old man. But 7 minutes on the clock. Green flag waves at the end. The 5-second board comes out and the lights are out. C50 Bambino Heat 2 now underway. Good start by Rex Michael Pooley in the 31, followed by the E-plate of Mason Hibbert as they make their way through Oblivion and Crook for the first time, all scrabbling for traction. Some getting a bit more purchase on the asphalt there, David, and some sort of bogging down a little bit.
Well, Mason Munster got a great start because he pulled between the front 2, and then in the second phase of that engine spooling up, it just didn't give him the power that he wanted. He's still in 4th place, but for an early part of that was pulled out and actually got round the kart in front of him. as the 31 of Rex Michael Pooley leads us away. Of course, then we've got to have Mason Hibbert, who's dropped down into third. It's been a good start by the 32. I think that could be Harry Chapman, who made up 11 places to finish in second place yesterday. So we know he's got pace based off that previous one. Then we've got the E plate of Mason Hibbert, running the E for the English Open champion. As Coma already fairly spread out. Everybody, I think, generally in Coma, they generally find at least one other driver to play with. Coma's a class that normally either splits off into twos, although to be fair, just outside they've got Joshua Bailey there running just in the latter part of the top 10, having a great battle on the back of about the 7 or 8 karts in front. So as they come over the line for the first time, Pooley, Chapman and Hibbert, your top 3. Then it's Biggs, Munzer, Klimo, Poyser, Bailey, Hunt and Smith. The top 2, though, already disappearing off into the distance. Pooley and Chapman going to battle this one out for the victory.
Yeah, Chapman took nearly 9/10 of a second. He's moved up 3 places from 5th to 2nd. And the gap between the top 2 when they crossed the line was just 74 thousandths of a second. A little bit further back, there's Noah Smith. There's the 66, that's Leo Hunt. Well, that's Toby Biggs, because Leo Hunt couldn't get his 66, which he normally runs at Rye House. So ends up number 67. But Biggs leading Munzer, Klimo and Poyser for the battle for 4th place. There's the SW plate of Tommy Klimo there in the... so I think that'll probably be like the southwestern plate. There's so many different plates that are used. We've got... yeah, it is southwest. So we've got the GP plate from Kart Masters, the PF plate for PFI, and a whole host of others. You've even got the S plate, which will be for the Scottish Open champion. And side by side between the 2 leaders, and Chapman gets through on Pooley. That was a nice little squeeze. Runs a bit wide coming out of Crook.
Pooley's but now got this back, I think, Alex.
Yep, he has. He's definitely teed that up nicely. Nice and clean between the pair.
Don't think this is over yet. Often you see this with Coma C50 Bambino. Differing lines because they don't scrub off the speed in the same way that the quicker classes do, which means they can take the differing lines without it affecting their overall race, which means that you get some really enthralling racing, some tactical battles going on that often belies that's well beyond the years of the driver in the seat.
And also the fact being a pulled engine class as well means that parity is paramount, and it's about getting the youngsters to sort of learn. When I first joined the BKC back in 2018, it was more a time trial style format where fastest lap won the heat. Now, the year after, they went to racing, and it has really, really reinvigorated that class. And now Chapman and Pooley are banging down each other's doors. Battle for 3rd place. That's the 66 of Toby Briggs, who just got past on, I think that's Mason Hibbert. And there's Theo Poyser trying to make it 3 wide coming out of pit bend. And the 2 leaders nearly have a sidewall touch coming through Oblivion and Crook. And then it's a 5-way scrap for 3rd place.
2 by 2, and the Poyser gets squeezed on the inside. That could allow Joshua Bailey to get the run down the inside, but he can't get alongside through the kink at Fine Lady to make the take advantage. And it's pretty much as you were as they came over the line, just after a bit of side-by-side action. The 2 leaders, it showed Chapman actually in front of Pooley as they came over the line by the tiniest of margins. We'll stick with this battle further down. Chapman is in front of Pooley, although looked like Pooley probably had that all the way up to Christmas, and then Chapman could have got the same cutback that happened to him on that previous lap. 2 minutes and 35 remaining in these karts that are lapping at around about 1 minute 10.
And again, the leaders now. That's Pooley up the inside of Chapman through into the top part of the boot. So the number 31 and 32 still very much locked into battle. Last time around it was 16 thousandths. Run wide, out of the final corner, courtesy of Pooley. 65 thousandths is now the gap between them. And they're losing a little bit of time. And if they keep on battling like this for the next 2 minutes, I'm a bit worried. I mean, if Toby Biggs pulled the finger out and got into the 1 minute 10s, running about a second off of Chapman's best effort so far. I mean, last time around it was a 1 minute 10.778 for Pooley, 1 minute 10.859 for Chapman, and now they're coming to lap. Well, Pooley had no hesitation of getting past Oliver Daniels. It was like a rat up a drain pipe with that move.
Yeah, he got to the corner just at the right time, didn't he? And then behind, Chapman had to go all the way round the outside. Be interesting, Alex, if any of these drivers in the battle behind can actually break free. We can see their actual genuine race pace. Now Biggs has actually got away, I think, from Poyser ever so slightly. We can see their pace without them having to look back and defend. The top two, though, at the moment do appear to be in a class of their own in terms of timing. They are at least half a second quicker, but in the early phase of the race weren't having to go through the same battles that Biggs, Poyser, Hibbert, Bailey and Klimo were going through in that battle from third down into seventh, as the two leaders dipped below the 1:10 mark for the first time. The issue now, Alex, is threading the way through the lap traffic. Pooley took advantage earlier on. This time, though, he's come up onto the back of the 99 of Aston Wilkins and just didn't get the same sort of look this time, and that's allowed Chapman to come a lot closer than what he was over the line. It was a 10th and a half, but you remember earlier on, the previous lap down at Ashby's probably had half a second with the advantage he gained getting through the lap traffic.
Yeah, because you always get that toe a little bit too, especially coming up Manuel's Bank, as Chapman's trying to stick his nose up the inside, going through into Wilkins, but on that particular occasion, no room at the inn, I'm afraid. But Paulie still having the measure. They're now going around the outside of Logan Hodgetts, going through Osiers, which at one point at Whilton Mill Kart Club, back in October, was Osiers by the sea. Like literally there was such a big, we didn't know whether it was the seaside, we didn't know whether we were by Clacton on Sea in Essex. Like literally the amount of times the marshals had to sweep that water away, and it still kept flooding back. We have had a little bit of a spinner, but timer has hit 0, and it's side by side between the two leaders as Chapman now leads going into oblivion and Crook for the final time.
Chapman sweeps round the outside there, got a good run round Pit Bend, and now we'll have to make that run up towards Christmas Corner. Comes to the inside, defends. This is where you're going to see Pooley with that tactical battle. If he can get round the outside, he's going to have the position. Is he going to get squeezed? No, and he is through. Now it's going to be about whether Chapman can get that cutback. He's going to take a wider line round Inkerman's. The run down to Ashby's, though, not close enough as they make their way round the right-hander. 2 lefts and then the cutback, so they're going to come up to the first one in a few moments' time. He's close enough. He's going to have to make the move, I think, into this left-hander, because I think he's going to come up against a very, very defensive Rex Michael Pooley down towards the boot. Although Pooley goes wide, that's going to scrub off a little bit of speed in these engines that rev well into the 10,000s. The move then, Chapman's got the nose down the inside. Pooley's not going to be able to take the optimum line, but sweeps all the way around the outside into the boot. That slows Chapman down, and Rex Michael Pooley will come round Pit Bend for the final time. We've got Hunt off onto the grass. Pooley's into the final corner, side by side. Pooley squeezes in, but it's not enough.
Chapman gets it.
Chapman at the line by a 10th and a half.
Wow. Harry Chapman literally did a Danny Rick. He just thought, you know what? It's side by side. I don't care. And look at the elation from the number 32. Toby Biggs rounds out the top 3. Theo Poyser, Joshua Bailey, Mason Hibbert, Tommy Klimo, Mason Munster, Leo Hunt, who we did see just a moment ago go off the circuit, is due to fit, has not yet crossed the line, but is just behind Tommy Klimo. Tommy Klimo's got Mason Munster's just crossed the line. Leo Hunt now crosses the stripe. Noah Smith takes 10th position, and it looks like Jack Daniels in the number 16 will come across the line very shortly as Oliver Daniels, so there is a family connection there. Sounds like brothers to me. So Jack Daniels will be the highest placed novice, and I've just been informed by our production director James Fitchew that there is some snow. There's a little flurry coming our way.
Well, you can see it actually on the screen there, Alex, as they make their way down the chicken run here. Harry Chapman then taking the victory in heat number 2 for Coma C50 Bambinos. I imagine as soon as he pulled alongside Rex Michael Pooley there, he held his breath and probably didn't breathe out until he was over the line to take the victory there by a 10th and a half. So as they make their way in and the snow appears here at Whilton Mill, it's time for heat number 2 in MightE Bambino.
So let's take you through the starting grid of our all-electric Bambino class, MightE for heat number 2. Ralph Martin and Alfie Garrett will be on the front row with the number 32 on pole position. Daniel Sangrean and Oakley Riggs on row number 2. Jensen James Williams and Elijah Tsang round out the top 6. Sydney Nell, Harley Bradbury Stretton round out the top 8 with Ansel Murray and Hadley Jarvis. Now, we were having a bit of a talk about Ansel 96, well, we now find out the surname, with Heath Smith, Junior Wright and Arthur Bath rounding out the 13-strong grid. That was quite funny when we were having a look at the entry list when we were talking earlier on this week, David.
Yeah, so do you pronounce 96 as a 96, or does he have a surname? Well, we find out that it is Murray. Just having a look at the live chat, Summer Speed has been on saying looks nice and warm there. I'm sensing a hint of sarcasm.
My ears are burning on that one. Joshua Owen saying snow will mix this up a bit. You think?
Well, I wouldn't be surprised later on to find one of these drivers going out with a one of the new BKC, CKC, JKC woolly hats over the top of the helmet, available for the bargain price of £5.
Yeah, there's the number 24 of Arthur Bath, younger brother of Ethan, who'll be in competition. Oh, a little bit of a pirouette for the number 88 of Elijah Tsang, and that was at the top of the hill at Christmas Corner.
Well, what we were saying earlier on during the paddock walk, which will be out later on, is that
oh, dearie me.
Contact there, the GP going into the side of the 31.
That was that was Oakley Riggs and the number 31.
Well, what we were saying, Alex, with these karts is because they're electric, the power output is almost instantaneous. So it's not, it's not similar, in sort of feathering the throttle as you would with a normal engine, a petrol-powered engine. Is you put the throttle down in these karts, and you're going to get that initial injection of power, effectively, to use the crude analogy, like a Scale Electric would, because it's electric.
Yes.
But similar to like my hybrid car, when I'm running in electric mode, if I put the foot down, it goes straight away. Whereas if I'm using the internal combustion engine, it takes a little bit of a while to register the fact that I want the power. And it's going to be the same with these karts. And when it's in the wet, that makes it a very, very tricky proposition for our drivers.
It does indeed. It does indeed. And last time out in Heat 1 yesterday, Alfie Garrett was the race winner, winning by just over 0.6 of a second ahead of the number 96 of Ansel Murray, who started 5th, finished in 2nd. Ralph Martin, who starts from pole position, started 6th and rounded out the top 3, who were covered by about 18.5 seconds, but very close between the top 2.
Ansel Murray has done us a favour, actually, because he's the driver that's running the GP plate, but he's helped us out as well by putting the number 96 on the back of his helmet in really big numbers, so that is, at least we know who he is.
Yep, so Arthur Bath just, there's his dad, Robin. He's probably going to say, Alex, why did you shout me out on the stream? Well, mate, we've got to do it. Green flag waves at the back. 5-second board is out. Lights are out for MightE Bambino, heat number 2, as they're going to thread their way through Oblivion and Crook for the opening time. The timer counting down from 7 minutes. As they go through Oblivion and Crook for the first time, going through Fine Lady and up Manuel's Bank. Leading the way, it's Ralph Martin. Towards the inside is Oakley Riggs on the number 42 of Alfie Garrett, who now decides to look for a move up the inside, but Ralph Martin shuts the door. And Garrett again trying to, and he got a really good switchback going in towards Inkermans and planted it around the outside to get through. And the lead he's now got is probably the best part of 4 to 6 kart legs. The 31 and the 21, they're all spinning backwards. There's the 88, so Oakley Riggs, Daniel Stangrean and Elijah Tsang, and the number 45, Jensen James Williams, I think just got caught up a little bit in the crossfire there. Yeah,
one spin and then everybody else in sympathy as well, as they have to take evasive action. That's going to drop them well down the order, with Riggs and Stangrean now still battling it out between them, but it's going to take them a little bit of a while, I think, to close back up, as the slippery surface flag is shown on the entry to the boot, just in case our driver's in the snow. As we've got another spin there.
That's the leader.
32. Ralph Martin spins out of the lead, hands it over to Ansel Murray, who started well down the order but has come through in the opening phase of this race, with Sydney Neal as well. Alfie Garrett is still shown as the leader, so he was well. He's obviously mentioned he's well down the road, so it would have been out of second place then for Martin. Can these two close that gap in of 3.7 seconds? Although, to be fair, Alfie Garrett 2 seconds quicker than anybody else on track on that opening lap.
Yeah, Jensen Williams in the number 45 was 7th in the MightE Championship in the Bambino Kart Club this year. Harley Bradbury Stretton in 6th position was 6th in the championship. Sidney Nell, who's rounding out the top 3, was P3 overall. So this is the first time that I saw MightE in person. The thing is, hang on. One of the first comments that was said to me was, "Oh, as we got the number 31, that's Oakley Riggs around and manages to save it out of the bank on the right-hand side, heading towards Osiers." They said, "You know what the problem is? We can hear you a lot more, and we don't like it." And he's completely full chat sideways coming through the exit of Osiers is Oakley Riggs, so manages to gather it back up onto the circuit and point it in the right direction.
Yeah, obviously with these being a electric kart, you're not going to have the same sort of noise next to the driver, which means the driver's going to have, he's going to be able to hear more things going on out there on track. Murray in 2nd place. The gap goes out by another almost 2 seconds, 1.8 on the previous lap. So Ansel Murray, the 2022 champion in the MightE Bambino class, not being able to stick with Alfie Garrett at the moment. Garrett with the early race pace.
Look at that snow. That's coming down. That is more than just a flurry. That's a little bit of a deluge. And these drivers will be absolutely freezing. And with the torque, it's not going to be easy. There's the number 21. That's Daniel Stangarean around. And that was coming out of Ashby, I think.
Yeah, he's
and there's another one.
Place.
Yeah, these conditions are really catching the drivers out. They've got to be very, very careful with the throttle modulation. Because as David rightly pointed out earlier, that in these kind of conditions, as well, Elijah Sang, take a bow. That was on Jensen Williams round the outside, going through into Osiers, and looks to have a little bit more confidence than the rest around him, and has just blasted past Daniel Stangarean for good measure.
Yeah.
Oh!
And then goes off track, unfortunately. I was about to say he seems to be getting into quite a good rhythm of things, because he was just driving around using the traditional wet line off there, but carries too much speed into the left-hander on the entry to the boot, and all the hard work from the previous lap comes to nothing for Elijah Sang. He's going to cross the line down in 9th place again, having worked his way up, I think, to 7th in that last lap.
Yeah, 2 minutes and 40 seconds still to go. Battle here. This is Harley Bradbury Stretton versus Daniel Stangarean for what is P5. A little bit further back, there's Oakley Riggs, who is recovering. And you can just see how treacherous it is with the snow starting to come down. A little bit heavier now, so the temperature is also going to cause a problem, especially with the tarmac surface.
For that, and the driver's morale, of course. We saw some of the seniors coming in from Tillotson, and they were like, their hands were cold. Now for these young drivers, it's not going to be very pleasant. As you say, Alex, though, the track conditions seeming to worsen up, but having said that, Alfie Garrett set the fastest lap of the race on the last lap. There was personal best as well for at least 6 other drivers, as Oakley Riggs has another excursion onto the grass, and then has a bit of a weave to try and clean them tyres up, although I don't think he's going to pick much grass up, because the grass is actually frozen. Although when we turned up this morning, the track was pleasantly dry, with the, in terms of its, it wasn't glistening or anything like that. It was really quite a pleasant surface when I turned up here in the darkness of 7:20.
And I rocked up nearly an hour later. Oh, Oakley Riggs trying to get things started again with the number 31. Marshall running to the scene. But, it's really good to see that they'll have been given instructions on how to refire up the electric powertrain and get it going again. And that just shows that even though these are young drivers, the amount of the sort of like the subconscious is absolutely crucial with what they're learning. They're learning on a daily basis with these karts whenever they're out testing. Ansel Murray has just gone quickest in Sector 2. Again, Oakley Riggs is dropping down the order with multiple moments. The back end not really working in the number 31's favour. Sideways again coming out of the approach from pit bend down the start-finish straight as we head into the final 50 seconds. And Alfie Garrett now is over 8.5 seconds ahead of Ansel Murray in the GP plate, normally running in the 96. Sidney Nell in third, Ralph Martin and Daniel Stangarean rounding out the top 5, covered by just over 28 seconds.
Got to admire Oakley Riggs continuing to push each time, even though he is having these offs. It is a young drivers class, MightE Bambino. In terms of educating drivers, of course, having a number of spins is, no matter how quick Oakley Riggs is going to go, he's not going to be able to get the time back from them excursions. If he was to rein it in ever so slightly, he'd still be, I think, running up there in the top 5 as the 24 of Arthur Bath has a spin round the final corner. So it's all about consistency, Alex, and that's really what these MightE Bambino classes are all about. It's getting that consistency in the drivers as they begin that learning curve of becoming a racing driver.
There's Elijah Sang coming out of pit bend as the timer has now officially hit 0, and the next time around Alfie Garrett will take the final lap board and is comfortably ahead by nearly 10.5 seconds ahead of Ansel Murray, with Sidney Nell rounding out the top 3. And that snow continues to come down at the same rate when we saw the beginning of this race. Last lap board is out as Alfie Garrett makes his way through Oblivion and Crook. A little bit of understeer being showcased front and centre on your screens through Crook and into Fine Lady. But Alfie Garrett has made good his intentions. And nice sweep around into Christmas Corner, letting the car move a little bit to the left-hand side before clipping a little bit of the inside curb, heading down into Inkermans, and a very steady run for the number 42.
You can see from the relaxed driving style that this has been a assured race for Alfie Garrett out at the front. Has continued to push in the early phases, opened up that gap to well over 10 seconds. The pace has slowed on the previous lap. We don't know whether that by 1.3. Don't know whether that's down to track conditions or by the fact that Alfie Garrett knows that this one, all being well, is in the bag. He's got a very, very comfortable lead there out at the front as Alfie Garrett as he heads into the boot for the final time. Into the left then, there's the 2 rights to complete before they head into the pit bend. There's some lap traffic in front. He's going to sweep all the way around the outside, and Alfie Garrett negotiates the final corner, sees the checkered flag and takes victory in MightE Bambino, heat number 2. You can tell just by the hand signals that he is very, very happy with that. Arthur Bath crosses the line. He'll be classified in 10th place. We've got some of our runners as well already off into the pit lane, Alex. It looks like we're only going to get 10 classified official runners, although as some of our other drivers have completed more than half race distance, they will be eligible for the points. We still await our second place runners, Sidney Nell and Ralph Martin, as some of the other fields come through in terms of their lap down. Ansel Murray, who was in second place, not sure whether Elijah Sang has an excursion, not sure whether Murray's had an off on the last lap. He's shown as being 1 lap down, so I'm not sure whether he's had a problem with the kart or whether the timing's just not picked him up, because we know here at Whilton Mill, if you go very, very wide over the bumpy stuff, that every now and again the timing loop might not pick you up because you're not fully on the tarmac, depending on where your transponder is.
Yeah, Sidney Nell and Ralph Martin were within 1.3 seconds of each other. But ladies and gentlemen, next up, it's going to have Heat 2 of Minimax. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to bring in the third amigo in the commentary box to join David. And from X-Kart, I'm now going to hand over for the next race to Leon Barlow.
So as Alex hands the headset over, we're going to wait for the MightE Bambinos to come in. We still have a few of them to cross the line and take the checkered flag as we see Ralph Martin making his way down into the way area. Now, the reason that it's all barriered off, I think, is we're going to get all of these weighed. I'm not sure with these Bambinos that they're going to run a drop-down bumper in the same way that our bigger classes do, hence why the gentleman's not there with the camera this time. Still waiting for Daniel Stangrian to cross the finish line as they make their way into the pit lane. So Minimax Heat number 2 will be up next, and then it will be my great pleasure to introduce to you Leon Barlow when we come back in a few moments' time. Here we go then for Minimax Heat number 2. Andrew Dixon starts on pole position with Amy Peacock, who finished in 4th place yesterday, going off the front row. Benjamin Baker and Tyler Dixon start row 2 with Alex Lynn and Maya Simpson on row 3. Then it's Charlie Lomas and Harry Friel with Daniel Hartley and Tyler Lee completing your top 10. Sam Flynn, he starts 11th with Eli Badam alongside. Oliver Meek starts 13th with Logan Horse for company. Charlie Kelso and Harris Roberts, your cadet champion from the CKC 2022. He's made the move into Minimax. He starts in 16th place in this random grid format. a Minimax driver who is very, very familiar with the Junior Kart Championship is Leon Barlow. Leon, welcome to the commentary box. First of all, we'll start off with the elephant in the room. Why are you not out there on track right now?
Well, a couple of weeks ago at WNKC, it was the last lap of the final. I went straight into a wall at turn 2, broke both bones in my arm. So I've decided to come and join David and Alex in the comms box to hopefully stay around track.
So obviously you're looking to be back, as we've got Tyler Lee there facing the wrong way in the number 11. You're looking to be back on track as soon as you possibly can. Luckily, I think in the last couple of days, as the 84 as well has an excursion off track. That's Harry Friel. He should be starting in 7th place. Is that I don't think you're going to require an operation on that arm, Leon, which is going to be fantastic. Which is good news for you, good news for us, because it means we're going to get to see you back out in a kart as soon as possible. Here we go then for heat number two in our Minimax class. Hartley from 9th place. He took the victory yesterday. He was on pole position. Here we go. Lights are out, and we're away and racing. They're too wide into the first corner. There's some contact in the middle of the pack as everybody sorts themselves out. They need to be careful. And out at the front, Dixon is wide and off and into the tyre wall. That's going to hand the lead to Peacock as they make the run up to Christmas corner. And Andrew Dixon, your pole sitter, is right down at the tail of the field. The 41 makes a good start into the first corner. Not quite sure on timing where they are, because I've not picked that one up. That's Charlie Lomas. He was a late entry, I think, into this one. He is on my entry list, but hasn't been picked up by timing. He leads down into Ashby's for the first time. Peacock into 2nd place, with the rest of the field still trying to sort themselves out. That corner, Leon, where Andrew Dixon went off, one that you're very, very familiar with from the last few weeks, and one that you is very important that you get right, of course.
Yeah, when it's slippy in that corner, it's very difficult, because if you go the tiniest bit offline, you've just got no grip whatsoever.
Saw Tyler Lee there, actually hard on the brakes, throwing that kart left and right, using the fronts to help scrub off, as we've got Alex Lynn going very slowly, another driver involved there as well, as the drivers here on the wet tyres really struggling with this slippy track. A warning flag out, looks like that was for Harris Roberts over start finish. He's had a strong opening lap though. He's moved up into 7th place. I think he's made up around about 5 places. This is a warning as well, and we've got a driver off onto the grass. That is the 56, is it? It is, and that's Logan Hawes. He's going to have to get out and push that kart back on. Absolutely no grip at all there, and well away from a marshal's post as well, so he's having to do that all by himself.
Yeah, this is looking to be a very difficult race here at Winter Cup for the Minimaxes.
Yeah, out at the front, Logan Charlie Lomas not picking up on timing, so it's showing as Amy Peacock leading, but she is indeed in 2nd place, although the 4th that she had yesterday. Great move down the inside there by the 95 of Charlie Kelso. He takes 2. That's going to move him up, I think, into 6th place. He's trying to make the way through as it's very, very squirrely into the boot. There's Maya Simpson there in the Tony Kart colours at the front, throwing that kart in, finding the grip on the inside, and she is up into 2nd on screen, 3rd actually on track, because we know that Lomas is leading and is disappearing off into the distance. Some 4 seconds quicker than anybody else on that previous lap.
Yeah, it's just about getting tyres turned on in these conditions. She obviously did that early and just pulled away.
Move down the inside again by the 25. That's Andrew Dixon, who's coming back from that opening lap trip into the tyres, as we've got the 83 of Tyler Davis retiring off into the pit lane. Amy Peacock, sitting duck, was in 2nd place, now down into 5th or 6th as the rest of the field swamps them. Harris Roberts, though, on a charge and up into 2nd place by the look of it. Dixon, though, really trying to make amends from that opening lap trip into the wall.
There's a big pack beginning to form behind Harris Roberts. Of like 4 or 5 drivers.
Sam Flynn there has a trip onto the grass. This time, though, doesn't need to get out of the kart as Hawes did earlier.
You can see the snow beginning to form on the grass. This is absolutely pouring down.
Yeah, that's going to make it very difficult. I think we're due this for around about 2 hours. I think around about 12:30 it's due to subside. Harris Roberts there, hard on the brakes, throws that kart in. He's going to run very, very wide as we've got a spin for the 95 of Charlie Kelso Looks like that one was self-inflicted. Didn't look to be any contact in there, just looked like got hard on the brakes and didn't find the purchase that he was hoping for. Andrew Dixon, though, back up into second place, only briefly, though, sliding wide on the concrete on the outside, and that allows Harris Roberts back through into second place, but I get the feeling it's only a matter of time, and Dixon proves me right as he goes down the inside into second place.
Yeah, these drivers will be on almost a dry setup because it was meant to be dry, just with wet tyres, so you can see it's understeering all over the place. Very difficult conditions.
Out at the front, Charlie Lomas is now being shown as your leader, but on the previous lap was a lot slower than those in front. He's managed to get away early doors, but now I think he's going to get reeled in by both Dixon and Roberts. And Maya Simpson not being left behind either in fourth place. They have all broken away from those behind, although everybody's setting personal bests. It looks like that whilst the weather, it looks to be worsening, everybody is getting more accustomed to the track conditions, with the exception there of Eli Baden, who goes off onto the grass, although we didn't see the incident, so it might not have been self-inflicted.
Just shows that if you're a tiny spot of flying, you just lose all grip. Even though all these drivers are going, finding all the dry line on the track, or dry as it can be.
On the last lap, Andrew Dixon, 0.3 of a second quicker than your race leader, so the gap coming down to 1.3 as they came over the line. The issue you've got as well here, Leon, is that it's not like it's a traditional wet meeting in that the tyres are going to just disperse the water. If it becomes quite slushy, that's going to get into the tread as Tyler Lee has a spin from 6th place. That allows Amy Peacock back through. It was actually 5th because he just got past Peacock, although Peacock had to slow and go round the outside, and now has Charlie Kelso, who had that spin down at Christmas a lap ago, right on the back for 5th and 6th. Half a second then for your race leader, Charlie Lomas. 7/10 Andrew Dixon took out on the previous lap, and Dixon's going to send a move down the inside into Ashby's. Kelso's going to try and get the cutback as Dixon goes wide onto the rumble strips, but Andrew Dixon from pole position and then off at the first corner retakes the lead with 50 seconds to go.
Yeah, Andrew Dixon's almost a second lap quicker than the rest of the field. He's just finding the grip, and once you found it, he can just go miles quicker than everyone else. Absolutely
charging. What Charlie Lomas hasn't had for most of this race is somebody to follow and somebody to potentially just show him where there's half a second to be gained here or there, because he's been the one right out at the front, finding his feet and finding the grip all by himself, although he finds the pit bend curb, and that sends him very wide onto the slippy rumble strip on the outside. Not somewhere where you want to go, because that's one of them tyre walls that almost sucks you in here at Whilton Mill.
Yeah, especially in the wet conditions, that tyre wall creeps up on you very quick.
13 seconds remaining, which means the timer will elapse before they're round. He'll head down. Lomas in second place. At the very least, looks like he's having a lot of fun sliding that cart round as Meek and Friel in 8th and 9th get past Tyler Lee. And he drops down into 10th. Harris
Roberts is beginning to catch up on Charlie Lomas after a few mistakes from Charlie Lomas, so it's going to be an interesting one on the last laps.
2/10 Roberts took out. This will be his best finish in Mini since making the transition from Honda Cadet 200 at the end of last year. Competed the first 7 rounds, wrapped the championship up at Hooton, and then jumped immediately at Ella Park into the Minimax, and Lomas is round into the boot, and it will indeed hand second place to Roberts. And Lomas, at the very least, he's going to be on the grass, but he might have to wait for the rest of the field to come through, because round there it's a single line. He may drop out of 3rd place. Simpson crosses the line in 3rd. Lomas could be well outside the top 5 unless he's managed to spin that cart round. We'll see whether he crosses the line in a few moments, because the rest of the field was further down. Out at the front though, on the last lap, Andrew Dixon with a gap of 3.5 seconds. Yeah, the snow's really coming down now. It's looking very difficult for the drivers in Minimax. You saw there Dixon coming off the traditional braking line, trying to get away from that rubber on the outside. He moved to the inside. You can see him as well turning in a lot earlier. Just now needs to keep this one on the black stuff. We've seen drivers, certainly Lomas in second place, who looked fairly comfortable having the result taken away from a last lap excursion as they head into the boot for the final time. There's some lap traffic. He moves out of the way. That could have been Sam Flynn. We'll confirm that later on though, as round the final corner, as we say, Andrew Dixon, pole position to being off the track to winning by over 3.5 seconds. Dixon takes victory in Minimax Heat 2. Flynn crosses the line to be classified 13th. Harris Roberts with his best ever finish in Mini comes through in 2nd place. Myers Simpson making the trip down from Dundee crosses the line in 3rd place. Lomas recovers to 4th. And then we've got a gap back to Charlie Kelso, another driver who had a spin in that race. He crosses the line for 5th. Peacock in 6th place gets past Hartley. There's a spin by Oliver Meek into the final corner. Arm off the wheel. That suggests that that one wasn't at his own volition, and he will cross the line to complete the top 10. Leon, an interesting race. Not all for just the on-track action as well. There was a fair bit there with drivers going off. I'm not saying that you're pleased to have a broken arm, but you must be pleased that you're not racing in the snow.
Yeah, it looks very cold and difficult. Probably going to crash again if I drive.
Well, you certainly will at the moment, because you can only... Well, we'd have to tape one arm to the steering wheel, wouldn't we? And I'm fairly sure you wouldn't be fancying that. Of course, the results, they're going to be provisional, so they're going to come in a few moments. We'll have a look back at some of the early races in the day and see whether any penalties have been applied that have had any major changes in there, because we've got points to be picked up for the finals later on. Leon will welcome you back into the commentary box a little bit later on for the next Minimax races. Next up, though, it's heat number 3 for Micromax.
Well, Leon steps out and I step back in. Let's have a look at Micromax Heat 3, your grid coming up now. The snow continues to fall here, and as Leon pointed out very, very nicely in that 2nd Minimax Heat, it is starting to settle a little bit. Kieran Stewart and Arthur Ferro will be on the front row, with Stewart on pole. Austin Oman and Adam Turasek will be on row 2. Marley Fisher and Nat Johnston will be on row number 3. Row 4, it's Harvey Bacon and Riley Morrow, with Jack Baker and Ellis Child completing the top 10. Max Gilman starts in 11th, with Cooper Snedden alongside in the 87. George Swire, Drew Davidson, Fraser Anderson complete the top 15, followed by Joshua Griffin, Maximilian Abrahart, Rhys David Richardson completing the top 9 rows, with Alfie Davidson and Jensen Chalk, the O-Plate, completing the top 20. Brogan McDonald, Jack Burgess, Josh Husker and Leo Livings complete the top 12 rows. And then rounding out the top 30, it's Max Wheatley, Lewis Herbertson, Alfie Mayer, Daniel Ferguson, Logan Rolfe and Lewis Kirkholdy.
Heat number 2 already then. That was the first race of the day for our Micromax runners. There was some penalties applied. We knew Riley Murrow was likely to get one, because that came up as a penalty on the screen during the race. He's adjudged to have gained an unfair advantage, and he's had 5 seconds applied to his overall race time. We've also had penalties applied for incorrectly positioned front fairings, which is what we see with the gentleman taking the photograph. That was to Griffin, Reed, Davidson, Livings and Snedden. We knew Livings was going to get one because he shook his head and beat his steering wheel up when he saw it happen.
Yeah, Howard Plays on YouTube has said, are IAMI Cadet running later? No, we are not running IAMI Cadet. This is in preparation for the 2023 season, as the drivers now will get the first full start of the day. So the good old green flag with the yellow chevron comes out to play, folks.
Yeah, the racing driver trivia, it's always the most difficult flag for those that normally just do the arrive and drive karting, where they see the reds, the yellows and the blues and the blacks occasionally if you have an indiscretion. Yes, the first false start of the day. You can see why as well some of our drivers towards the tail end not quite with and not in the tram lines either. So for the sake of a minute and a little bit, just to send them round again and to do it properly. And for these drivers, I don't think they'll be too disappointed, because it gives them another sighter lap. As I was about to say, there's not a bare head there between them, but there is one or two.
Some people braving the elements as the drivers are now starting to ready up a little bit earlier now. Ambition Motorsport, run by Paul James, who is actually spending the weekend with family.
Turacek there. I think he's telling Stewart just to chill it and slow it down a little bit. But Turacek off pole, he does get to dictate the pace. That's the thing. He is the pole sitter.
Yeah. Keep your eyes on the likes of Austin Oman, Nat Johnston, Max Gilman starting from effectively 6th place on the grid. And he was just 3 and a bit tenths of a second behind Oliver Warner, who is leading the way in this class, as into the tram lines we go. Red lights go out. Micromax Heat number 3 underway. Turasek leads the field into Oblivion and Crook. Good start by Nat Johnston. Running a little bit wide is Kieran Stewart, and there's nearly a 360 from Austin Aman in the number 16 going into Fine Lady for the first time. 3 wide coming up the hill into Christmas Corner. Some moves being attempted.
Gilman threads the needle up into 4th place. He was right on the inside. Just needed to get that stopped as the 82 with Swire is forced out onto the grass. So they try to go 3 wide into a corner that's normally only 2. And that is Kieran Stewart, who went off pole position, facing the wrong way.
Yeah, the number 81 is trying to challenge. That's Marley Fisher on Max Gilman. The 51 has had a bit of a spin too. That's Daniel Ferguson, one of the multiple novices. A little bit of an incident between the 61 of Fraser Anderson and the 22 of Riley Murrow. I mean, Kieran Stewart was not just mowing the grass, he was kicking up the snow that's laid on it. So I think there's an extra chill factor for the number 69 right now.
Over the line they come then for the first time. Harvey Bacon leads from Nat Johnston and Max Gilman, your top 3. Then it's Adam Turacek in front of Joshua Griffin with Fisher, Farah, Snedden, Baker and Jack Burgess. As Gilman is down the inside, and he's not the only one as well, as we've got a driver off there. Can't quite pick out the number. That's the 71. I think that could be, is that Drew Davidson? It is. Normally races a 70, but in the 71 this time. He's off onto the grass on the outside of the first corner.
And also there has been some mention of kicking out front bumpers. Someone else has been grass tracking. I think that might...
67 was it?
It might have been the 87 of Cooper Snedden. But Ambition Motorsport have had a lot of success in Honda Cadet, particularly in the British Kart Championships, but have gone a bit more club orientated this year thanks to the decision of Paul Janes, who's been running the team for a multitude of years. And also Ambition Motorsport this year took the prestigious Rye House London Cup, I think in Honda Cadets. But at the moment, Harvey Bacon has extended the lead to about 8.5 tenths of a second ahead of Nat Johnston, but that has been brought down. But Joshua Griffin is the first one to break into the 106s.
Gets past Max Gilman on that previous lap as well, so Griffin in that 33 moves his way up, driving under the Scottish flag, and he's up into 3rd place. 24 of Farah tries to get past Adam Turacek.
Pharaoh's round and pointing the wrong way, nearly gets collected in the meantime.
Who was that sweeping all the way round the outside? He's going to have to sit and be patient though, and then he's going to take the easy trip down the hill.
Yes, whilst rearranging the snow-covered grass right about now.
Where he's rejoined though, there he's going to have cut out Ashby's and all of that, and I wouldn't want to play race director, but that's a huge amount of track.
That's down to Dan Ashton in that particular.
Oh no! To be fair to him, he is waiting.
You know what? That's actually a lot.
Yeah, that's really, really good.
Good
credit where credit's due.
Good sportsmanship. Very, very prudent decision there for the number 24. But now the battle between the top 3, with Bacon, Johnson and Griffin, covered by just under a second and a half. We're halfway through the timer at the moment, so 3.5 minutes to go plus an additional lap, and you can now see there are your top 3. And there is Max Gilman. He's not too far behind. He's about 2 seconds adrift, but on the previous lap he lost about nearly 1.5 seconds. When Joshua Griffin just decided, right, well, if someone could do 106s, hold my soft drink is probably the right analogy for that one. 1 minute 6.682. Austin Aman gets hit with a penalty. Now, we're not sure what these are for, but obviously they will be communicated through the officially clarified results. Because every result that we're calling so far here in commentary is provisional pending sporting and judicial matters. And there is the Respect in Racing programme that is also part of the Kart Championship ethos and will continue onwards for many a year to come. But here is the number that is the number 12 of Turacek, and that is the 81 of Marley Fisher. They were nearly a tenth and a half apart on the end of lap number 3 as we are on to lap 5. Signals from the fencing towards the inside of Oblivion. And you can just see the chronic understeer these drivers are having to counter-attack.
Fisher's got a good run there, but Turacek has the kart parked on the inside, then takes the much wider line. He's going to find the grip out there, and that's going to mean that Jack Baker's going to try and get a run from the position behind. When we've got 3 drivers like this, for me, the place that you don't really want to be is in the middle, because you have to attack and also defend at the same time.
Yeah, Turacek was actually, big thanks to Josh Owen for pointing this out, actually won this class at the London Cup, but runs a little bit wide, nearly gave the opportunity for Marley Fisher to get through, and then Jack Baker is just waiting in the wings. Jack Burgess is now in 8th position, ahead of Jensen Chalk, who's sprinted up the order like a little whippet. He's up from 20th to 9th as the O-plate. Maximilian Aberhart rounds out the top 10 in the 67. As the number 12 of Turacek, again, just running wide, and now running wide through pit bend. This could give Marley Fisher the run he needs, going through into Oblivion and Crook, and then tee it up for Christmas Corner. Yeah,
they're slowing each other down there. When you have a look at the timing, those behind are a little bit quicker. Chalk up into 8th. This is the battle that's going to be in front of him, but he has got to take a huge chunk. Fisher this time does draw alongside Turacek, slots back in behind, and in doing so opens the door to Jack Baker, who moves through into 6th place. Fisher's going to try and get the cut back as they run down into Ashby's. We already see Gilman understeering on the way in there. Turacek takes the wider line, seems to be working well for him, but Baker past Marley Fisher, so Fisher in going for a place, then loses one. He wanted 5th and comes out in 7th.
Harvey Bacon sets the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 6.294, so there is track evolution, but Turacek just doing a really good job, just using feeling it through the seat of his backside, just to try and get the upper hand on Baker and Fisher. And the number 17 is in the middle of the proceedings here, as we are now on to what's going to be our penultimate lap. 15 seconds on the clock. Here comes Baker looking up the inside through pit bend. Takes the traditional racing line. Little bit of a tag on the right rear of Turacek as they come across the line with 5 seconds to go on the clock.
At the front, Johnston takes 3/10 out of Bacon, the gap down to half a second. He becomes the first driver in this race to drop below the 106s. This battle, though, now as Fisher is Baker this time is to the inside of Turacek. Turacek is wide. He's going to try and get the cutback by taking a differing line. Ashby's is going to be the corner that he's going to have to dive to the inside at. He's already trying to line the car up, but Baker on a charge gets past Fisher on 1 lap. Now he's down the inside and back into the corner. They'll be side by side as they head up in towards the left-hander at Wilkins. Baker, though, has to relent. Turacek back through. The leaders must already been making their way through the boot, Alex, because they're 4 or 5 seconds down the road from this battle.
Yeah, and they're less than half a second apart, and there they are. There is Johnston in 2nd position. There's Griffin. Well, Bacon was at 1 point, half a second behind. That has expanded by 1.3 seconds to 1.8. So Harvey Bacon again, and dips into the 105s, as does Nat Johnston in 2nd place. Griffin trying to close on in, took nearly 6/10 out of the number 19 as we're on the final lap of Heat 3 for Micromax.
Johnston loses 1.3 seconds almost to your leader Bacon on that previous lap, was closing in, and then now he's going to fall back into the clutches of Joshua Griffin, who must now be smelling that 2nd place. The gap 7/10 over the line. On the screen you can tell, though, that's around about a 1/10 off the back of there. Griffin's going to have half a chance here, Alex, going into the boot the final time. All he's got to do is get Ozias right, get some grip on the way out of this, and fire himself towards 2nd place. He is going to be close enough because Johnston is going super defensive into there. Out at the front, though, Harvey Bacon. The gap was reeled in. It's gone back out again. They're still battling it out for 2nd. Oh. Bacon's going to take the victory over the line. The checker is out for Harvey Bacon. Griffin closed in. Didn't quite have enough to get past Johnston. The pace was there, but the laps ran out in the end. Bacon, Johnston and Griffin then, your top 3. Gilman crosses the line in 4th. There's still that intense battle going on behind between Turacek, Baker and Fisher. That's the order they cross the line in, 5th, 6th and 7th respectively, in front of Jensen Chalk, Max Wheatley and Jack Burgess to complete your top 10.
Yeah, Jack Burgess, who we've seen this year at Hooton Park IKR and the Cadet Kart Championship in the Minimax class. He's had multiple trophies, he's had multiple top 5s. Cooper Snedden, we've just been shown, has just been given a penalty, running in 14th at the checkered, as the number 50, that is the 51 of Daniel Ferguson that crosses the line, rounding out the top 22, as the rest of the 29 starters. We had 30 due to start on the grid, but someone might have had a DNS, which would be the Do Not Start. That's the acronym's full explanation on that. But now they come down the chicken run again. Some high fives as always. They have to be very, very careful of the wall on the left-hand side. But that concludes the penultimate heat for Micromax. We'll have heat number 4 a little bit later on, where we'll go all the way to... We're actually running a little bit ahead of schedule thanks to notifications from race director Dan Ashton, who has got the... He's got the tan trousers on, and we've been having a little bit of a laugh at his expense. He's got his blue suede shoes, aka his Solomon footwear on as well.
I imagine that, given the weather conditions, that he might be regretting and putting his Sunday bests on.
Yes, he always does that on. He always does that on a particular occasion, normally season finales, or if it's finals day. But this is a one-off event, preparing all the drivers. So what is happening, folks, is that everyone running this weekend is running to the 2023 regulation spec. And the iPhone of Doom, oh, right, number 22, Riley Morrow has just been pinged for it.
Riley Morrow, of course, the 2022 Motorsport UK British champion in Coma C50 Bambino. He had an intense battle throughout. We've got another one there, the 15. The actual Nauseo panel is going is to the one side. Next race up, though, it's Junior Rotax, heat number 2.
Right. It's definitely heat 2. That snow's coming down, but David...
Don't want to be wishing the races away, do we?
No.
Isaac Parkinson then starts on pole position. He's got Gregor Reed for company on the front row. Harry Hurstgrover and Ellis Garrett on row 2. Then it's Jacob Anslow and the 2022 JKC champion, Jacob Dukes, in 6th place. Then we've got Stefan Komarcevic and Martin Wright with Rhys Owen and Finn Leslie, who's in his 4th race in Junior Rotax. The GP plate, of course, from Minimax. He starts in P number 10, racing the 60 because he's not allowed to use that GP plate any higher up than Minis. Max Horler starts 13th with Ben Horner alongside. Harry Higgs and Ewan Sharman on row 8. Aidan Hassan and Ollie Naylor on row 9. Then it's Billy Edgecombe and Aris Majauskis with Presley Walker and James Waring, row 11. Ollie Poole and Christian Stevanoff on row number 12. James Duckus and Lewis Goff is 26. We've got a driver off there. We'll try and pick that number out.
20.
Albert Wilton and Mitchell Mulvey. Nicholas Ellis and Bartek Filipiak start on row 15 with Molly Pugh starting 31st.
That looks to be the 28 of James Waring, possibly, who was due to start a little bit further up the order. And, the frustration very, very clear to see. So the full start flag has already come out.
I think it's Jacob Anslow, the 29.
29.
He's driver that's not come over. And the grappling hook of doom is out for the marshal, and that cart is being dragged away.
Yeah, we've got multiple champions in this. Jacob Dukes taking the runner-up spot in 2021 in the JKC Junior Rotax division last year, picked up the title with a round to spare. Max Horler, one of the youngest competitors in this field, not only was last year's BKC MiniMAX champion, but he's the first ever driver that I know of that took 2 titles in the bounce, because he won the IAMI Cadet title in 2021. 11 and a half years of age. Him and his dad Duncan have had to make him move up to juniors very, very early, and the Winter Cup is always a good way of getting a taster for next season.
Also got the Minimax champion from JKC as well in Lewis Goff. He went very well yesterday, 2nd place in the opening heat for juniors. He moved up from 11th. He's going to start this one though from 20th place. Let's see whether he can make the same sort of progress through the field as we saw him do yesterday. Valuable points towards that final.
Right, into the tram lines. Red lights are not going out because it's another full start. Another impromptu appearance of the chevron flag.
Yeah, as they came through. You saw the yellow light come on before the flag did, so we're going to have another go at it. I wonder if that cart's still stationary down there. It was. You saw them as they came round, that there was a cut that was still there. I think it has actually been dragged away. The one thing this snow does do, Alex, is it lets you know where somebody's been off, because generally that's the bit where the track has been cleaned for them. But the issue you've got now with these tyres, obviously, throughout the race day with these wets, is that our drivers are going to want to try and get as much out of them, and they're going around putting 4 laps on these wet tyres.
Yeah.
You know, they are a softer compound. The block obviously moves around a lot more. You know, so whilst they do want to keep temperature in, you don't want to scrub off too much of that performance.
No, you don't want to step or scrub away that those blocks on the tyres. I mean, especially with stepping, because you might get an unusual vibration, especially if it's on the back axle, if you're sliding the kart from side to side, getting heat and temperature in not to just the wheels, the tyres, but also the rear brakes, because let's not forget they have rear brakes, no front braking systems. But we're going to give it a second try for this second junior Rotax Heat out of pit bend into the tram lines, and again a second false start. So again, you know, if the race director's not happy, they are going to have to make sure. I mean, in Europe, if it's 2 false starts, it's an immediate red flag, and the red flag has been shown.
Well, that means we're going to have an education, I believe, Alex.
School is in session.
To be fair to those at the front, they were fairly steady. It was that, you know, further down the field they were a little bit more spread out and not necessarily in the tram lines, and that's why we're going to have a red flag at the moment. What you've got to worry now is obviously everybody's still quite close together, is that when they do get to stop, is that you just want to be careful with the other carts in front, because obviously still going to have that drop down provision as well. But normally they stop them around about here as they come through. They'll see an official in the middle of the track. They'll be lined up into a position of
yeah, they are stopping. And there is our race director with the tan trousers on, Mr. Dan Ashton. He's always been of the opinion of being firm but fair, and he's always open to having a discussion, not an argument like you do sometimes, like we've had previously in other championships. But he always will have a very, very firm but very, very educated conversation with the driver, and maybe even the parents as well, just to sort of like say, look, this is how I see it. So he will be talking to some of the drivers, I would imagine, and it is blisteringly cold out there, and he's now saying to all the drivers, right, up out your carts, please, come on.
Yeah, we don't want to be waiting for too long, but they're going to get themselves out. But exactly what you say is that, you know, even for your drivers, when they're getting out and they're going to have this discussion, or even if they're called to see the race director post-race, everything should be a learning curve when it comes. You know, it's not a case of getting somebody in and telling them they've been a naughty driver or anything like that. As
Christmas hats ahoy! I've even seen a health hat. There we go. Was that one of the infamous baps about Britain?
It wasn't. It was a cake. But you know, often on the cake it says on the front, like, serves 2. That cake isn't.
Oh, you went there, didn't you? You went there. There's been a lot of talk about the weather, because now the drivers are jumping up and down just incredible.
That's Ollie Naylor.
Oh dearie me!
Right.
Aidan Hassan is breaking out the dance moves.
That dancing from Ollie Naylor deserves a 5-second penalty
for causing people's eyes to hurt. Yeah. You know what I'm thinking? Are we going to have the Junior Rotax dance troupe rather than the Heat 2 in a minute? Because they can all hear us.
Well, we should just go down the list and just command them. I'll be down the list. I'll be like 14, Marcus Wright, dance. You know, just yeah. And if they don't, 5 seconds.
Oh dear, Bacon's has gone 10 out of 10 next year on Strictly Come Dancing.
Strictly Come Rotax.
Oh, nice.
We'll get them all dancing.
Yeah.
He wasn't dancing like that at the BKC CKC presentation last weekend. Didn't have them moves in him.
No.
What they'll be doing now, actually, because they've gridded up single file, is that they'll be sorting themselves out in 2x2s, and I imagine Dan will be telling them that they probably want to stay side by side for most of this rolling up lap, so we can get this going.
I think Leon even had a little chuckle when he saw the dancing, smile on his face. Electric Boogaloo all over again. So there's going to be a formation lap after this, so at least hopefully we can get things underway. Third time's a charm. So we were trying to... Aidan Hassan is guiding traffic now.
I'm familiar with that move. That's Big Fish, Little Fish cardboard box.
Oh no, I knew it was going to happen. I knew it was going to happen. Oh dear. Oh, my.
Oh, as a bald man, I'm very envious of that marshal.
I was just about to say that you've got hair envy right there.
Yeah, and when I say bald man, I mean not necessarily through choice. Nature has not been kind.
We're not going to go into that discussion either now. We're not even going to get into a discussion with Tom Butterworth, who's been in the chat as well, telling us it's been nice in Scotland at the moment. Thank you.
Talking about a man that was bald who's having a bit of a hair resurgence, Butterworth.
Oh, yes. It was of the bearded kind?
No, he's growing back on top as well. He's doing a grand job of it as well.
Oh. Are we going to see the comb over very shortly? Hello, Tom. Hello, buddy. We know you're watching.
No, I think if England had managed to have made it through last night and we'd have gone on to win the World Cup, I think he'd have gone full Bobby Charlton.
Oh, no.
Yeah, in homage.
Okay. Fair point.
But that didn't quite work out for us, did it?
Our survey says, no. Sorry.
In fact, there's a fairly decent chance that one of these Rotax drivers could be taken out by the ball of Harry Kane's penalty coming back out of the sky.
Oh,
so.
Oh, dear. So, yeah, one formation lap will be provided and for these drivers in order to get things back underway. So they have brought them back into the dual file rolling start formation ahead of what will be 7 minutes plus an additional lap. And a good thing by race director Dan Ashton to actually get things going a little bit earlier just to try and help things run through.
Got a cart rolling off there, the 49.
Gregor Reed.
He's going to take no part then in heat number 2. It looks like his kart not able to start as it rolled round. It certainly wasn't the driver that was off. And it looks like, to be fair, Jacob Anslow could have been thrown a lifeline, actually, because it looks like he has done the 2 rolling up laps. So he could be back in this one, actually, having been dragged off track at the start.
Oh, right. Tom's just responded. It was Jack with the comb over.
He knows his Charltons, does that lad?
Yes, he did. Yes, he does indeed.
Got a kart going very, very slowly there, Alex, on the outside. Is that the 60? That's Finn Leslie.
Oh dear.
Going very, very slowly. He's going to he's still trying to get that going again. Has a quick look down. He's going to have around about 10 seconds, Alex, because if he's not back into position,
another one stopping. 45. Well. Harry Higgs has just stopped.
So Finn Leslie, the Jeeply from Mini, that's not going at all. He's having a look down. We're gonna roll around again here, Alex. I feel, because I don't think they're going to get that car out of the way in time.
Yeah, Harry Hicks. That might be a throttle cable issue, I think, because he was pushing on the pedal like a good one, and that throttle cable travel is not working as it should be. So whether a little washer or the bolt has come adrift and the cable's just gone completely slack, but we're gonna.
Still got Finn Leslie going around very slowly. Saw him in the background there at Ashby's. Higgs is already over the barrier. It's very interesting now as to whether that car is dragged far enough away, Alex, to let us go racing here.
Well, let's find out. Red lights are on the gantry this time. Third time is a charm. We are underway for the second Junior Rotax Heat. And Harry Hurst-Grover has jumped into the lead. Got the jump on the rest of the field, including teammate from X-Kart, Jacob Jukes, who currently is sitting in 4th position. It's going to be a lot of scrabbling here. Sideways and a turner. Well, that was not at all surprising. The 87 trying to go around the outside. That was Mark
Lewis Goff off as well. Alex, it's been a treacherous opening lap for a number of drivers. Goff with his 2nd place yesterday. Finn Leslie not getting away. Then we had Ben Horner and Martin right off. That's Finn Leslie back into pit lane.
That looked to have a bit more waft behind it as well. Jacob Jukes now trying to get through from 4th position. They are all scrabbling, and Jukes round the outside, coming out of the chicane. That was probably more than likely on Ellis Garrett in the number 47. And I'm just looking, there is a 5th kart latching onto the back of this train going down in towards Pit Bend, and there is one of the drivers.
That's Lewis Goff. The gloves are off, but I think that helmet will stay on all the way back to the motorhome. Angry drivers leave helmets on, Alex, and
yes, they do.
That looked like a very unhappy one at that. Through for the lead, though, will come Kasmarvik and then Jacob Dukes, as well as Harry Hurst-Grover goes defensive to the inside. The leaders sweeping all the way round the outside.
Yeah, Ellis Garrett just behind the number 41. Aidan Hassan is the is a little bit further back, but it's Billy Edgecombe in the number 21 that rounds out the top 5. Dukes now goes side by side with Kasmashik for the lead. The number 34 slots back in behind on the rundown in towards Wilkins, and then into Ogiers, into the left-hander, now out of the chicane. Now can Dukes repeat what he did earlier on? He looks to the outside. Kasmashik looks to block the door, but Dukes up the inside into the boot. That was a beautiful move from the number 34, using the curbing at the top part of the boot to slow everything down. And look at the train behind Harry Hurst-Grover.
Yeah, because Marshall thought he'd done enough there by covering the line to the inside, but as soon as he went out, Dukes was down the inside. He's through. There's your top 2 then. Edgecombe, Majowskis, Hassan, Garrett, Waring, Mulvey, Hauler and Owen. Your top 10, or it was, because Ollie Naylor crosses the line just in front of Rhys Owen up into 10th place. His driving skills better than his dancing.
Yeah, Majowskis now up the inside. Hassan also trying to get through. Aidan Hassan, who has also been running in Junior Rotax this year, a little bit sideways from the number 64 as he went through, coming out of Inkermans, through into Ashby. Gets the move done on the number 21 of Billy Edgecombe, and now the number 52 of Argenti Motorsports, Aras Majowskis, who also has been running at Whilton Mill Kart Club, also being, as we've had a moment, a little bit further back through the chicane. I think Aidan Hassan might have been one of the drivers. Edgecombe also now recovering, but there is Majowskis. But Jacob Dukes leading the way ahead of Stefan Kazmarczyk, with Anas Majowskis completing the top 3.
Edgecombe's going to drop well down the order then, isn't he, with the as is Hassan comes over, Waring, Mulvey. Edgecombe showing in 9th already, but I think he's going to drop outside. Ollie Paul making the big moves. He's up into 9th place, the first time we've seen him running inside the top 10 in this race. Naylor remains in 10th because he's still in front of Edgecombe, with Nicholas Ellis, the 2022 driver of the year for the JKC, in 12th place.
Aras Majowskis is really upping the pace. 59.313 seconds for the number 52. Top 3 covered by 1.4 seconds. It still is very, very sketchy, very, very treacherous out there. But Jacob Dukes at the moment is starting to make some good moves. He also, in Heat 1, started in 21st position, finished 8th. It was Aidan Hassan that took the opening Heat victory yesterday afternoon. As we dip under 3 minutes to go, Jacob Dukes now extending his lead and puts in the fastest lap. What's more impressive here, Jacob Dukes, 58.181 seconds, extends that gap to nearly 1 second over Kazmarczyk, who is being reeled in by Aras Majowskis, but Majowskis on the previous lap lost out by nearly 2.5 tenths of a second.
Dukes needed that because Majowskis was taking chunks out of both him and Kazmarczyk in front, and just as he needed it, as often is the case with Jacob Dukes, just pulls something out of the bag and makes it look a lot more comfortable than what it is.
Yeah, Max Hauler now embroiled in the battle with Billy Edgecombe and Ollie Naylor. Now, one of the biggest things I've noticed is that Harry Hurst-Grover's transponder is not showing up. So physically on the road, he is 4th. So Aidan Hassan currently rounding out the top 5. Max Hauler really going on the ultra defensive ahead of Edgecombe and the number 94 of Ollie Poole, running on the Croc Promotion chassis, it looks like, I think. No, that's the Charles Leclerc chassis. Normally, well, we also know it as a Birrell ART. As Edgecombe looking to the outside of Hauler, who nips up the inside through Oblivion, runs a little bit wide. Edgecombe has now got Paul right up the exhaust pipe, going up the hill. Now Hauler's got to try and do something, but can't really respond to Edgecombe, who gets the inside line, then goes a little bit wide. The number 94 of Paul looking to get the buy one, get one free offer, but it didn't quite work out.
No, Waring in the background's taken full advantage of this. They must have took a second out of each other, just battling up there into Christmas Corner, and James Waring in 10th place is now in a battle for 7th because he's right on the back here of Edgecombe and Paul. Down the inside he goes of Paul. I don't think he's going to have track position come the boot. Well, if he is, he's going to have to be hard on the brakes, and hard on the brakes he is. Down the inside of Ollie Poole and through into 9th place. Great move by James Waring. The 28 then on a charge.
Has he been getting tips from Jacob Jukes by any chance? Because he did exactly the same move earlier on to take the race lead. 43 seconds to go. Jukes is absolutely checking out right now. 2 seconds is the gap, and Jukes also sets another fastest lap. He's 7 thousandths away from breaking into the high 56s, so the track is evolving nicely. There is a little bit of a distinct dry line starting to form on the circuit, I've just noticed, David.
Yeah, it looks like from the actual snow itself has stopped. That's Ollie Naylor in a battle with the 26 of Albert Whilton. Just outside the top 10 then. Naylor in 14th last time they came over the line. He's going to try and move down the inside there into Wilkins. So that's going to be very, very tight. And he hasn't managed to find a way through.
Oh, and that is Molly Pugh, I believe, that has just gone off the circuit.
Yeah, that looks to be the second corner of the boot, if I had to guess, which is around about where these drivers are going to come into in a few moments. You can see the yellow flag out there at Marshall Post 9. Oh, no, I think first corner, actually.
Yeah, that looks to be on the outskirts of Oblivion and Crook, as the timer has now hit 0. Aidan Hassan has just pumped in the fastest lap. First one to dip into the 55s, 55.877. But Jacob Jukes is around halfway through the lap. Next time around, we'll get the final lap board out for this second junior Rotax Heat. And is 2.6 seconds ahead of Stefan Kazmarczyk, with Adas Majalskis trying to close on in. The number 52 from Argenti Motorsport losing a little bit of time, but I've just seen Martin Wright get past Albert Whilton for what will be 14th on the road. And James Waring, in the meantime, has got past the number 36 of Max Haller, also affectionately known to family as Moo. And Bartek Filipiak is also making some strides as well in the number 8.
Race leader then, Jacob Jukes on the screen. He's already gone past the last lap board. We're going to keep an eye out for a similar looking car of Harry Hurst Grover, who's not picking up on timing. He was in 4th place, although he has got the charging Aidan Hassan behind as Jukes goes through on the 29 lap traffic. Into the boot then for the final time for Jacob Jukes, your 2022 Junior Kart Champion in Rotax. He's going well in the direction of adding the Winter Cup to it as well, as he rounds the final corner to take victory in heat number 2 in commanding fashion from Stefan Kazmarczyk and Arias Majalskis. Then we're going to keep an eye out for 4th place. Looks like it's Hassan just in front of Harry Hurst Grover, who will be credited with 5th place despite not being there on timing. Michael Mulvey crosses for 6th eventually. Then Edgecombe, Garrett, Waring and Haller to complete your top 10. Filipiak, as you said, was on a charge, and he appears in 10th place. That will become 11th when Hurst Grover's time is put back in.
Yeah, Hurst Grover finished at 19th in the first heat yesterday afternoon, so a solid top 5 for the number 41. Normally runs the number 14 in the JKC, and has also been running the 114. Jacob Jukes also 5th in this year's Whilton Mill Kart Club Junior Rotax division. Didn't have the best weekend last time out at the circuit here a few weeks ago. It was one of those weekends that you don't really want your season to end on, but now he gets waved through with Stefan Kazmarczyk waved through. Then the 29, I think it was, going through. Adas Majalskis gets waved through, so top 3, no front fairing penalties, nothing for Aidan Hassan, a thumbs up for Harry Hurst Grover. But now we will very shortly be getting on with our next race, which is Honda Cadet GX200 Heat number 2. Looks like the signage definitely getting a bit of a battering by the snow, but here's Heat 2, Honda Cadet 200, your lineup. Oliver Majewski and Sebastian Behrman on the front row, Larry Price and Theo Bradshaw, row 2, Lewis Gilbert and George Ralston, row 3. Max Tadei and Ralphie Branscombe, row 4, with Kane Langley and Kevin Ivanov rounding out the top 10. Ronnie Legg and Freddie Hausergo on row 6. Finley Lines and Riley Morgan, row 7. Tom Drake and Max Hausergo, row 8. Jensen Hookey and Lewis Hall rounding out the top 9 rows, with Ayrton Rai and Ella Dixon rounding out the top 20. Cameron Tipping, Freddie Denton, Otto Amy and Archie Loveridge rounding out the 24-strong grid. And it was Oliver Majewski that took the win last time out yesterday afternoon by over 6.1 seconds ahead of Ralphie Branscombe and Max Tadei. But you know what the funny thing is? Every single one of those drivers made up at least 10 positions. Majewski started 12th, Branscombe started 19th, and Tadei started 18th. And they weren't the only drivers that made up at least 10 positions. Kevin Ivanov was 21st, finished 9th. Archie Loveridge started 23rd, finished 13th. So quite a few drivers as the clean-up operation is well underway for what happened in the Junior Rotax Heat 2, David.
Yeah, one for me to watch this one, Alex, will be Larry Price, going off 3rd place. He was 3rd in the championship, so he's the highest returnee from the CKC. Obviously, we've got the merger, obviously, with BKC. Jensen Hookey, who was the champion in the 160 class last year, he's going to go off around about row number 9. Price yesterday, though, only if you have a look at the time, he made up 2 places from 14th to 12th in the heat number 1 yesterday afternoon. What that doesn't tell you, though, is the full story. Started 14th, dropped to 24th on the opening lap, and then recovered back up to 12th. So he too made up a huge amount of places. He's going to go off the inside of row 2.
Simone Hookey, thank you very much for letting us know about Jensen. He's not feeling well after yesterday. The cold snap has also brought the number 37 Sebastian Behrman turning around, and that was on the run through from Christmas down to Inkermans. So get well soon, Jensen Hookey.
Yeah, we'll look forward to seeing him back for the full season, obviously starting at Warden Law in March, but our 2021 BKC Honda 160 champion not with us here today, unfortunately.
Yeah, also another champion that has done 2 different titles in 2 different seasons, Lewis Goff, Cadet 112 CKC champion in 2021, and then won Minimax this year. So great to see that we've got a multitude of champions through the now amalgamated union between BKC, CKC and JKC. Standing start once again for Honda Cadets, but running, we had the 160s in the BKC this year. We had the GX 200s in CKC this year. So they're amalgamating it. It is going to be 8 specific classes. With possibly a 9th in the works for 2023. I know how Darren Beavers decides to do things, and he might add that 9th class, possibly. But what it's going to be, you're going to have to wait and find out.
Just having a bit of a rearrangement down there as Cameron Tipping's 87 is rolled in front of the 77 of Otto Amy. And surprisingly, everybody's still on wets as the snow. It looked like from the elongated view on the camera that it had stopped, but it looks like it is still coming down ever so slightly for our runners. Everybody into position then. Marshall at the back with the green flag in hand to notify the starter that everybody is in position and good to go. What he's also doing is making sure the helpers are off the track to the left. Green is waved at the back, 5-second board. Drivers look up towards the red lights on the overhead gantry. There's a little bit of creeping, but they've managed to get the brakes on before we go. And we're away and racing in Honda Cadet 200. It's a good start from the second row by the light green car, but then light blue car. Then they're going to run wide. They're 3 and 4 wide at the background as Cam Tipping gets a little bit of oversteer, and George Ralston is on the grass. Long run up then towards Christmas corner. Hard on the brakes. Price already up to second, with Majewski already leading the way with a good start from the outside of the front row there in the black car with the big letters of ZIP written across the front.
It looks like it's like the bumper's a chalkboard and someone's done the old school.
Oh, that's one of the house. It goes off. Oh, it's the 69 of Freddie taking a trip across the grass as they still trying to sort themselves out into some sort of order. Never really settles down, does Honda Cadet 200.
No, it always gets a bit elbows out for the final 2 laps whenever you've got to train. And we've seen that multiple times in both the BKC and the CKC this season. Side by side going down from the boot.
Finley Lines down the inside of Max Tadei.
Yeah.
Lines has had a good opening lap. He's going to cross in 5th, so Majewski leading from Price, Bradshaw, Bierman, Lines, Taddy, Ivanov, Branscombe, Gilbert and Denton, then your top 10.
Yeah, so the trades. Oh!
That's
off.
Theo Bradshaw off.
That is
into the wall on the outside of Fine Lady, and that car is going absolutely nowhere, although the steering still seems to be good as he checks that out, but he's going to be well down the order. 11 places Freddie Denton makes up on the opening lap. He's the one on the charge.
Well, at least there were 4 wheels on that wagon after that pretty hefty whack. I've never seen anyone go off there before here at Whilton, but this battle here, Behrman versus Lines and Tadai, rounding out what will be the top 6, and Finley Lines, yeah.
Battenberg, that's why Finley Lines was just telling everybody to slow down. Battenberg flag is out, so we will go down to what is known a de facto safety car behind the race leader. We'll be down to around about 25% of the overall pace of the race, and the race leader, the early lead of 1.2 seconds for Oliver Majewski, gone in the blink of an eye. Larry Price is going to be right then on the back as the recovery of that cart of Theo Bradshaw looks to be what has caused this. Can't see anything else out there, Alex, although I can't see the cart either. So
yeah, I think we might just be under the karting equivalent of a code 60. So everyone will be at a specific delta. They can't go beyond a specific speed. There's no overtaking permitted because straight away you're going to get pinged very quickly. And again, the Whilton Mill Kart Club Marshals, a big thank you to their team here for, as always, fantastic response and quick necessitation of clearing up incidents. So I don't think we're going to be under this Battenberg flag for too much longer. It's just down to the signal from race director Dan Ashton. So again,
one more lap. I think that's because I think they want the field to be closer together, of course, because it's not a case of slowing down and maintaining the gap. It's a case of if you want to be right on the back, because that's how the Battenberg works. It brings everybody together. It's not a case where you maintain the gap to the kart in front, because everybody's perception of what that gap was is going to be very different.
Yeah, it's always the case that with this Battenberg flag, it's very much a neutraliser. And what this is going to mean, as you said, Majewski's built up that lead of 1.2 seconds. That now gets swept under the bridge like water thrown underneath it. So Majewski's got to do all that hard work again. But then when you factor in the fact that the time is still counting down, it still means that who's going to get the best restart. And that's going to be the crucial point. I mean, Max Tadai at this point has set the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute, 0.778. Slow down. So so basically the Battenberg flag, and well, Dan Ashton's body language speaks volumes right there, because they're basically, they are keeping an eye on the drivers, and through the sector times on Alpha Timing they will get an indication. And now you can see, folks, with 2.5 minutes to go, that looks more like it with regards to everyone closing up.
Well, let's be realistic. The lap time on the last lap was only 1.8 seconds off the best time. So when we're saying that the pack should be really slowed down, it wasn't to the extent that the race director is looking for. They should be, for me, like well down to 10 seconds over, and maybe more over race pace to close this field up, because Majewski's going to have that. Now, for those at the front, the Battenberg flag, if you're leading the race, it's not something that you necessarily want to see, even though it's necessary. For those behind, it's almost like a second bite of the cherry. The gap was 1.3 seconds for Price. We could well be going racing this time, although the field is still there. It will be single file. Through we come this time, and it is green flag. 1 minute and 38. It's going to be around about 3 laps of action here then in Honda Cadet 200. Single file over the line, then they're allowed to re-overtake as Lines is down the inside of Bierman. Taddy's coming through as well. Takes a huge chunk of curb on the inside there. 3 wide as they head up towards Christmas. And Bierman holds off Taddy, but I think it could only be a matter of time. Out at the front though here, Larry Price all over the back of Oliver Majewski as they head down towards Ashby's.
Yeah, this is going to be very close. I mean, Finley Lines now with them. A run wide from Majewski. Still keeps the lead for the moment. And right behind Finley Lines is the number 37 of Sebastian Behrman with Max Tadai rounding out the top 5. And this is going to be very, very close indeed. A little bit of a mistake, a run wide from Majewski nearly opens the door for Larry Price heading into the approach into the boot. But the number 11 keeps staying ahead for the moment. So 2 laps to go, including this one, as they come out of pit bend with just 40 seconds on the clock remaining in Honda Cadet 200 Heat number 2. Majewski, Price, Lines, Behrman and Tadai rounding out the top 5. But look at the lap time that Ralphie Branscom's just put in. 59.119, and he's with them. It's a top 6 scrap for the race lead and obviously the race victory.
Right on the back, 6 karts battling it for 1 victory. The top 7 all sub 1 minute on that previous lap. And Majewski has opened up a little bit of a gap on Larry Price, who was right with him throughout that opening lap. Look over the shoulder from Majewski. Finley Linesand in 3rd place with Behrman, Taddy, Branscombe. There's a penalty incoming for Freddie Denton. He was up in 10th place, still is there. And once again, Majewski takes a differing line round Ozier's. I think that just lines him up for a bit more of a defence into the boot. Then Price takes a tighter line and then loses a little bit. Lines closes right in on the back. Lines, who's a little bit more accustomed to 160 power rather than 200s, but certainly knows his way round Whilton Mill in the cadet cart.
Majewski leads them onto the final lap with an advantage of nearly 0.6 of a second. Sebastian Behrman trying to look to get past Finley Lines. Out of Fine Lady, up Manuel's Bank, into Christmas Corner for what is going to be the 8th and final lap. Lines runs a little bit wide. Behrman trying to get the switchback heading into Inkermans. The door has just been opened by the number 6 into Ashby. The number 6 of Lines keeps it pinned. Majewski runs wide. Larry Price goes purple in sector number 1 and is closing in on the number 11 as they go through Wilkins, through into Osiers, and then out of the chicane, down the short chute, in towards the boot for the final time. Larry Price looking towards the outside of Oliver Majewski. Finley Lines going defensive, but Majewski has really held on to this race lead despite the extensive Battenberg slow course. But now Behrman up the inside of Lines, but it's going to be Oliver Majewski that takes Heat 2 for Honda Cadet 200. Larry Price takes 2nd, and it's Finley Lines that pips Sebastian Behrman to P3.
Taddy gets 5th then in front of Branscombe, Drake, Ivanov, Denton and Archie Loveridge comes up to 10th place, the leading novice of the 2 that we've got alongside Otto IAMI, and sets the fastest lap of lap of the final lap, actually almost in front of in 10th place. A great final lap for Archie Loveridge, who was having Riley Morgan dropped a few on that final lap, but your top 10, Majewski, Price, Lines, Behrman, Taddy, Branscombe, Drake, Ivanov, Denton, Loveridge in front of Gilbert and Hall.
Right, just having a look into the chat. Sam Spruce saying, watching from home, supporting Harrison Spruce in Iame M1 Bambino in his debut race weekend. Love Mum, Pippa and Joey.
Well, guess what's coming up next, Alex?
Iame M1 Bambino, Heat 2. Do you want to take us through the grid for this one, mate?
I do. I'd love to. Here we go then. William Crombie starts on pole position with Hector Dickey alongside Freddie Baker and Huxley Dickey on row 2 with Albert Farrer and Oscar Kenny on row number 3. Then it's going to be Ollie Liddell and Charlie Page, Harris Barber and James Roots completing your top 10 with Darren Dimitrov and Chester Fawkes on row number 6. Then it's going to be the aforementioned Harrison Spruce and Austin Anderson, your 14 drivers in Iame Bambino.
Yeah, known as the category that always closed the show for the Bambino Kart Club. Previous winners, well, we've had a little bit of a spin, and that looks to be possibly, well, that might have been Albert Farrer. I'm not 100% sure. That did have a 2 at the back end on the right-hand side of the plates. No, that's the 92. Freddie Baker, right. And that kart is beached.
He's going to need some help. And to be fair, the fronts aren't going to give him much when he gets going because they are full of grass. So driver off there. Marshall with a bit of assistance. And Baker is sent on his merry way.
Yeah.
Round to grid up.
Yeah. Names of note with regards to Iame M1. The likes of Henry Domain, Joseph Katsantonis, Ronnie Carter, who actually when I joined the BKC in 2018, was just 4.5 years of age. We saw something special, and that year, that kid with his dad, Dale, got the most improved driver award of the year at that year's presentation, which I was pleased to be a part of, and actually ended up hosting at the when Darren Beaver said, "Right, you're hosting our presentation." I was like, "Okay, fair enough."
It's always better to be told than ask, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. It's like, you will be there. And it's like, I could use multitude of excuses. We commentators do have our book of excuses, unlike racing drivers, don't we? To a point. But they're all going to be gridding up again. Bambinos, all classes, including IAMI. If it was IAMI Cadet, it would be a rolling start traditionally, but IAMI Bambino, once again, will be a standing start this time.
What you will notice here at Whilton Mill, which is a permanent feature of Whilton Mill, is that the front row of the grid, the front positions, are never used for one of two reasons. One, you'd have to be looking at the sky to see the lights, and two, P1 and 2 are actually in front of the timing loop, which means they wouldn't pick up. So in other words, you'd have the Richard Hammond complex looking up on those two particular spaces. Oh. Why didn't you see the light go green? Saw a plane.
I saw a helicopter. Right, 5-second board will very shortly be shown as the grid is being cleared. The green flag will wave at the back of the starting grid for Heat 2 for Iame Bambino M1. And now the race gets underway as the run into Oblivion and Crook gets going. And they have very neatly negotiated their way through. A little bit of a train happening for around third position, nearly 3 wide coming through Fine Lady for around about 7th or 8th. But at the moment, it's the number 15 of William Crombie that leads the field ahead of Hector Dickey. There's a little bit of a run wide by Huxley Dickey in the number 11 going through Christmas Corner for the opening lap.
Yeah, it looks like Crombie actually got a good second phase there, because it looked like Baker was leading round the first couple of corners, but then there's Crombie just got it going, managed to find that extra bit of power and move back through into the lead as the field sorts itself out. Good to see that the Bambinos aren't too shy of attacking that curb on the outside of Osiers. It's the second highest one on the track, as we've got the 11. That's
Huxley Dickey that has... that was a bit of a launch. I mean, lit up the rear tyres, spun the thing around, and then just literally I think the back axle just sort of like went up and down a bit like a bungee cord just then. But Crombie leading the way now by nearly 7/10. Good battle here between Oscar Kenny and Charlie Page, and Charlie Page gets the ultimate switchback through Oblivion and Crook. And now, just behind, that's Darren Dimitrov, who's made it 3 wide. Alex. Yeah, he's done a number on the pair of them going through Christmas Corner, but then runs wide. And the 33 of Charlie Page nearly gets a little bit of a tap from sidewall to sidewall, and Darren Dimitrov makes good his intentions, and that was 2 for the price of 1.
Yeah, he wasn't giving that one up, was he? He put Page in a position where the choice was you're either going to end up on the grass if you don't come off the throttle, and Darren Dimitrov moves through into 3rd place with plenty of time in this race to close in on those 2 in front of him, Crombie and Baker, some 1.6 seconds further down the road. But now with Darren Dimitrov at the head of the 3-cart train behind, he's going to try and break away, which he's already started to do off the back. The gap on the previous was 2.2. It's still 2.2, but he did that double overtake in the middle of it. That wouldn't have aided his overall lap pace, but Baker is closed back in on Crombie at the front. The gap on the previous lap, 7/10. Now it's down to a 10th as you see the yellow helmet right at the back on the back of the grid.
Charlie Page was trying to pull a page out of the playbook of Darren Dimitrov right there. The number 5 running out the top 6, looking up the inside of Charlie Page and Oscar Kenny. Freddie Baker, in the meantime, is really putting the pressure onto William Crombie, as they were just over a 1/10 of a second apart last time around. We've got just over 4 minutes to go as the blue flag's being shown to some of the drivers. We've got Oscar Kenny and Charlie Page, and also James Roots. Roots winning the opening heat yesterday afternoon. So they've had We've had to have a little bit of a wait of the IAMI M1s, so they've been actually enjoying the snow falling down whilst not having to race on track, but have had an extensive wait until this point. So they've been up early like everybody else, but have had to wait for their turn to shine in these very, very frosty weather conditions.
Well, they'd have had their warm-up this morning, which I think was more of a cool down rather than anything else, because they'd have come out of a toasty motorhome or caravan out into the cold. Not made any better by the fact that it has snowed since, as you can see from the grass on the outside. The track, though, still good for racing, as our leaders already coming up to a little bit of lap traffic in front. This is where Baker can try and get in on Crombie. Crombie on timing showing that not picking up. He's showing down as 12th, but William Crombie does lead from Freddie Baker. This is where Baker can really use this as an advantage. Crombie needs to get through the lap traffic at the first time of asking. If not, Baker can really take advantage, and it looks like he is through on Huxley Dickey. Through in the background, though, that's Darren Dimitrov. That gap is not 1.6 seconds. If it's 0.6, I'll eat my own hat. Through they come this time. And luckily, my hat is safe. It's 0.5.
Yeah, a second taken out. As soon as Darren Dimitrov got clear air, that was the signal to the number 65, right, I need to push. And now there is a change. Freddie Baker has got past William Crombie, and there, like a rat up a drain pipe, is Darren Dimitrov.
They don't know he's coming, Alex. They don't even know he's there. They've been battling between each other, and Darren Dimitrov is going to take the two leaders by surprise. I can assure you, if he can get on the back just round these next two corners, there could be a move down the inside into the boot, and he might not even wait that long. No, if he gets alongside one, the chances are he might even just do them both here. And certainly if he doesn't, we know he's quick in that run up to Christmas.
I think he's going to try wait until out of pit bend is probably the prime opportunity, because he'll get the double toe there, and that's going to be quite crucial because he's put in the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 2.509. The track is evolving as now it's nearly side by side between Crombie. Crombie ran the outside of Baker through into oblivion. Dimitrov waiting to get the crossover. And now Baker runs a little bit wide. Dimitrov up the inside and now has gotten through. But look what's behind the cavalry. Oscar Kenny puts in the fastest lap now. 1 minute 2.347. And this back marker traffic, I think, David, is really going to play not just into Dimitrov's hands, but maybe Oscar Kenny. Charlie Page is there too. He was nearly side by side coming out of Ashby with the number 48 as we head into the final minute and 10.
See how much it's closed up that lap traffic, though, just by being able to be that second driver, being able to anticipate and see where the driver in front goes. Dimitrov pulls alongside as they head down towards the boot, and Darren Dimitrov will lead as they head towards the penultimate lap here at Whilton Mill. Dimitrov is through, Crombie in second, Baker in third. The rest of the field, though, right on the back. We've got a 5-kart battle for the lead, and James Roots isn't that far back either. 33 seconds remaining. Dimitrov then leading from Crombie, who's still not picking up on timing. He takes a little bit of curve, gets a little bit of snap, oversteer. That's going to allow Baker to get a good run up towards Christmas Corner. Will he duck out of the slipstream? Elects not to as they head towards that final lap.
1.7 seconds covering the top five. Well, the top six rounded out by James Roots. It might be more closer to 2 seconds, but now the number 15 of William Crombie has, well, there's going to be a change, and this time it's a change for third. Well done, Oscar Kenny up the inside, through in all places, through the left-hander at Wilkins to get through. Timer now hits 0. It's going to be Dimitrov versus Crombie for the race lead, and now we're going to go on to the final lap. Dimitrov has got clean air, and once he got past Crombie, he started pulling away across the line for the final lap of Iame Bambino M1 Heat 2 here at Whilton Mill for the 2022 Winter Cup. Dimitrov leading the way, but also James Roots is trying to close in on Charlie Page. That's for 5th place. Battle for 3rd between Baker and Kenny. The 92 and the 48 as they come through Inkermans for the final time.
Dimitrov super tight, and that slowed him down ever so slightly and allowed Crombie to close right back up on the back. Crombie's going to have one nibble at this one, because if he shows his hand too early, it's going to be gone. If he waits for the boot, he might not have a chance, because Dimitrov is really, really quick round Wilkins and Oziers. Takes the chunk of curb on the inside to settle that kart as they head down towards the boot for the final time. Darren Dimitrov from William Crombie. And then in third place, we've got Kenny now, I think, in front of this lap traffic, and there's contact as they make their way through, and that's dropped Crombie all the way down to fourth place. Dimitrov takes the victory from Kenny. Baker in third, and then it's going to be across the line for William Crombie in fourth place, in front of Charlie Page and James Root.
Oscar Kenny was round the outside as Crombie had a little touch with Dimitrov, and Baker was trying to go towards the inside, but Oscar Kenny was just literally round the outside, did an M&M on the rest of the field and got through for second. That is one of the best moves I think we've seen today.
Super. The best thing there for me is everybody got through, actually, because when they bounced up and over the curbs there was a real chance that kart could have gone light for our race leaders. And nonetheless, Dimitrov holds on for victory with Kenny, then Baker in front of William Crombie. Just a quick one, Alex. We were due to go after this heat to go towards Tillotson T4 Heat 3. There has been a change in the schedule. The Heat 3 heat block has been cancelled. We will go straight now into Micromax Heat 4 before a 20-minute lunch break, and then we'll be back with our finals, which will start with Tillotson T4, then on to Coma C50 Bambino, then the Micromax B Final, which will give them enough time should anybody have any issues, as we've got the 33 running the kart down. Looks like they've had a problem and they're going to bring the kart down, but that's the 33 of Charlie Page pushing the kart down the hill towards the dummy grid. That kart with a problem. Looks like it's not running, although it is downhill, so if he can get in that, he should be able to roll that one into the holding area. Charlie Page having some problems. So, as I was saying before that incident there, no Heat 3s in the full block, with the exception of Micromax. They're going to have a Heat 4 because they need to, with the them having a B Final and the amount of runners they've got. So we're going to go into the final heat of the morning in a few moments' time before we head then into our finals. They've been rejigged in order. We'll start with T4 for them, then into Coma Bambino, Micromax B, MightE, and then into Minimax. So next up will be our Micromax up with a final heat number 4.
So over 40 drivers. We're going to whittle it down to 34 very, very soon indeed. But Cooper Snedden and Max Wheatley on the front row with the 87 on pole position. Leo Livingston, George Swire, row 2. Fraser Anderson and Thomas Butcher, row 3. Then we've got Grayson Wortley and Tom Reed, row 4, with Riley Morrow and Jack Burgess running at the top 10. Josh Cook and Kieran Stewart, row 6. Row 7, it's Brogan McDonald, Oliver Warner, Cody LePaterel, Jensen Chalk, Josh McCormack and Ella Lucia rounding at the top 9 rows. Top 20 completed by Benjamin Lawn and Austin Oman. Marley Fisher, Harvey Bacon, Ellis Child and Jack Baker rounding at the top 24 and completing the 30-strong grid. And it is going to be a full complement. Max Gilman, Lewis Kirkcaldy, Logan Rolfe, Soren Gallagher, Alfie Mayer, Lewis Herbertson and Kieran Stewart are the last couple of names I managed to pick up. We're going to get another full start again, folks.
You rushed for nothing there, Alex. Rushed to wait.
Well, at least the good thing is I still had my I had breath in my lungs after that one, David.
Yeah, just needed a little bit of a tidy up further down the field, and we're going to have another bite at this one for our Micromax runners. We've got a driver off actually there. That could have been why, Alex, because we've got one of the Strawberry Racing drivers off. He's making his way in the direction of the Marshal's post. The Marshal pushing that kart to safety, and that would have been why we've gone to a second rolling up lap, because that kart on the outside of the Oblivion corner, not where you want to find a stationary vehicle on the opening lap.
No, exactly. So this is going to be quite crucial. This start is paramount, and we've already had 3 heats so far. So this is the 4th So each of the drivers, 42 in total, out of the 177 combined drivers here over the respective classes. The top 30 will go through. Each driver will have competed in 3 of the 4 heats, with those outside of the top 30 in the B final after the lunch break. Into the tram lines. It's looking, well, they're going to let it go. And the number 20 of Max Wheatley got swamped as they go through into Oblivion and Crook. We're trying to get the race underway early after 1 full start. But now they're fanning 3 abreast, nearly 4 abreast for around about 4th position. This is going to be tight. This is going to be hairy going into Christmas corner. But miraculously, they all get through fairly unscathed.
Yeah, Tom Reed was on a charge there. And now Tom Reed is across the grass, tipped into a spin on the run down to Ashby's. He was the one charging down towards Christmas corner. He was on the inside trying to find a way through. And now he finds himself on the grass. Not the only one as well. That looks like it's the 87 of Cooper Snedden bouncing his way across the foliage.
They're going 3 wide into Osiers. That is absolutely crazy. Yeah, Cooper Snedden going off the circuit, being forced out a little bit. But they are coming around to complete lap number 1 here in the 4th and final Micromax Heat. 21 on 70.
Cormac and Wortley nearly come together round pit bend.
That is not one of the nicest things to happen. We've seen that multiple times before in previous races, not just here in the Kart Championship, but also here at the WMKC, which has also now announced its calendar for 2023. A bit more of a condensed calendar, but Leo Livings at the moment is trying to get away early from Thomas Butcher. The gap is was just under 3 or 4 tenths of a second, and Butcher now challenging the number 77 for the race lead. They've just gone through Wilkins, now into Osiers, now it's the short chute, both using the curb, coming out of the chicane. Butcher waiting, poised behind the curtains to spring out a surprise on Leo Livings, who runs wide at the top part of the boot. Butcher gets better traction coming out of it. Change for 3rd place. And that might be Cooper Snedden, who's just got past on Riley Morrow for 3rd place.
Looks like Josh Cook's up there as well. Not sure where Fraser Anderson's gone, unless we've missed him or whether he's turned into a camouflage cart, but he was showing well upside inside the top 5. He's down there in 9th now as they're still battling it out way down towards Christmas corner. Very, very defensive. And then Austin O'Man dives down the inside of Jack Burgess. Burgess is going to get right. And Max Gilman is going to sweep round the outside of Austin O'Man. And then just tries to dive to the inside of Burgess as well. Gilman has flown pretty much under the radar in this one. He's took 2 or 3 places every single lap, rather than trying to charge through. He's had 2 decent heats already, Alex. For me, if he can get in towards the top 10, that's top 4 for the final, and then you're within half a chance of taking some silverware home.
Yeah, quite very much the case, because Ollie Warner, who's currently sitting in 6th position at the moment, will make that a little bit higher, I would count, because that's now going to be P5 for the number 72, and that has been confirmed to Jensen Chalk, the O-plate, now up into P6. He's had a couple of good races. I mean, the previous one he started down in 20th, now up into the top 10. Harvey Bacon, where on earth did you bring that lap from? As that was a 57.152.
Well, there he is, diving down the inside of Cooper Snedden for 8th place. Some 3 seconds quicker than those around him.
Yeah.
Similar pace to the race leaders, over 8 tenths quicker than Leo Livings right at the front, although Livings has got Butcher for company and maybe going a little bit more defensive into corners.
That beautiful move. Yeah, beautiful move, not just from Chalk, but from Warner. They both got through on Josh Cook, who I spoke to a little bit earlier on, and Cook is fighting back. Jensen Chalk is very, very seasoned when it comes to not just cadet racing, particularly IAMI cadet, but also he's been running in Micromax, he's been running in Mini over in Europe this year.
Harvey Bacon there with the switch back on Josh Cormac, line that one up as well. He's up now into 7th place. Warner, Chalk, Cook and Bacon, all very, very similar. George Swire with a 57.1. He's a second quicker than Cooper Snedden in front. You can see him there joining the back of this train all the way down from 4th place down into the periphery of the top 10.
Yeah, this is just getting really, really close to call. Top 10 covered by 5.9 seconds.
I mean, if you have a look at the sector time, Swire was the quickest on that last lap, but didn't set a faster sector time than anybody else. We had 3 different sector times by 3 different drivers, none of which were George Swire, but overall he was still the fastest.
Yeah, Max Gilman just went purple in sector number 1, 18.16, and that was that was half a second quicker than the top two at the moment. Penalty coming the way for George Swire in the 82. Swire currently running in 10th head of Cody Lepetahel in the number 89. So the Guernsey driver has always been a regular fixture on the BKC, but also has been in the CKC this year as well, if memory serves me correctly. But Harvey Bacon again. Now that lap time was, what was that, a second quicker than the previous lap, I think.
Yeah, the time's really coming down. I think the snow's probably stopped completely now as the track really starts to not dry completely, but at least come to life with these tyres. Harvey Bacon there right on the back of this battle, which is being currently led by Oliver Warner with Murrow behind. Then Bacon's going to sweep all the way around the outside of what appears to be a very slow Jensen Chalk.
That is uncharacteristic. I've never seen anyone do that to Jensen Chalk before, and that was, I'm wondering if there's an engine issue or something like that, because that gap is expanding.
He seemed slow, and Chalk looked to the side almost to allow to let Bacon through. Bacon then now is down the inside of Riley Murrow. So Harvey Bacon up inside the top 5 as they come over the line. Leo Livings leads still from Thomas Butcher with 1 minute left.
Oliver Warner just put in a 55.6. Max Gilman 55.4. The number 50 is on the move. And look at the traffic in front of him.
That's Gilman right at the back of this train in the green cart. The driver from Carr near Maltby in South Yorkshire up into 9th place after 2 top 10 finishes in his heats as well. For me, just doing a bit of mental arithmetic in my head, Warner's going to start on pole. I think Gilman's going to be alongside for this final, unless somebody really has flown under the radar throughout the day. But now you see Warner right on the back of the leading duo. Livings, Butcher and Warner the top 3. A mouth-watering final 2 laps ahead of us here in Micromax.
Butcher has yet to make a move on Livings, and that has been the key determining factor, because look at Warner up the inside through the top part of the boot, holds back a little bit, waits to see what happens. There's a little bit of opposite lock, trying to control that slide out of pit bend, and on to the penultimate lap. Out of 9 we go, lap 8 underway. Top 3 folks covered by just over half a second. Oliver Warner now gets the double toe, side by side with Butcher into Christmas corner. The number 72 from Argenti Motorsport now gets through, and what he wants, what he really wants, is a clean sweep, and he's going to tee it up for Livings, and now Butcher's trying to get back at him. There's Harvey Bacon, and Bacon's looking up the inside of Butcher for P3.
Oh, he's not hanging around at all, is he, there in the KMS car down the inside for... And then we've got a change for the lead as well. Warner's down the inside of Leo Livings. Warner leads then as they head towards the boot for the penultimate time. Harvey Bacon from out of camera shot dives down the inside for second place. This one isn't over yet. Round pit bend for the penultimate time. Last lap board is out then as Warner leads Bacon over the line. Livings, Butcher and Murrow, your top 5 with a lap to go.
Warner has just pulled out 0.6 of a second, and Bacon, the last time around, went sub 18 in the opening sector, fastest of anybody. Butcher's getting challenged by Riley Murrow. Jensen Chalk looks to be firing back on all of the waft on the right-hand side of his cart, but he's battling away with Josh McCormack for 6th position as they make their way into, and that is more than likely
Marlon Fisher, I think, the 81
was running 17th, but Harvey Bacon is now there. Is he going to do the same? He looks to the inside. Warner countered. Now he's countered again into the boot for the final time. Bacon sweeps a little bit wider. Now he's trying to get the undercut, and he's got it with 2 corners to go. Out of the final corner, does Warner have enough? No, he does not. Harvey Bacon snatches it with 2 corners to go on the final lap in the 4th and final Micromax Heat. We knew it was coming, and Bacon just pulled it out of the bag like a rabbit out of a magician's hat.
Superb move from Bacon. Love to see that again, actually, because Warner looked like he was upset with something, although I get the feeling it's frustration. He had to defend on the way in there from Harvey Bacon. Bacon then switched to the outside, took the optimal line, got the cutback, and down the inside, and Harvey Bacon, here we'll see that move again. There was 2 or 3 jinks left and right, no contact on the way in, and then Warner's had to take a much tighter entry down the inside. Harvey Bacon comes through then, and already Warner's conceding defeat as they head towards pit bend. Great from Harvey Bacon. His pace throughout that race was sensational. Hopefully he can take that towards the final, because that, for the first time, Oliver Warner beaten on track here then at Whilton Mill. great effort from Harvey Bacon. Bacon, Warner Livings then the top three, Butcher, Murrow, Cormac, Chalk, Gilman, Cook and Swire, although Swire does have that penalty looming overhead, and that's going to potentially put Cody Le Patrol up into 10th place.
Yeah, Cody Le Patrol I think will be promoted, but that is it for now. What has been a change in the timetable, as we've been duly informed. A big thank you to Championship Coordinator and the main man behind the scenes, Darren Beavers. We're now going to go to a bit of a brief break here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, but now I think it's time to head to the Paddock Show we recorded earlier on today.
He slid out, went into the tile, spun around, I had to go right round the outside.
Driven Dreams take one.
Driven Dream.
This isn't a sport, it's a lifestyle. And it does take over your life.
It feels nerve-wracking and also very exciting.
The entire family has to support this to get to the level that he's at.
If you fear of crashing, there's no point in doing it.
Be able to drive a car that goes 100 miles per hour.
Just add more fear to just send someone down the inside.
It'll be quite physical and exhausting, but I'm going to have to pull through and do it. Obviously, motorsport is the dream job.
I don't know, am I allowed to say anything or not?
No, because then people will find out and use it against us.
Welcome to our Whilton Mill paddock walk. As you can tell, it's quite early in the morning because we've still got a little bit of frost on the ground. The track, however, is nice and warm. We've got some testing going on out there. Joined by Alex Goldschmidt and by Leon Barlow. We're going to have a quick walk around this Whilton Mill paddock, starting in this awning just behind us. I'm going to have a walk over and have a quick chat with this young man. How are you, sir?
Good, thanks, how are you?
Good. I'm very good. Do you like to introduce yourself to that camera? What's your name?
Oscar Kenny.
Lovely. Well, we had sessions yesterday, so you got your practice in the morning, although we did start a little bit late because of the weather. Then we had heat number 1, so how did that go for you?
Good, I went from 12th to 3rd.
And that's random grids, of course, so you're going to have 2 more heats today before your final. What's the hopes in terms of your position? We're trying to get as far forward for that final grid as we possibly can.
Just trying to get into that top 3, so we can get a good position for the final.
Of course, then obviously it's all about taking that silverware home, isn't it, in the IAMI class?
Yeah.
Well, before we hand over to Alex over there, obviously you've got somebody looking after your kart, mum and dad. Anybody you want to say a quick thank you to?
My mummy and daddy for taking so much care.
Lovely, and I'm a big fan of your hat because we've all got them as well.
Yes,
Alex has
we
got
have.
the JKC one
which actually,
over there, and he's found Josh Cook, I believe, to speak to as well.
Yes, one of our many Micromax drivers, actually the biggest grid in the United Kingdom this year, I think, with about 40 plus drivers. So, Josh, firstly, how are you finding it with the Micromax, and how did you get on yesterday?
Good, and the Micromax is a lot more fun because it's a bigger grid and it's a lot faster.
So tell us how you got on with Heat 1 yesterday, young man.
Started P9 because of the random grids. Made my way up to 4th. And then going up to Christmas, I was following Jensen Chalk, and then I felt it pushed from behind and I got sandwiched and it sent me round. But then I made my way back up to 7th.
Yep.
And got fastest lap, but I had a nose cone.
Oh dear, the dreaded nose cones. There's nothing we like there. But Josh, are you hoping to get into that top 5 and get a little trophy to take home with you today after the Winter Cup?
Yeah.
Good luck. So, yeah, Josh Kirk, one of the many 42 Micromax drivers. And the funny thing is, we'll probably have already talked about this during the broadcast anyway, David. Top 30 out of the 4 heats go through to the A Final. And then we have the rest of them, 12 of them, will be battling over the final 4 spots because it'll be a max capacity grid of 34.
Yeah, Micromax, a class that's really just bobbed along for the last couple of years over here in the UK, not really taken off quite as much, and then all of a sudden in the last couple of months it's just burst onto the scene all of a sudden. It seems that everybody's got a Micromax.
Well, Jensen Chalk was one of the runners at the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals in Portimao about 2 to 3 weeks ago, and you know, it's a class that's very much, it's the entry point for the Rotax family, and a lot of people might remember Macaulay Bishop, one of the BKC alumni from the Bambino Kart Club, went out in his second ever meeting internationally at Sarno and finished 2nd. And funnily enough, you want to know who his mechanic was? Darren Beavers.
I was about to say, was it you?
No. I'm an absolute mess behind the tools, to be honest with you. But we're now in the other side of the paddock. A who's who, over 175 drivers. We've just had the, mind your step. That just goes to show when you're walking backwards, you've always got to take care, or do you need some parking
Should we do him
sensors?
a favour by stopping and we'll just head in the first door in that we can?
Yes.
We'll just plough straight in, because I know this young man here, so we'll have a quick chat. Drew Davidson, how are you? Good. So obviously we've had a race day yesterday, which wasn't streamed, so Heat 1, that's already out of the way. You're obviously in that big Micromax class. I've had a quick look at it, didn't quite go to plan by the look of it.
No, we tried to get a hind like first 2 and take like the first 5 or 3, but it never happened for us.
No, so it's going to be very difficult for yourself, I think, now to make that A final. We've already got the B as well, so the aim then just to get into A final, and then your true pace should hopefully show through.
Yeah, hope so.
Wonderful. Well, I've got another young man over here that I want to have a quick chat with, because I know that he's not been feeling overly well. Rhys Owen, I was told yesterday after your first heat you pretty much had to be lifted out of your cart. It's akin to De Vries style at Monza when he'd just done his first Formula 1 race. He had to be lifted out of the machine after your race. Looked to be looking a lot and feeling a lot better today, though.
Yeah, I'm feeling better, thanks. But hopefully we're going to get some good results today, and yeah.
So even yesterday feeling rough as toast, you came through the field and got a fairly decent finish. So today feeling a bit better, the hopes must be good.
Yeah, the hopes are good, and I'm just hoping for better results than yesterday, which is going to be hard to do, but let's try.
Well, Rhys, all the very best. Hopefully throughout the day that you manage to stay fresh and good for the final. Brilliant.
Well, you know what we're going to do, because you are not getting away. You are not getting away, Leon Barlow. No. Now, for anyone that might know, Leon, you had a bit of a, yes, there we go, we're doing Past the Parcel. We're not that far away from Christmas. It's winter, it's blooming cold, but WMKC, you were here just a few weeks ago. Things went well up until the final, so just tell everybody what happened.
Yeah, so the day started really difficult. But then in the final, we found loads of pace. We were right up at the front, battling in the top 5, first time this year. And then the final lap of the race, we were going for 3rd position, and I hit a wet patch in turn 2, went straight on, hit the wall about 50 miles an hour, broke me arm. Well,
at least the main thing is, the good news is the recovery is going to be a lot easier, no surgery required, but yeah. I know you're a bit gutted that you're not going to be out there racing with the lads at X-Kart. Matty Street, you absolute beggar, saying that he's got a heater in there. I hope that burns his back so his jacket has to be peeled off him later on, David.
They're not too far up, we should go and find that heater, shouldn't we?
Yeah, we should, because...
What we'll do is find... Leon, obviously, you know, I've seen from your Facebook page, obviously you've been in hospital quite a lot. You must be, what is it, 12 out of 13 days now that you've been there. So the most important question is your dad pay for parking every day, or has he bought a season pass?
Well, we've been parking down the hill, so we don't have to pay for parking there.
Tighter than a submarine door, your dad is.
The drawstrings on that wallet are definitely very, very tight indeed. Argenti Motorsport, quite a few drivers I know. Ewan Charman, the Charmander, a regular haunt, now is going to be moving up into seniors. Had a quick chat with him. We're not going to go and speak to Ewan because he's full of cold at the moment.
Well,
it is the
fairly
season.
empty as well in there anyway.
I know.
So.
And but Alexander Savinkov, they were, there's a handful of drivers. Ollie Warner that have been quite recently for the Rotax Golden Trophy at Karting Genk in early November. Oh,
I'm going here. Hello, how are you?
Oh, hello.
Now, normally there's two types of people during a paddock walk. There's those that run away immediately, and there's those that pretend to run away but stay somewhere near the camera because they really want to chat. So, hi, how are you?
Good, you?
You were the latter because you followed us pretty much all the way up and just walked and then looked back at the camera again. So, introduce yourself to everybody at Alpha Live.
Hello, I'm Ella Lucia and I'm a MicroMAX driver.
You're one of many MicroMax drivers, of course. Big grid. Did you get a heat yesterday, or are you in the six? Obviously, I know it was only one heat yesterday.
But something was wrong with my engine.
Oh, so we're probably looking at the B Final then, are we? And then trying to progress through that, or do we still got hopes to get in that A?
We've swapped engines now, and now I'm going a bit better.
Well, wonderful. Well, hopefully you can show the same sort of speed that you showed when trying to get away from our camera up here. But all the very best. We're going to try and make our way up to X-Kart because, as we spoke about, they've got a heater.
I've never seen Harry Hurstgrover run so fast in my life to avoid a camera now. He's one of the many people...
He loves a camera as well.
I mean, he tried interviewing me at Rowra for CKC.
Has he not done his hair?
No, it's under the race helmet.
In you go, Alex.
Right, okay.
In you go, Leon. You can take the microphone.
Okay.
Everybody in here.
Hello, Jack Burgess. How are you, buddy?
Good.
So, right, what are you running in this weekend? I think normally we've seen you in the CKC for Minimax, but is that a Micromax engine I spot?
Yeah.
So how did you have a heat yesterday, and did you get on well?
Not really. I dropped from 8th to 20 odd, so...
But did you make a comeback, though? That's the main thing.
I don't know. I can't...
You can't... Well, you've slept since then, Leon. I mean... but obviously, the biggest thing, the Micromax and the Minimax are quite different in terms of the engine. Just explain to the folks at home how different it is from your perspective.
Well, it's a lot slower out the corners, and it's a lot slower down the straights, and the throttle isn't as... it's not have as much throttle.
I've just spotted the name on the radiator cover. If we could just pan around here... Dinky nuts it's got on there. Oh no, the memes are going to start already. Look, David's already started warming himself up. But we're going to have a quick chat with his old man who's busy putting the clips on for the front bumper. Ian, good morning.
Well, good morning.
How you doing?
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, not bad. It's quite interesting to see Jack jump from a Mini this year into a Micro.
Yeah.
How's it been from your perspective? Has it been a little bit easier to work on in terms of the engine?
They're so much easier. You can literally turn it around within 20 minutes.
They do say that Rotax engines are quite simple in terms of their application. But, you know, Jack's had a lot of success this year, particularly at Hooton Park in their IKR series.
Yeah.
What's the goal for you both for this weekend here at the Winter Cup?
A Final.
That's actually a good standpoint because you want to get in. Well, we know what he's capable of. I mean, what he's done in the CKC and Minimaxes.
Top 20. We'll be happy with top 20, I reckon.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot, Ian. Jack, good luck today. Have a good one. I was going to say, David, are you nicely warmed up yet?
I'm toasty now.
Well, that's a good thing. I'm still freezing, even though I've got the long johns underneath these cargo trousers at the moment. But one of the other things is we've got a combination of both rolling and standing starts because, David, we've got the Bambinos because obviously between the last round of the Cadet Kart Championship, there's been an amalgamation between Matty Street and Darren Beavers. So now the BKC, CKC and JKC becomes the Kart Championship. 6 rounds next year from March through to September. And also, it's giving, there's a lot of championships, a lot of IKRs out there. And now what they've decided to do streamline everything for next season. I think that's quite positive for the karting IKL scene.
Yeah, history really being made with this event. The first time that the BKC, CKC and JKC all come together to make the largest championship for effectively what they call kids championships, so drivers up to 15, 16 years old. Really is, history making. We've got 180 entries today. Over 200 people registered for next season already, with some classes already having reserve lists. Here at Whilton, obviously 180 people. We're already at the top end of the paddock. There's loads over there. There's more to see over there as well. It's going to be a really, really exciting season. Obviously, eight classes at the moment, with the option of a ninth coming in as a guest potentially, including Tillotson with their T4 as well. So it's going to be really good to see everything coming through from, that 5-year-old in Coma Bambino, then the IAMI Bambino, which we didn't see last year in CKC, and then obviously with the minis and juniors, JuniorMAX already sold out. Mini, I think, is going to be a transitional season with what we know is happening at a higher level, with the changing kart chassis, but juniors, they've already got their, well into their 34 capacity grid. I think Micromax, with the interest, that's going to end up running potentially with a B Final at most rounds. I think they may well look to open that up, because it's going to be a very, very popular class in 2023.
Leon, what classes are you most looking forward to today here at the Winter Cup?
Well, I think that the MicroMax class is going really good, because obviously it's the biggest class, it's the biggest MicroMax class has ever been. And there's a lot of good drivers in there, obviously moving from Bambinos up to that faster class. So it's looking to be good.
Yeah, I think, you know what, I mean, I started off actually my karting commentary at Rye House, a certain home circuit for 7-time Formula 1 world champion Lewis Hamilton, seeing actually quite a few of the Rye House posse here, like Leo Hunt, Adam Haludi, to name but just a few, but also we've got the MightE Bambinos. Electric motorsport is really it's coming into the fore. We're heading into the 9th season of the FIA Formula E Championship, ETCR, ERA, which is the entry-level Formula 4 style single-seater based out of Zolder. I mean, electric motorsport is really, really gaining traction, isn't it, David?
Yeah, Rotax, obviously, with the E20 as well, really coming into it, in the last couple of years, it's really started to grow. I think we're going to see more and more of it. Obviously, over here in the UK, we've got MightE. There's a couple of other electric-based series as well for people to go into. We know a lot of drivers have actually come through that before finding their feet in the more conventional karting. It gets them into it in a, MightE as well. I think some of them do like arrive and drive and that sort of thing, so you can just turn up, get used to it. I think the main difference is obviously with those electric karts is that you have to be very, very careful when applying the throttle, because similar to like an electric car, the power is instant, whereas with an engine it takes a bit of time to spool up.
I mean, Leon, what's your? I mean, you're a combustion engine guy through and through. What do you, as a driver, think about the fact that we're having an electric revolution within karting, with the Rotax E10 being now unveiled, and they're going to be testing that our Rotax next year. What do you think of the addition, not the replacements, but the addition of electric racing to conventional karting?
Well, I think that obviously lots of cars are turning electric now, and some brands stop making like diesel and petrol cars. So it's obviously going to come. I think it is a good thing, because obviously the future's going to be all electric because of the climate change. So I think it is a good thing, but obviously it's completely different driving compared to everything else.
Yeah, I mean, I've driven the Project E20 myself at Karting Gang, and the first thing through turn 7 off of the main back straightaway, a little bit too much throttle, caught the kart sideways, but yeah, the future looks very, very bright for electric technology. But MightE came on very early with RCE and the BKC back in 2019, and it's been it's been one of those classes that are growing, but I think there's a lot of people that still have that stigmatism that it's going to be like, oh, it's going to constantly go wrong. But Rotax have shown through the E20, and now with the E10 for youngsters as young as 6, which is going to be started testing from next year, is a very, very good thing. And even though I've got a Rotax jacket on, it doesn't mean that I'm biased to it. Yes, I do a lot of commentary on Rotax, but I think also for your experience here, David, the first time to see Bambinos up close and personal is really going to add a nice new dimension for the championship for next year.
I think as well it's going to allow people to effectively join the championship at 6, and hopefully stick with it all the way through for the next 10 years, staying with the same championship. Certainly when we look at the Rotax classes as well, from that, now that Micro has come on board, there really is now a full pathway from getting out of Bambino at 7 into a MicroMax 8, and then basically staying with the same block all the way through then to get into your seniors. I think that's really what now has finally started to allow that class to pick up traction, will become really, really big. And I think for Rotax as a whole, it's going to be a really exciting few years.
And also the fact we have to give a shout out to Jag Engineering, the English Rotax distributor that have just celebrated their 25th anniversary in collaboration with BRP Rotax based over in Austria. And what's more, it's not a bad thing when the English distributor is actually pound for pound the best in the world when it comes to distribution. I mean, they've had record sales this year. The grids have been absolutely brilliant. More Brits are now going over to continental Europe for the Euro Trophy and the B&L, amongst other championships. But Rotax seems to be having a renaissance. Very much the case, David.
Very much so. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use that Rotax power to power my legs down this way, round the next one as we go, just as we talk about that, of course. Obviously, with the changes in terms of chassis sizes as well going through, obviously with the 950 now going to become prevalent in the UK, that's going to certainly aid a lot more with people going over into Europe, because obviously at the moment in cadet classes, certainly in the Hondas, we'll try and squeeze through this gap here if our cameraman can navigate. We're all right. We're walking forward, Alex. He doesn't quite have that luxury, does he, as we head down. But obviously, with the changes in that chassis size, it's going to be allow people from over here in the UK to make their way into Europe far more easily. Obviously, when they go and do the Rotax World Finals anyway, they're on a supplied kit, which makes it nice and fair for everybody. Yeah. But certainly the drivers from over here in the UK that might have been used to running a 900 chassis at the cadet level, they're certainly then not having to transition quite as much when they get, effectively it's a slightly longer chassis, but obviously you've got a slightly bigger rear axle and a vented brake disc as well, which makes it slightly different for those racing.
Yeah, and of course one of the bits of with regards to BKC, we've had the Tillotson T4s with us all season long. They had the Nations Cup, where anyone might have seen a little bit of a rogue kart doing a bit of an iRobot in Valencia, but beside the point, I mean, had a lovely chat with the guys behind the scenes here at Tillotson. So, David, I'll hand it over to you.
I'm going to plough in and talk to the 2022 Tillotson T4 champion.
Go for it.
Owen Spears. He's over here with the red coat. He's going to have to turn round because I'm about to shove a microphone in his face. Owen, first of all, tell us about 2022. Successful, of course, for yourself.
Yeah, did well this year. Won a lot of the rounds, so yeah.
Took the championship with it, collected that last weekend at the presentation. Now, Tillotson T4, a growing class within the UK. Tell us a little bit about it, obviously. I'm assuming this is your machine for the day. If not, you're just doing some spannering on it, but nonetheless, the engine still the same. So tell us a little bit about the Tillotson T4.
Yeah, it's a really good handling car. The power's good, all around, good package.
So 4-stroke engine, of course. I was stood down listening to them going out and looking at them, you're expecting a 2-stroke sound out of them, and when they all pulled away with that throaty 4-stroke roar, it took me a little bit by surprise. First time I've seen them. Power-wise, I know you've obviously done well this season, but going into next year, I believe that you've obviously done this year on a higher chassis. Next year you've gone all out and got one for yourself, so looking to defend that championship, I assume.
Yes. Yeah.
Owen, thank you very much. I'm going to throw this one back to Alex and Leon. Leon's got the microphone, so he's going to do the walking and the talking as we head back down the hill towards the start of the paddock here at Whilton. So I believe at some point we want to try and see if we can get all the way down to see if we can speak to Mark Baines, who has disappointed us, we must say. Yes. We were expecting to see him dressed a little bit more appropriately for the Winter Series, and by that I mean I expected him to be dressed as Santa, or at the very least an elf, or Mrs. Claus I would have preferred for Mr. Baines. But we'll try and make our way down there. If we can find a driver or two on the way down, that Leon can stick the microphone in the face on.
Yeah, well, the thing is, it's been a usual haunt. I mean, Jake Sanson, who's currently with the Indian Racing League over in Hyderabad this weekend. Good luck, Jakey boy. He's been on the Winter Cup with me. I actually nearly burst his eardrums one night.
But it's not snowing over there, Alex.
Oh, no. It's more than a little bit toasty. A bit toastier than the X-Kart awning, I might have to hasten to add. but
Not
yeah,
where I was sat.
No. You were like, I was waiting for you to get the roast chestnuts and the marshmallows out. And
Almost had to take my coat off.
Oh dear, that would have been a worrying sight for you folks at home. But Mark always had the tradition. Well, it's not just him that's here. His son's here as well, Jordan Baines, who's been working a lot with Jensen Chalk, who's competed over the UK, but also every single time he's tried qualifying for the Rotax Grand Finals, he's been that close, but then finally got his ticket. Quite a few drivers from the UK, like Kenzo Craigie, like Albert Friend, and a whole host of others have been competing. Right. Hello, Max Gilman, how are you?
Good, thank you.
So, when was the last time we spoke to each other? I think it was the Golden Trophy at Kart in Genk about a month ago, would it?
Yes.
So how you been getting on?
Really good. We've been having some good racers out there.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What are you hoping for? You hoping for the W?
Yeah.
Good man, good luck. Yeah, Max Gilman, one of the youngsters. Right. Leon, let's hand it over to you. Yeah, Leon can do an interview for a change.
I'm here with Josh Rushkin, a Micromax driver. How did yesterday go?
It went all right. I got kind of sandwiched, but I think it went all right for me.
Where are you expecting to finish today?
I don't really know. I'm hoping to get into the A final, so about 8th or higher.
How are you finding this new Micromax? Because I believe it's slower than what you drove last year. So how are you finding that?
It's all right. It's just the restricting that they've done with it. I don't really like it.
Yeah, I've been told it's a slower acceleration, which is strange, but yeah.
Well,
another one.
what I've done is, I know Bambino.
Welcome back, everybody, to the afternoon action here at the Kart Championship Winter Cup. Alex Goldschmidt and David Sullivan in the box. David, through the fact that we have had a curtailing of the third set of heats, obviously Micromax have had all 4 heats, so we will have a B final. The schedule is as follows. We're due to have Tillotson T4, I believe, very, very shortly. C50 will be out, and then we'll have the Micromax B Final coming up, where the top 4 will progress to the A Final that will conclude the racing action at about 2:45 local time here in the UK. We'll then have MightE Bambino, Minimax, Junior Rotax, Cadet 200 and Iame M1 before Micromax. So a very shrewd decision, I would have to say, by race director Dan Ashton and the Kart Championship main man Darren Beavers.
Yeah, absolutely. We were running that risk of us running out of time at the end of the day and then having some finals and then not others. So we've made the decision to remove the third heats and then go straight then into our finals, with the exception of Micromax. They'll have a B final. That'll be third on the final agenda. So it will be Tillotson T4 first. Their carts have been waiting down there throughout the entire lunch break. Juniors, they go off the front, I believe. Alex O'Keefe, Burke, James Treacy and Jensen O'Neill will go as the top 3 in that class. Evan Stapleton will be leading the way for the rest of them. Then it'll be John Nuttall, Dean Power, Mount West, Owen Spears, Robbie Boot, Samuel Johnson, Owen Roberts, Peter Balassa and Alistair Tinker.
Yeah, so the snow, we did have that a little bit earlier on today, but that has significantly subsided. So it is the Tillotson T4 Final. All finals from this point onward will be now 9 minutes plus an additional lap. So the reason for the timetable switch is to allow for the fact that we will have every single race will be able to have approximately 10 minutes of racing and a little bit of a window of opportunity for any false starts, any clear up operation, as we've just had a spin coming out of the pit lane. That looks to possibly be Jensen O'Neill. It might have been possibly one of the drivers. Just trying to pick out the number. That might have been the number 13 that's just had a moment. There we go. So I saw a lesser spotted Peugeot just a second ago.
Is it 106? 205?
405.
Oh. was going to go.
No. It's the little tiddy one that looks like a
Citroen
C1. Yes, number association and getting it wrong every single step of the way. So it looked like it was Keith Burke in the number 13. Now, just for those folks at home, with both MightE and Tillotson T4, the timing will not necessarily reflect what's going on track. I have had a chat with Darren Beavers during the lunch break that sometimes the transponders are not fully functioning, so they are aware. So we will look at what is going on the screens, as you folks will be doing so at home.
Juniors then lead us round for the Tillotson T4. That's why there's only 3 of them in the background there. The seniors coming through. Effectively 2 races in one. Get a freebie in this one. The juniors, though, should come through. They've taken the green. They're away and racing already by the look of it. Then the lights go red and then they'll extinguish once again. As it's a good start then by the 13 of Keith Burke. He was in 3rd place. He's already up to 2nd and looking to make a move down towards Christmas. There's not enough of a gap though, and he ends up a little bit squirrely on entry. James Tracy trying to get back through. Owen Spears down the inside, starting in 7th place in this final. He is up to 4th by the look of it already. Great move down the inside into Christmas corner. Speaking to him during the in the lunch break, said that these wet tyres and Maxxis ones are they're very strange. You can actually use them in the dry, and it doesn't take a huge amount out of them.
Yeah.
You know, in the slippy conditions, they're not brilliant. He says that he needs to be full wet or full dry. When it's quite slippy, he says they're not perfect. He's not a huge fan.
John Nuttall leading the senior T4 contingent. Battle really showcasing between Malk West, who has got past Evan Stapleton for 2nd position, but both the top 2 in seniors. Oh, that was a great bit of avoidance from Evan Stapleton as Malk West just literally right hand down, full chat, and Stapleton nearly had to jump out of his race suit after that one.
Nuttall went so wide round the final corner as Keith Burke gets a penalty. Yeah, Nuttall so wide round that if this was the go-karts in 90s show Funhouse, he could have easily collected his token off the barrier.
With Pat Sharp and his dodgy mullet. The number 32, Malk West, runs wide coming out of Ashby, so Stapleton gets through for 2nd position in the senior class, but Jensen O'Neill leading by just under 9/10 of a second in the junior T4 class at the moment. I am just running. This is the thing, I'm trying to still get used to the new look for alpha timing for both results and live timing. It's live.alphatiming.co.uk/BKC. Evan Stapleton now has a penalty thrown his way. And Evan Stapleton has just put in the fastest lap of the race, 54.862 seconds, and went purple in sector 2. James Tracy going through on Keith Burke through Christmas corner for 2nd in the juniors.
Out at the front, Jensen O'Neill going, who was leading the way overall, in fact, at the in heat number 2 before his kart pretty much expired, crossing the line well down the order as he pretty much dragged that kart home with under half power. Stapleton set the fastest lap on the previous lap, although we know there's a penalty incoming. Wonder if it's for anything on that final corner we saw on the previous lap. We haven't seen anything else, but obviously we only get the screen here in the commentary box. Senior leaders though now, Alex, right on the back of the juniors.
Oh, this is going to get hairy very, very quickly.
And Stapleton is reeled in Nuttall. Stapleton there will need to get past, and assuming that the penalty's 5 seconds as they go either side of Keith Burke, threading their way through. Nuttall could take advantage and get through. Around the outside goes Stapleton. Stapleton, assuming that penalty will be +5 for something, he needs to get through and disappear off into the distance if he still wants to take that trophy home.
Yeah, well, Nuttall has, that's the number 46 running a little bit wide. That's Tracy.
I don't think he had much choice though, as Nuttall was coming through.
Malk West decided to fire it up the inside, going through into Wilkins. Crossover attempt happening. Nuttall closes the door for Stapleton into the boot with 5 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Nuttall has been on an absolute tear with regards to the fastest lap. Drifts wide at the top of the boot. Stapleton up the inside through pit bend. Crossover happens. The pair are going to be side by side. Stapleton runs wide and Nuttall is just behind the number 55. That was teed up nicely by Evan Stapleton. He had so much confidence, so much momentum in that exchange.
Owen Spears is in front of the 33, although struggling to... That's Dean Power. He's showing us 2 laps down, but he's right in the mix there. So once again, I think we could have a timing issue.
Yeah, that is going to be down to the transponders, so we will be concentrating as much as we can on the screens as you lot are at home. And a big thank you to the over 430 people that are currently watching the Alpha Live YouTube channel, showing your support for your respective drivers that you're cheering on. Sinead O'Hara saying, go on, Evan, number 55 up the Irish. And that is
Dean Power going very, very wide.
Ooh. You know what, there's some charlatans outside this commentary box, aren't there? And I definitely recognise that voice. You've been warned, Harry Hurst Grover. Evan Stapleton at the moment is really hustling along. Well, he's behind Owen Spears because Spears has actually gotten ahead of him. So Spears has really made a very, very good run at the moment. But Evan Stapleton has got the fastest lap in his pocket, 53.959 seconds so far.
Yeah, John Nuttall in second is not showing once again on timing. He's showing down in 10th place, but he is in second. Owen Spears then looks to be up to third then, with the 32 of Mount West now behind. So Spears closing in, managing to find a way through. Rest of the field still quite tightly packed as they make their way into the boot with 3 minutes and 25 seconds remaining of this 9+1 final.
Yeah. And that infamous rumble. Oh, right. Are you seeing? Now, there's a little bit of snow falling from the sky again.
Not again.
I mean, when Leon took over, as we're now going to see some exchanges, that's the 64 of Alistair Tinker and the 93 of Samuel Johnson. Both managing to get past Keith Burke in the process, and that snow is coming down again. We thought there wasn't going to be any sort of snow making a resurgence, but the weather gods upstairs have decided otherwise.
Well, I think that means that the decision to cancel the third heats was absolutely bang on by Mystic Darren Beavers, who obviously could see into the future.
Oh, there was a send just in the boot there, and those snowflakes look a little bit more substantial than the flurry we saw earlier on today.
Mount West has found a way back past Owen Spears then, with the 33 of Dean Power, who went off onto the grass at the boot 2 laps ago, right on the back of this one.
Yeah, Jensen O'Neill going has just set the fastest lap of the race once again, and he's obviously the timing doesn't reflect what you are seeing on your screens at the moment, as the number 93 of Samuel Johnson really hustling along Alistair Tinker and the number 64 as we head into the final 2 minutes of the race itself. And Owen Spears now is still trying to get past Mount West. They've got the number 33 of Dean Power, so a three-way scrap here going through into Osiers.
Heading down towards the boot, Spears not close enough this time. In fact, behind the 33 of Power, probably a little bit closer, though. Spears carries a huge amount of speed on the way in, closes right up on the back of Mount West, might have an opportunity heading up towards Christmas Corner. He's right into the slipstream because Dean Power's going to help push him along as well. This is the battle for the final step on the podium as the 93 of Johnson is round. Looks like that's in the into the boot.
I think he might be out of the race as well because he was pulling the cart away from the racetrack as well. So Samuel Johnson not having the best way to end out his 2022 Tillotson T4 campaign here at the Winter Cup. But this battle could very soon have another new challenger, because not too far behind the number 33 of Dean Power is one driver waiting in the wings, and that driver is closing hand over fist, trying to catch the number that might have been Peter Balassa and the number 51 as we head into the final 3/4 of a minute plus an additional lap.
O'Neill sets the fastest lap of the race, immediately eclipsed them by Evan Stapleton, although they are in two different classes. The 64 of Tinker closing in on the back on these three in front. The final step on the podium, Stapleton's going to take that. Then we've got Nuttall behind, although showing down on timing. Not sure how far back they are, because we know Stapleton might need to open up that 5 seconds, because we think there's a penalty incoming for your race leader on track. So really, Nuttall just needs to stick with. Then there's the battle for the final step on the podium, which could go any one of 4 ways here, Alex, between West, Spears, Power and Tinker. Tinker closing in on the back of this. All it's going to take is one overtaking opportunity from one of these three, and Tinker's going to be right in the mix. Last lap board out there already for Jensen O'Neill going. He's already over the line. Your leading junior by some margin as well. Leading, and then it's got 4.5 seconds back to Evan Stapleton, your leader in the senior class.
Yeah, as the number 33, Dean Power, really closing in on Owen Spears. And this rumble going through Fine Lady and up Manuel's Bank into Christmas Corner for what is going to be the 11th and final lap, as Jensen O'Neill going will be nearly halfway through the 1,200 metre layout here at Whilton Mill. And there is O'Neill going. Now making his way down the short chute in towards the boot for what is going to be the final time. The top 3 will be given trophies in the Tillotson T4 classes, and everyone else, it will be top 5 will get some silverware. But O'Neill going nearly sideways out of the final corner, and he celebrates and slows to a crawl in the right way, not the wrong way like we saw in the Heat 2. Evan Stapleton will pick up provisionally the title of Winter Cup champion here at Whilton Mill. But Malk West is going to best Owen Spears, and you can see the resignation on his face and also his body language as he came across the line. But Jensen O'Neill going and Evan Stapleton are provisionally your 2022 the Kart Championships Tillotson T4 Junior and Senior respective champions, pending judicial and sporting checks. They are all provisional. We will keep you updated as when we find out.
Well, what I was doing at the end of that one, as soon as Evan Stapleton came over the line, I was counting 1, 2 to see how far John Nuttall was back, because we know that he's down in certain times in terms of timing, because he wasn't picking up for a few laps. I think he was within 5 seconds. It depends on how severe the penalty is that will be applied to Evan Stapleton for whatever indiscretion was for that penalty that came up. But certainly in the junior class, provisionally at least, Jensen O'Neill is going to the top step of the podium here at Whilton Mill for the BKC, CKC and JKC Winter Cup.
As the iPhone of Doom is being prepared here at the Chicken Run for checking for front-fairing penalties. But now we go on to our next final. It's Coma C50 Bambino up next. So as the snow starts to make its presence felt once again here at Whilton Mill, let's take you through the grid for Coma C50 Bambino, the final for the Winter Cup. Harry Chapman and Toby Biggs will be on the front row, with Rex Michael Pooley and Mason Hibbert row 2. Joshua Bailey and Theo Poyser tied on points, but the former gets the benefit of the doubt based on lap time. Tommy Climo and Noah Smith, Mason Munster and Jack Daniels ran out the top 10. Sophia Page and Logan Hodgetts ran out the top 12. Dewey Hockridge, Oliver Daniels, Riley Aston Wilkins, Leo Hunt and Adam Haludi round out the grid, as they are now released from the dummy grid. And the funny thing is, well, we had a wonderful little chat about nearly getting mowed down in the pit lane, and some of the helpers or mechanics nearly got a taste of that just now.
Well, the Bambinos certainly aren't hanging around, are they? As soon as they were told to go, they were out of that dummy grid, making their way round. Then the parents and helpers will be getting themselves into position, as looks like a few of them are racing already here, Alex, as they make their way around. Obviously got to get some temperature into those tyres as they make their way round to the grid. Standing start then for our Coma C50 Bambinos.
Well, that snow, that snow is coming back with a vengeance, folks. And what that again means is that we have this weather shift, David, like we had earlier on, where, I mean, when we were seeing it with the C50s a little bit earlier on, I mean, we had a consistent snowfall for probably the best part of 90 minutes or so before it subsided into obscurity. And now it's come back with a little bit of a vengeance, like saying, well, we're going to make this the Winter Cup, folks.
Well, the good thing is during the 20-25 minutes that we got out of the commentary box during lunchtime, it had stopped. And as soon as we came back in, it started again. It's almost like we've controlled this. But it definitely wasn't snowing while we were outside.
Darren's been paying the man upstairs, hasn't he?
Well, only because he wants a nice picture for the BKC Christmas card this year.
Yeah,
He's going to get a nice snowy Whilton Mill one.
We're going to have to give a shout out to Stu Stretton, who's been a very, very busy man. Stu Stretton Photography, with the likes of Matt Plum, Josh East, amongst others, have been touring around the country. But now the grid is being cleared for the final time for C50 Bambinos. 9 minutes set on the clock. The grid is in position. The green flag waves at the back. The 5-second board goes out for the Winter Cup as we are waiting for the red lights to go out. And they do now. That was a long hold there, as the drivers bouncing up and down in their seats, as it is Toby Biggs that got a very, very good start in comparison with the rest of the field. Harry Chapman in second place as they come through Oblivion and Crook through Fine Lady for the opening tour. But yeah, I mean, the way that Toby Biggs just absolutely nailed the start, but Chapman's already looking up the inside through into Christmas Corner, has to back out of it. It's a little bit of jostling for position between, I think, Mason Hibbert and Rex Michael Pooley in the E-plate and the number 31.
Your two heat winners then are your two leaders on the opening lap as they head down towards Ashby's, Biggs and Chapman. The top two, although Biggs has managed to get a good run round Ashby's because he was closed in all the way on that run up, and Chapman had half a thought. Oh! There's contact in the middle, is there, or is there just a spin there from Rex Michael Pooley?
It might have been the undulations on the
yeah, I don't think there was. I think the driver on the outside tried to cut back in before he went on the grass. Pooley saw it and then obviously had to snatch the steering wheel to the right. And Rex Michael Pooley, one of the favourites to get on the podium here in this final here at Whilton Mill, has got a lot of work to do, even to salvage a top 5.
Yeah, that was very, very close. I mean, I'm just watching it back because I've actually got the YouTube stream going. But
sorry, Alex, just changed for the lead there round the final corner. Harry Chapman got a great run round pit bend, got the run on Toby Biggs, crossed the line, a tenth and a fraction in front. And Harry Chapman will lead as they're 3 wide up the hill.
That was Climo to the outside, Hibbert, Climo to the inside, Hibbert to the outside.
Climo's got them both.
And Poyser was piggy in the middle on that exchange, but great spatial awareness. Nearly a dip into the ditch there for Hibbert, going out of Christmas Corner on the run down to Inkermans. Oh, hang on a second. The number 12, Poyser's left. Look at the left rear of the back bumper.
Yeah,
that is slightly askew. That looks like it's nearly dragging, but it isn't quite.
Yeah, I don't think it's popped out, has it? I think that it might have just had maybe a bent bumper bolt, something like that.
Yeah.
Just causing it to drop down at the side. Not dragging and certainly not coming out, but certainly one that will be watched out there at a number of marshals' posts. 9 of them, of course, here at Whilton Mill. So plenty of observers out there on track as we've got a spin in the background. Rex Michael Pooley has another spin, trying hard to get back onto the leaders after the excursion on lap number 2. Trying too hard and has a spin into the boot.
As Bailey on Hibbert, tried to go round towards the outside, gets a nice little undercut coming out of Crook and into Fine Lady. But Mason Hibbert shuts the door, the E-plate champion. Number 81 looking to try and possibly, is lining it towards the outside, goes towards the inside. Hibbert runs wide. Now the crossover occurs once again between Hibbert and Bailey, but Hibbert still keeps that position. Right behind them, look at Jack Daniels, the leading novice, and the number 16 really closing in, and could get a run on the pair of them, including the E-plate champion.
Well, if we're handing trophies out for the top 5, Alex, then he may well be taking 2 home at this rate, up into 7th place. Hibbert and Bailey battling in front, and Daniels is coming in to join this one. He was a second and a bit faster than Hibbert on the previous lap. Bailey was quicker than both of them, but now with that car in front is slowing to the pace of that in front. He needs to find a way through on Hibbert because he's certainly got the pace, but at the moment unable to show it because he can't get past the E-plate.
And now he might nearly do so because he used the curbing through pit bend. Hibbert defends going into Oblivion. Daniels looking to seize the opportunity through Oblivion and Crook. The 3 of them were line astern, and now a good run by Bailey coming out of Crook, going through Fine Lady up Manuel's Bank towards Christmas Corner. Now, Bailey looked to the inside. He does briefly stick his nose out, but Hibbert was able to anticipate that. And then we've got the recovering Rex Michael Pooley, who's had 2 dramas in the opening, what is it, just over 4 minutes of this race, and now he's in contention, and it's round for Jack Daniels through Ashby, and that is
Noah
the 8.
Smith
And
as well.
Noah Smith, the 88, and now it's 3 abreast. Oh my goodness, Bailey just gets swamped. Hibbert was to the inside.
Well, he got swamped, and then he's come back through, actually, Alex, from out of nowhere. Looked like he was losing 2 places. Gained 1 because they swept round the outside.
Yes.
Bailey keeps his foot in. Might end up losing it back to Hibbert, actually, as they head down towards the boot. But superb driving from Joshua Bailey.
Yes, and
it's not over yet.
Pooley's being squeezed.
Not over yet.
Through the boot they go, 3 wide, and once again Mason Hibbert has the presence of mind as we got 5 minutes down, 4 to go. The snow is really, really hitting the circuit hard. The flurry has turned into a deluge, and these 3 don't give 2 rats about. They don't give 2 cents about the snow. They're just giving 2 cents about the racing. And what's more, Rex Michael Pooley has got past Hibbert and Bailey and has pulled away.
Now he's starting to open up a gap, but he's got 9 seconds to close in at the very least on Theo Poyser in front. Still with 3.5 minutes, so 4 laps or so potentially, because our leaders are further down the road. But it's going to take quite an effort from Rex Michael Pooley to close in on 4th place. The top 3 as it stands then, Chatsman, Biggs and Clemo will be heading towards the podium. Joshua Bailey and Mason Hibbert. Bailey gets the head down behind the steering wheel, trying to will absolutely everything out of that car. It's fairly clear to me, Alex, that Hibbert in a straight line has got a bit of a power advantage.
He's just had a wobble at the top part of the boot.
Almost looked there as if he saw the 81 of Bailey and just got scared out of position for ever so slightly as he thought Bailey was coming down the inside. Bailey is quick around the corners, there's no doubting that, but in a straight line, certainly without the slipstream, although you'll see now as alongside draws Joshua Bailey.
This has echoes of Senna v Mansell all over it. They were literally about 1.5 inches away from each other's sidewalls, but Bailey gets through on Hibbert.
91 Catalunya, was that?
Yes, that was Williams Renault versus McLaren Honda way back when Mansell was pushing for the title in both years. But Hibbert got a good run going into Ashby, but now they've got the number. That's the 88, and that is Noah Smith. Noah Smith closed up by nearly 2.6 seconds. So Noah Smith has been on an absolute tear. Rex Pooley has just taken out 2 seconds out of Theo Poyser and is gunning for 4th.
Just had confirmation that they've had an assessment of the 12 of Theo Poyser. The rear bumper, whilst down at the side that we picked up, is deemed to be okay. So as it stands, 4th place is comfortable then for Theo Poyser, as there's a bit of snap oversteer there for Mason Hibbert as Noah Smith draws alongside. Long way round the outside, but if he can keep his foot in, he's going to be on the inside. And that could open the door for Joshua Bailey to come through as well. Bailey's going to take advantage, is he? Noah Smith's going to hold on by the skin of his teeth. And Mason Hibbert is down 2 places unless he can go round the outside, and he does into Christmas corner.
My goodness me, 60 seconds on the clock remains in the Coma C50 Bambino final here at the Kart Championship Winter Cup. And again, well, they're just getting past the number 24.
Mason Hibbert spins, and so does Joshua Bailey. Both of them out of contention for the top 5 here. Mason Hibbert spun by himself. Joshua Bailey in evasive action and with a fair bit of sympathy as well. Spins out of contention.
Yeah, but Harry Chapman leading the way by a whopping 12.3 seconds. 25 seconds on the clock remain. We've got the number 74 of that is Logan Hodgetts just going through shot. But yeah, I mean, let's see if we can pick up our leader, who is about a third of the way through the lap. There are now the recovering Hibbert and Bailey. They're just trying to get past Oliver Daniels once again as the timer hits 0. Next time around, Harry Chapman, who's been embroiled in the thick of it, battling away with William Crombie a little bit earlier on today, is now going to see the sign that he'll want to see, and that is the final lap of the 2022 Winter Cup here at Whilton Mill. 1,200 metres for this young driver to negotiate to cap off a 2022 season in style.
As the snow continues to come down here then at Whilton Mill, Chapman with a 12-second lead. Some lap traffic in front to navigate though for your race leader. Has to do this safely, has to do it cleanly. He's probably just going to be driving as he does every other lap. The nervous ones, Alex, they're going to be mum, dad, mechanic, helpers, whoever's down there with Harry Chapman as he leads through Inkermans, down the hill then towards Ashby's. It's Sophia Page in front of him. She's second place in the novice class. Jack Daniels leading the way in that one. Round the outside, sweeps Harry Chapman to come through on that lap traffic. Looks like now it's going to be a clear run round the final few corners. Ozias to negotiate, and then it's just going to be the boot for the yellow helmeted 32 of Harry Chapman as he heads down to the final complex of corners. Doesn't even have a look over his shoulder to make sure there's no one with him. Just driving as he wants to. The gap's out to well over 15 seconds. It's been safe. It's been assured from Harry Chapman. It's been majestic from Harry Chapman, and he's going to take the 2022 BKC Winter Cup here at Whilton Mill.
Dominance personified by the number 32, as Sophia Page will be 13th in the classification, but will be our second highest placed novice, and we have a lengthy wait, but it's going to be the number 66 of Toby Biggs that will take the runner-ups. No, it's not. It's the Southwestern champion, Tommy Klimo, that takes second place. Toby Biggs in third, and it's going to be Theo Poyser with that bumper still hanging on by a washer. And yeah, Toby Biggs had a bit of a big drama, maybe because of the excess of snow now hitting the circuit. 1 minute 23 on the last lap. Rex Michael Pooley was storming his way. He got to within 2.5 tenths of Theo Poyser, and we do get a mechanical black flag, but for Noah Smith. But Noah Smith crosses the line to finish 8th behind top novice. And according to Mr. Bacon on YouTube, the best name of the day, Mr. Jack Daniels.
Still a final few runners to come through though. As they head down the chicken run, we get to see the 32 of Harry Chapman. He's going to be directed onto the weighbridge. All of our drivers obviously having to make that minimum weight as the rest of the field is sent down into the paddock as the snow continuing to come down, probably about as much as we've had it actually here.
Yeah,
Alex, although later on in the day it's starting to some of the grass is not quite as white as it was, certainly there on the outside of the boot, as we've seen a few drivers going off.
Yeah, we've also seen it at the top of Christmas Corner in Inkermans. But up next, it's one more chance. It's the Micromax B Final up next.
The final shootout then for the final 4 places on the grid, places 31 through to 34 for our MicroMax runners. We'll await the grid up on the screen, but we expect there to be around about 12 of them going for that final 4 places. For me, Alex, the B finals are really where the entertainment comes for me,
yes,
because not only is it all about the race, but there's a little bit of desperation from the drivers because they want to be in that final showdown at the end of the day, because MicroMax will close the show here at Whilton Mill. Fraser Anderson then goes off pole position with David Richardson for company. Drew Davidson and Daniel Ferguson, Alfie Mayer and Logan Rolfe are on row number 3. Then it's Ellis Child, Soren Gallagher, Kieran Stewart and Lewis Herbertson. Your 10 runners, 4 of which will go through to the final race of the day.
Yeah, so just under a 50% chance of making it through, and that snow is really, really up. You know what? We have to say hello to Bella Stansmore-Wilson. She's just popped up in chat, one of the many Driven Dreams drivers who've had, well, 16 have been followed for Season 1. Season 2 coming soon. And you've already seen the trailer for Driven Dreams Season 1, which I have to say looks absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's great to be a part of it as well, and great that it's going to be expanded as well into 2023 with the merger, for obviously, of BKC and CKC. Entries for that will open in the coming weeks, so keep an eye out of that on the social pages if you want to be one of the drivers, and ultimately families as well, because there is more that goes into this racing than just the pilot in the seat. You know, if you want to become part of that Driven Dreams series, we saw the trailer at Kartmania and the show after that for our presentation evening, which was held at the Wing at Silverstone. And it's going to be great, Alex. I can't really have words to describe it. I think when it all goes together, it was a rough edit we saw last week, and even that was exciting. We can't wait for that to go live. We're still waiting for 100% on what platform that's going out on, but it will be on TV at some point in the early part of 2023. And by then, I imagine we'll already be filming for the year after.
Yes, indeed. The Micromax B Final. 4 coveted spots to get through into the A Final to close the Winter Cup. We have got a full start on our hands.
I think we had a spin,
yes, I think we both spotted that at the same time. Like, there was a little bit of a moment going through the apex points of Pit Bend. So again, the green flag with the yellow chevron is now shown. So these drivers are going to get a second bite of the cherry. And it looks like we've only got 9 drivers that will be battling for the 4 spots.
Missing Ellis Child by the look of things. No 88 out for the for this B Final.
Yeah, and again, with these conditions, it has tested everybody. Doesn't matter your skill set, doesn't matter your age bracket. Everyone is in the same boat, irrespective of class and engine that is, or electric propulsion system that is bolted to the right-hand side of yourself on the kart. But we are hopefully going to get underway with the second time of asking.
Left if it's a Honda.
Yes, well put. You see, even I have moments of, well, Freudian slips, let's say. Stanley Clark, who said on his social media was going to be here this weekend, pulled out due to illness. Get well soon, Stanley. We'll see you in 2023. But now, the Micromax B Final. Let's see if the second time we get underway. The revs rise, and the lights have gone out for 9 minutes as the field makes its way through. Fraser Anderson looks to be leading the way. Possibly as, the number 14, Soren Gallagher, has just gone around and has beached on the curbing. But now there's going to be a battle for the lead. Looks like Drew Davidson has just gone through on pure waft alone. Up the inside of maybe Fraser Anderson is trying to get past. And there's been a little bit of a carambolage coming out of Christmas Corner. Daniel Ferguson was sideways.
Logan Rolfe with the assistance.
And Kieran Stewart has just done a 360.
Top 3 breaking away at the moment. Anderson has managed to wrestle the lead back from Drew Davidson. Behind them as well comes the 15, and Davidson spins down there into Osiers. The 15 of Mayer has to take evasive action round the outside. Both of them are outside of the top 4 at the moment. Davidson, who looked to be comfortable in second place, gets on the brakes a little bit too much down there into Osiers and wraps the back end round the front and takes Alfie Mayer with. No contact between the two of them, but Mayer, evasive action on the grass and really, really slow. It looks like Davidson's had another excursion into the boot as well.
Yeah, sometimes when you hit the brakes a little bit too hard in these difficult conditions, it won't necessarily be the brakes that spin you around. It's basically because of the fact that the tyres are sliding. Even though they're wet weather tyres with the blocks and the treads, you can still have a mare when you're actually hitting those brakes hard. It just snaps the back around and you've got no warning.
David Richardson then takes up the challenge of our race leader, Fraser Anderson. So it's Anderson, Richardson, Ferguson and Rolfe, the top 4 at the moment. Herbertson, Mayer, Stewart, Davidson and Gallagher. Mayer still in with a chance, albeit needs to close 3 seconds in off the back of Ralph in this 9-minute plus 1 lap B Final. The top 2 comfortable. And this for me is where the excitement, the dynamic comes in here, is that for one place, do you go all out for the win in this B final, or do you have a comfortable run to second? It's only going to be the difference between 31st and 32nd, but it's the difference between taking that win in that B final. It's a confidence boost as much as anything. Rhys David Richardson then closing in on the back of Fraser Anderson at the front.
You could look at it two ways. If you're at the back end of the grid, if anything kicks off in front of you, you've actually got foresight. You can look and see what's happening and react instinctively to that. So not necessarily winning the... Okay, now we're seeing a change for the lead, so a good move there by Rhys David Richardson, who on the last lap set the fastest lap of anybody, 1:06.5. You could use that to your advantage, use it strategically as sideways from Fraser Anderson going through Inkermans. Richardson runs a little bit wide out of Ashby, but a lot of people have been doing that all the way through the day. And I can't blame them, especially with the fact that the traction is at a premium. Again, Fraser Anderson is using the old adage of drifting the cart into the corners, particularly in Osiers on that occasion. And sometimes in these weather conditions, even though you might look like you're out of control, these drivers have got really, really good racecraft, and they'll have learnt about this on the fly.
You'll see as well, certainly in these weather conditions, how minimal the steering input is until it's needed.
Yeah.
And then after that, you know, there's as much steering with the throttle as they are with the steering wheel. You see there, just a minimal amount of steering input on the way out. Just level it up, get the power down for Daniel Ferguson in third place, making that run up towards Christmas Corner. You see barely any steering input, letting the tyres do the work, letting the tyres slide in these damp weather conditions here at Whilton Mill. And I think he could well be even closing in on Anderson in front. Anderson dropped 1.3 seconds off the back of Rhys David Richardson on that previous lap. At the same time, Ferguson took 3.5 tenths out of Anderson in second place. The gap was 2.3 seconds between the two drivers battling it out over second and third respectively. Neither of them really need to overreact at all. They're heading towards that A final at the end of the day as it stands.
Yeah, and these results will be confirmed by what we see with the grids a little bit later on for the Micromax A Final, due to take place at about 2:45 local time here in the UK, here at Whilton Mill. As now Rhys David Richardson again goes quicker, and look at the gap he's pulled over Fraser Anderson. It was a 1:05.469. Gap now 2.5 seconds.
Another 1.4 then for Rhys David Richardson at the front of this one. Bear in mind, them tyres are going to have to do another race as well.
Yes.
Although they are, with it being open on wets, it's not like they're committed to that single set of slicks. But nonetheless, probably doesn't want to be taking too much out of those tyres if he needs to use them again, so might be getting one or two hand signals from the pit wall on the way through, just to, you know, let him know that he's got quite a comfortable gap, doesn't need to push too much. But then there's that case then, is if you ease off too much, that, you know, generally with racing drivers, if you ease off too much, the concentration level drops as well. That's when you start having problems. Sometimes it is better to keep pushing to a certain extent rather than ease off completely.
I think also you could, for those watching, you could probably hear the difference in the variance of exhaust notes when Richardson was coming through Ashby, and that's the throttle modulation. So they'll lift off, as David said, let the tyres do a little bit of the steering just to help rotate the cart through, and then use the throttle to kick that back end into where they need it to be. And now this is then, just keeping an eye on this one. That's the 32. That's Logan Rolfe, and there is the recovering Alfie Mayer
for the final place in that A final.
Yeah, so good to see that these drivers are closing. Well, I mean, as we saw on both the paddock walk and everyone, the steam coming through our mouths. Don't worry, it's not vaping or any kind of assistance via nicotine. It's just
really,
cold.
really cold.
It's just. I think what was it? I looked at the weather app on my phone. It said -2. I was like, now winter is definitely setting in, and the snow has really added that dynamic. Alfie Mayer up the inside through Osiers. Not too sure what happened with Logan Rolfe there, but Rolfe is trying to close on in, gets the momentum coming out of the chicane through Osiers, uses the curbing very nicely on the entry to the boot, as we've got just over 2 minutes and 20 left to go, plus an additional lap. Rhys David Richardson now has nearly a 4.1 second advantage. Fraser Anderson, Daniel Ferguson, and now these two here, Logan Rolfe and Alfie Mayer, battling over the fourth and final position. But one of the things I've just noticed, Logan Rolfe's front bumper is a little bit wobbly.
Yeah, Logan Rolfe there with the straight line hurry up to Alfie Mayer, although to be fair, when it's to find that final place, I don't think Mayer's going to spend too much time sat behind if he doesn't need to. Obviously on that previous lap they took two differing lines. Rolfe was a lot slower out of Osiers, but then managed to get on the power a lot earlier, so lost the place briefly to Alfie Mayer as we see Lewis Hibbertson and Kieran Stewart battling it out over 6th place at the moment. Stewart appears to have closed in. Warning flag for Daniel Ferguson from 3rd place. He's not been near anybody on track in terms of position, but that could have been to do with getting through some lap traffic.
Maybe, possibly,
or
well,
even track limits on
yeah,
the way out of the final corner. Yes,
that's kind of what I was thinking, to be honest with you, because that will normally show up as a track limit warning, but as you said, it could be a warning for multiple different things.
It doesn't look like we've actually got any lap traffic at the moment, because even though Davidson and Gallagher had the excursions on the opening lap. Mayer is up into 3rd place with Ferguson and Rolfe now, so Mayer's made up 2 places. Wonder if that's got anything, because over timing they were 2 seconds apart, and then Daniel Ferguson now down to 1 minute 12 on that previous lap. Lost 5 seconds, maybe
possibly a moment on circuit, as now Kieran Stewart moving up the inside of the number 53 of Lewis Herbertson for what will be 6th position.
I'm going to take a guess then now is that he went off and maybe rejoined a little bit prematurely, and that might be why he's lost 5 seconds, and it could well have allowed Alfie Mayer to move past Logan Rolfe as well. Not seeing anything on screen, so we are just we're clutching at straws, but if we clutch at every straw, we're guaranteed to pick the right one.
Yeah, we might get 1 out of 8 right. But just looking at Logan Rolfe, he took 3.2 seconds out on the last lap. Has just gone purple in sector 2, and there's Ferguson, there's Rolfe. Timer has hit 0, so Rhys David Richardson next time around will get the final lap board. But yeah, these two here, 32, Rolfe versus Ferguson in the number 51. Ferguson runs a little bit wide. Rolfe gets the run coming out of Fine Lady and out of Crook. Could look to move to the inside into Christmas Corner. And yeah, that bumper is flailing around quite significantly.
It could be the sticker kit more than anything. It could just be that's giving it the perception that it's a bit loose, because the sticker kit on the right side there of the nose is flailing. That's giving it the perception that it's loose. It may well be. We don't know.
Yeah. Oh, right. That was Alfie Mayer. Alfie Mayer going off on the exit of Ashby.
Just managed to hold on to that, which was good, because unlike the incident that happened on the opening lap where he had to go across the grass, he wouldn't have had the time to recover this time if things hadn't have gone quite so well for Alfie Mayer. What it does do, though, even in 5th place, is give Logan Rolfe that extra bit of incentive now, because now we're going to have 3 karts as we head on to the final lap, going for 2 places in this one, rather than it just being a 2-kart shootout. Now you've got a 66% chance of going through to the final, rather than just the standard 50, which you would have had a few moments ago. Alfie Mayer backing himself into Ferguson and Rolfe.
Yeah, with Fraser Anderson way in front by about 7.3 seconds. Rhys David Richardson is on course to win the Micromax B Final. Looks to be pretty much a formality by the tune of nearly about 4.5 seconds. But these 3 here, Alfie Mayer, Daniel Ferguson and Logan Rolfe, battling away for 3rd, 4th, and more specifically, Alfie Mayer again has gone wide coming out of Ashby. And now Ferguson was showing his nose going into Wilkins. Mayer uses the curbing. Just be careful of the undulating tarmac on the right-hand side just off of the main circuit. Mayer again going a little bit sideways, but it is going to be very shortly Rhys David Richardson.
Ferguson's got through, actually, into the final complex of corners.
Yeah, Richardson will take the win. Quite convincingly. There's the checkered. So Rhys David Richardson, Fraser Anderson, who's going to be 3rd? It is going to be the number 51 of Daniel Ferguson, and Alfie Mayer scrapes through, and it was just under 2 tenths between him and Logan Rolfe. So the top 4 will automatically advance. These results are provisional, pending sporting and technical checks post-session. So we are going to try and I'm going to try and keep people updated. I am looking through the Alpha Timing website. So from that perspective, still waiting on a few of the results to come through, but there'll be quite a lot going on behind the scenes at Timing and Race Direction. Obviously with Tillotson T4 and MightE with the transponder issues, what they are actually doing is manually lapping them. So they're doing the old manual system, a bit like a scorer in cricket.
Bit quicker than cricket, though, isn't it?
Yes, definitely. A hell of a lot quicker than cricket. And there we go, celebration for Rhys David Richardson coming through into the chicken run.
Yeah, certainly got a few friends in the paddock there, leading over the barrier.
Yeah, Fraser Anderson goes through. Yep, that's no problem there at all. Daniel Ferguson next up. So let's just keep an eye on this for a second, because this is the remainder of the top 5. So Daniel Ferguson waves through, gets waved through. Alfie Mayer, gets through.
Yeah.
So Logan Rolfe. I kind of thought the iPhone of doom has just emerged.
I thought it was just the sticker kit.
It was the base. You know when you get like one of those nodding head sort of like statues. But there we go. That's it for the Micromax B Final. Next up, folks, it's the final for MightE. So we are getting towards the tail end of the Winter Cup here, and they are already out. You can probably hear the tyres scraping along the asphalt. Alfie Garrett and Ansel Murray on the front row, followed by Ralph Martin and Sidney Nell. Elijah Sang and Daniel Stangarean ran at the top 6. Harley Bradbury Stretton, Oakley Riggs, Heath Smith, Hadley Jarvis, Jensen, James Williams, Junior Wright, and Arthur Bath round out the 13-strong grid. 9 minutes plus an additional lap of this race. And again, just like we saw earlier on in Heat 2, the weather came out when MightE came out, and we had exactly the same problem, didn't we?
Done them no favours at all, had it, this weather. Just having a quick look at the live chat, because James Kell, who's been on and has Sonny Scott, just asking, when is Junior Rotax? Well, after this one, we've got Minimax. During Minimax, I'll be taking a little break this time to allow Leon Barlow back into the commentary box. And straight after that, it will be JuniorMAX before we go Cadet 200, Iame M1 Bambino, before we end the day with our A Final of Micromax at around about 2:45, all being well.
James Kell, winning the Kart Team Hard Scholarship Academy, has a fully funded drive for the 2023 JKC season, so he will be in action. I still remember being here for that, which was actually held here at Whilton Mill. When I spoke to him afterwards, I've never seen somebody so young, so speechless in all my life. And normally you can't shut youngsters up.
There's a lot to that, though, and a lot to that Team Hard Kart Academy that happens off the track as well.
Yes.
We've seen that, regarding, some drivers being able to showing that they're going to do this physically. We've seen them going through training sessions and that sort of thing. Taking it seriously. There's more to this than just turning up on a race day, plopping yourself in the seat and pressing the throttle.
So the grid is now cleared for the MightE Bambino final here at the BKC Winter Cup here at Whilton Mill. The snow continuing to fall. After this, we will have 5 more races to conclude the 2022 season, as we will have a little bit of a hiatus for around about 4 months before things get underway for 2023. And now the drivers are focused, primed and ready. Green flag waves at the back. 5-second board goes out. And then the lights go out. We are underway for the 9-minute plus an additional lap finale here for MightE. And Ansel Murray has already got a very, very good run indeed. Leads the field out of Oblivion and Crook for the opening time.
Sang got a good start there, but had to move out of the line and then almost forced somebody else onto the grass. But these, they make their way down towards Christmas Corner for the first time. Ansel leads then from the 42 of Alfie Garrett. We know Garrett's got some pace in him after we saw, certainly in these weather conditions, so I imagine he's not going to overreact here. Early doors in this one, 9 minutes plus 1 lap, as we've got a spin in the middle of the field there. We'll try and catch who that is in a moment. It's the 31.
And also the 18 of Heath Smith has just gone around too.
Oakley Riggs then, the 31.
Yeah. As they are starting to recover and get back out onto the circuit. But as David rightly pointed out, MightE have been really in the thick of things when it comes to the weather conditions that we have actually seen so far. But Ansel Murray leading the way. There's the number 12. And that is of Sydney Nell, who is also not showing up on the live timing. So we are going to concentrate on what is happening on the screen itself, as opposed to always looking at the live timing. So there have been some transponder issues, but the number 42 of Garrett is right on the back bumper of the GP plate of Murray.
He said he's not going to take things, not going to go too early, not going to take unnecessary risk, because he knows he's got the pace. The 18 with Smith has another excursion as the two leaders go into Christmas corner side by side. And
change for the lead. Garrett's got through.
He's through with a good move, swept all the way round the outside. Ansell went defensive to the inside. Garrett swept all the way round the outside of Christmas corner to take the lead. Won the previous heat by a considerable margin. Ansell, is there anything he can do? Pretty much got to stick with here and try and force Garrett into a mistake, because that's pretty much what Garrett almost did there, as he pretty much ran the rail down that curb on the outside of Wilkins.
He did a Travis Pastrana like in Gymkhana, didn't he, right there? But
I've not seen a rail ridden so well since Tony Hawk.
Yes, indeed, the man, the myth, the legend himself. But yeah, I mean, Garrett and Murray, well, Garrett running a little bit wider going through pit bend to get the run through out of the corner, just to keep ahead of Murray, who's looking towards the outside through into Oblivion. Looks to try and get the crossover through Crook and then through into Fine Lady. But the GP plate now gets the run coming out of Crook and into Fine Lady. A little bit of side-by-side action, a little bit further up, further behind. Sydney Nell I've just spotted in the number 12, as we've just seen Elijah Sang and Ansel Murray just end up on the timing. But they are a little bit... They're not in those positions that you see on your screens. But 88 versus 45, that's Elijah Tsang and Jensen James Williams. There's a spin for the number 12, that's Sydney Nell at the top of Christmas corner. But he gathers it up rather nicely and rejoins in the right direction.
Yeah, Daniel Stangirian saw that coming and just took the white line all the way round the outside in evasive action. Did well there, as the 45 has had a spin as well. That's JJ Williams.
But still the battle between Garrett and also Murray. Garrett has just put in the fastest lap of the race at 1 minute 13.7. Due to the live timing, we can't... Well, Ansel Murray's just gone purple in Sector 2. Out of the final corner once again. Who's got the best lap time? Well, Ansel Murray has just put in a 1 minute 13.2 and was just over 2/10 quicker than Alfie Garrett, and now is getting a real good slingshot opportunity going through out of Fine Lady up towards Christmas corner. Garrett looking over the right shoulder just to look out of the corner of his eye to see where Ansel Murray is. Murray's still with him.
Doesn't look like he wants to show the hand too early in this one, because he was certainly close enough to make a move on that run up to Christmas corner. Elected not to pop out in the run down the inside there. So doesn't want to really give the hand back to Garrett, because we know that Garrett's got that pace as the 6 of Bradbury Stretton has a spin. It's going to drop him down the order, which is already jumbled up ever so slightly, because Ansel Murray in second place isn't being shown down in 12th at the moment. Then we've got Ralph Martin being shown in 3rd. Then we've got JJ Williams as well. This one at the moment, in terms of timing down the left side, is not as it is on track, that's for sure.
Yeah, not reflective of what we're seeing, as still the battle for the race lead continues onwards here in the MightE Bambino final. It's Garrett versus Murray. A little bit of a run wide, and Murray loses the back end. 180 degrees the wrong way, and the GP plate loses all that significant momentum, and all that hard work has just been undone.
Strangely, that started actually with Garrett taking a line that slowed him down a little bit through that corner. Then he's had to come back to try and get on the power, and then Ansel Murray found his car, and the gap that he was going into closing very, very quickly.
Yes.
Dabbed the brake, and as you said earlier, it's often not the brake, it's the lack of grip that causes you an issue, and you could tell that by the fact that he didn't spin like on a sixpence. It was slow and it was graceful, but unfortunately for Ansel Murray, the chance of victory appears to have gone, unless something catastrophic happens, unfortunately, to the Kart of the 42. But at the moment, Alfie Garrett out at the front has been exemplary all day long.
2/3 down, 1/3 to go in the MightE Bambino final. Just under 3 minutes plus an additional lap. We've got a nice little battle here. Well, that's Daniel Stangarean. And that is the number 32 of Ralph Martin.
This will be for second place now then, won't it? With the change in position with Ansel Murray. Unless Murray got going again before these two came through.
Yeah, Stangarean's just showing up with only one lap to his credit so far. So they are trying to update the timing manually as they can. But it still will be very much handwritten to a certain degree. There's the number 31 of Oakley Riggs. Showing up as fourth, but not quite clearly the case. More than likely probably fifth on the road. But Stangarean trying to close in on Martin, going through into Christmas Corner. They both sweep wide at the crest of the hill on the run down towards Inkermans. And Stangarean fancies his chances coming out of Inkermans on the run down to Ashby.
Closing in on the back. Ashby, not a real overtaking point for these MightE Bambinos. We've not seen them getting the same sort of run that some of the karts do down that hill at Inkermans and closing in into Ashby's, getting hard on the brakes down the inside. We've found that generally with these electric, the MightE karts, is that they like at the end of the long run up to Christmas.
Yes.
And then certainly that down here now where they've been able to stay on the throttle for a certain amount of time through Osiers, which whilst it is a tighter corner, they're not braking quite as much because they've had that left-hander at Wilkins preceding it as well. And now Stangarean pulls alongside almost the 32 of Ralph Martin. Martin managing to stick it out round the outside, keeps the momentum going, but Stangarean is closing in corner on corner.
Yep, getting very much nip and tuck between these two as they go through Oblivion. Once again through Crook into the approach into Fine Lady. 65 seconds on the timer remains, and Alfie Garrett is comfortably leading to the tune of nearly 7.4 seconds after 6 laps. We're on lap number 7, and a spin for the 21 of Daniel Stangarean at Christmas Corner. Quickly turns that back around and points it in the right direction. The Stangarean was looking really, really racy there with the number 32 of Ralph Martin.
Alfie Garrett, the pace here, as we hear Riggs has had an excursion. The pace of Garrett here could mean that he could cross this start-finish line just in front of the time.
Oh, JJ Williams has just gone round 2. It's catching them out again, going through Ashby.
Yeah, I think as the pace starts to pick up actually in this race, we've got a couple of karts there rejoining. It's quite frantic on the way out of Osiers. Leaders over the line already there with Garrett. The fastest lap is Murray in second place, although he's well down the order now in terms of being close enough to take the victory. After that spin earlier on, it appears to have lost him around about 7 seconds, the gap at 6.6. Now with Garrett leading from Murray, warning for Heath Smith. He's our leading novice runner at the moment, 6th place. Looks like we are starting to get things sorted out a little bit because now Ansel Murray is being shown in second place. Stangarean and Elijah Sang still showing us 3 laps down, so we could still have some timing issues further down the order, but I think the top 3 now, Alex, is as we are on track.
Timer has expired about 10 seconds ago, and there is your race leader. Alfie Garrett was in the right place at the right time, and despite the best efforts of Ansel Murray in the GP plate, normally running the 96 here in the MightE class, but Garrett has just made good his intention, just kept ahead, kept cool and calm whilst everyone else was having dramas, including multiple spins through Ashby as the final lap board goes out. And there's more dramas, one of which is JJ Williams, the other one is the 24 of Arthur Bath. But there is your race leader making his way up through Fine Lady. It will pass the number 31 of Oakley Riggs, who's still showing at around about 5th position at the moment. But Garrett has timed this very, very well indeed.
Doesn't need to rush this, does he? Got a gap of 6.7 seconds, so doesn't even need to overtake if he doesn't need to. And if he's going to, he's got to do it nicely, cleanly and safely, because after 9 minutes plus 1 lap of racing, you don't want to throw it away in the final few corners as he draws alongside. Like I say, doesn't really need to get through the blue flag. Not an indication in karting for the driver to move out of the way, although Oakley Riggs Smith does go off on the out. Oakley Riggs does go off on the outside there. Your race leader, though, Alfie Garrett, making his way into the boot for the final time. Three right-handers, the first one negotiated safely as he heads down towards pit bend. One hand already on the Winter Cup trophy, two hands on the trophy now, probably no hands on the wheel as he comes over the line. Alfie Garrett takes the checkered flag and victory in MightE Bambino.
And Ansel Murray, commiserations to the youngster in the GP plate, was close, then lost the back end, and it turned the race for him upside down like a sand timer, but finishes 5.2 seconds, and also, what's more, was within 29 thousandths of the fastest lap of the race, which he himself actually set on lap number 5, a 1 minute 12.470. Ralph Martin will round out the top 3 and just crosses the line. 5th, it's going to be Oakley Riggs. JJ Williams will very shortly cross the stripe too, and should hopefully take 4th position. Hadley Jarvis, the lowest of the novices, which will be won by Heath Smith in the number 18, rounding out the top 6. But it's time for you to have a little bit of a respite, because now we've got the Minimax Final up next. So Alfie Garrett gets the high fives in the chicken run, and welcome back to the commentary box, Leon Barlow. How you doing, buddy? You been enjoying spectating so far?
Yeah, it's been good watching all these races. A lot of them are really good.
Yeah, so now here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the final for Minimax. So here is your grid for race 23 of the meeting, the Minimax Final. And your starting grid is as follows. It's Daniel Hartley and Amy Peacock on the front row. Tyler Lee and Andrew Dixon, row 2. Eli Baden and Charlie Kelso, row number 3. Charlie Lomas, Harris Roberts, Logan Howes, Benjamin Baker complete the top 10. Oliver Meek and Maya Simpson complete the top 12. And rounding out the order, it's going to be Tyler Davis, Alex Lynn, Sam Flynn and Harry Friel. So, Leon, back in the booth once again. The snow's coming down. These conditions are going to be just as tricky as you saw in Heat 2 earlier on.
Yeah, it looks, the snow looks to be coming on even more than the last heat. So it's going to make a very good race, very good final.
Yeah, so from that perspective, the conditions could catch a lot of drivers out. We did see that with Logan Howes in the previous heat. He did have a bent chassis earlier on. And how much can that impact your race?
Yeah, even the tiniest bit bend. As a driver, you know you can feel it. Yeah, you can feel a tiny bit bent chassis. It just drives completely different.
So once again, the Minimax Final, like every single final we've got here at the Winter Cup at Whilton Mill, 9 minutes plus an additional lap. And this is where it is crucial. And from your perspective, Leon, to get the Winter Cup, you've got the motivation, the really, really good feeling going into the Christmas period before the preparation starts in earnest after the new year.
Yeah, because a lot of this grid is what the grid will be next year, so it's a good, it tells you where your pace will be next year and what you can aim for. So, the drivers now, oh right, drama's already for Tyler Davis. Now that was going into the approach into Ashby. The snow's still coming down. It's very much like sliding on ice, isn't it, Leon? Yeah, a lot of the drivers are really struggling even on this outlap.
So the drivers now start to get into formation ahead of the Minimax Final here at the 2022 Winter Cup. And now we will see who will be crowned the champion. Out of the final corner, into the tram lines, revs rise, and it looks like we have been given the lights out signal. And a good start already going through. They are starting to struggle already, as Leon pointed out. A little bit sideways going through Crook and into Fine Lady. But it's the number 63 of Daniel Hartley who leads. Harris Roberts nearly gets a tag from behind. But nevertheless, coming down the hill, again, just trying to find those differing lines. I mean, you said earlier on in Heat 2, Leon, that trying to find the traction is crucial. And you're going to be using unconventional racing lines, as we see a lovely little move on Charlie Lomas. That was probably from Logan Howes. It's very difficult in these conditions, but you've really got to go with feel, haven't you, through the steering and through underneath you on the chassis.
Yeah, in wet conditions it's so important to find the grip as soon as you can. That's why some drivers will pull away at the start and others that might fall back a bit.
Yeah, we did see some dramas for Charlie Lomas in the previous heat. Under investigation is Amy Peacock as they come across the line. Amy now has dropped down to 7th position. There's the number 11 of Tyler Lee, Logan Howes, and the number 56. Remember that kid when he was a Bambino, used to have, well, still has the nickname Little Wolverine. He's a big fan of the X-Men character. But Daniel Hartley leading the way. Logan Howes has gone purple in sector number 1 and is looking to move forward. Top 3 covered by 1.2 seconds. Lomas and Harris Roberts had nowhere to go, had to use the grass, and Lomas is sideways, as is Roberts, as is pretty much most of the field coming through into Wilkins. Charlie Lomas has just received a penalty, so that could be in the that could give Harris Roberts the opportunity he needs.
Yeah, the Heat 1 winner's down in P5 at the minute, so we'll expect him to come through and be fighting at the front. Yeah,
Andrew Dixon in the number 25 as Logan Howes is now gunning. He's just put in the fastest lap of the race. 1 minute, .851, took nearly 4/10 out of Daniel Hartley. And the moment Dixon has just taken out 3/10 out of Tyler Lee in 3rd position. And there is Dixon, there is Lomas just behind. Roberts isn't too far away from this either. And oh no, dramas for Amy Peacock. Looks to be running a little bit slow there. There's the number 17, so she may have to pull the cart into pit lane. But just under 6.5 minutes to go. The charge is on. Logan Howes seems to have got that second win. One particular year, he nearly won the IAMI Bambino in this particular event. I think it was 2019 when Jacob Ashcroft stormed from the back of the grid after the pre-final when he had a chain failure and stormed his way through with about 3 laps to go or so. I'm sure his dad Barry will probably correct me if I'm very much mistaken, to win the race. But the way that Logan Howes is trying to close in, I mean, he's gaining time all the time. He's just taken another 10th out of Daniel Hartley. Now, Hartley's got no assistance here, Leon. So Howes has got a target. He's got to chase him, but it's going to be a completely different proposition when he goes to pass him for the race lead.
Yeah, it's always easier to be behind someone in these wet conditions because you can see what they do, and if it's slow, you can not do the same or do the same thing if it's good. So you can see he's catching him very quickly. Yeah, Eli Badham has just gone fastest of anybody. The first driver in this field to break 60 seconds, 59.561 on lap number 3. We're on lap number 4 at the moment with 5.25 minutes to go. And Hartley is just siphoning time at the moment because there is Logan Howes, not too far behind, the number 63 from KMS. Still trying to hold on to that lead, but is wrestling with the cart. A little bit further back, we've got the number 25, that is Andrew Dixon behind Tyler Lee, who continues to round out the top 3 positions. And another 2/10 and another fastest lap for Logan Howes, who had a bent chassis during testing earlier on this week. When I spoke to him briefly during the lunch break, the new chassis was provided yesterday. So his dad, James, was hard at work on the spanners to get Logan prepped and ready. And the turnaround we see in karting nowadays, I mean, your dad, Mick, always, whenever I see him, he's always got a spanner in his hand whenever he's working on your kart. Yeah, in the wet, when on changing conditions, when it starts wet and goes dry, you always have to be changing the setups. Even on a race day, you always got to be changing it. Indeed. But Logan Howes right in the wheel tracks of Daniel Hartley for the race lead as they bump their way over the curbing into the boot with just over 4 minutes to go. Now this is where the strategy comes into play. You're not going to show all your cards quite yet, and from that perspective Logan Howes will just wait, buy time, not make a mistake. But Tyler Lee has just gone sub 59 seconds on that last lap, so now we've got a trio, maybe even a quartet on the way, with Andrew Dixon in 4th position for not only the race lead but for what could be the 2022 Winter Cup Minimax crown. Leon, this is getting so close, and you've been in these kind of situations before. If you're leading
What is your thought process that's going through your mind?
Yeah, if you're leading, you just want to either stay ahead or just try to pull out a gap. But if you get overtaken, just get on the back and just try to pull away. Just try to pull away with the leader, because you don't want to be in like a pack of 3 or 4. Because if you're in the middle, you have to attack and defend. So it's very difficult.
That's exactly what Logan Howes is having to do right now. He's got to answer that £64,000 question. But he bumped over the outside curbing coming out of pit bend. He's keeping Daniel Hartley very, very honest, but now setting the fastest lap of the race on lap 6 is Wales's very own Harris Roberts, who is closing in on the number 41 of Charlie Lomas in 5th place. And Hartley has managed to get a little bit of a gap between himself and Logan Howes for the race lead, but Tyler Lee very much in the thick of things. And this has been a bit of a stalemate at the moment. We know stalemate has 2 different uses or 2 different meanings in Minimax here, Leon. And this is where no one's going to, as I said, no one's going to show their cards yet, because we don't know if Logan Howes has got something in his pocket or whether Tyler Lee has as well.
Yeah, Logan Howes just told Tyler Lee to work with him with the tap on the helmet, so just wait till the last few laps.
Yeah, we're getting into the final 2 minutes. We're now completing lap number 7, and again, both Hartley and Howes run wide coming out of pit bend. 2 minutes to go. Andrew Dixon now goes sub 58. 57.890, but Eli Baden just puts in an absolute monster of a fastest lap of the race, 57.251, closing in on Charlie Kelso. The battle between them is about 7.5 tenths. That is for 7th on the road, but now Andrew Dixon is waiting in the wings. Hartley, Howes, Lee and Dixon all run a little bit wide coming out of Ashby. Now into Wilkins, the left-hander. Next up is Ogiers, which then brings them into the chicane. Then the run down to the boot. So with the pace that we're setting, we've got this and 2 more laps to go. We're on lap number 8, and Leon, anything can happen.
Yeah, Andrew Dixon's finally caught up to the leading pack at the front. Oh, and he goes for overtake.
Oh, he's going for 2 overtakes, but Logan Howes is definitely going defensive. Tyler Lee nearly made it 3 wide coming out of pit bend, and Logan Howes does a stern defence on Andrew Dixon. Tyler Lee has got Charlie Lomas right behind him. The number 41 goes in with the fastest lap of the race, 56.639. This could give Hartley the daylight at the end of the tunnel as we head into the final 45 seconds. The gap between the top 2 is about 8 tenths. Dixon trying to see if he can find a way past Logan Howes, but at the moment, the 25 does not have an answer on the 56, Leon.
Yeah, Harris Roberts has just caught up to his pack now, so it's a 6-car battle for the win. This could be interesting.
Yeah, Dixon trying to look round. Logan Howes was looking right and looking left, and there goes Dixon up the inside into the boot for 2nd position, and he gets through, squeezes through, threading the eye of the needle, and now Dixon is going to go after Hartley.
I believe the 41 Charlie Lomas got put on the grass down the straight into the boot. That's why he's fallen back a few tenths. Yeah,
timer has hit 0, so Hartley will have Dixon closing in. And moment there for Tyler Lee, 2 wheels on the grass. Harris Roberts nearly obliges to go up the inside into the approach into Christmas corner. Maya Simpson has just put in the fastest lap of the race on lap number 9, 56.632. So good work by the number 96. But now Dixon is closing on Hartley. The battle begins with about a lap and a half to go here in the Minimax Final. Hartley has led thus far. Howes was trying to get through, but now it's Dixon that wants to, now looks over his right shoulder to see that Howes is a little bit further behind. But Hartley is going to be Hartley's going to be having to watch out as Dixon goes for the lead with just over a lap to go. Dixon at the top of the boot gets through. Hartley now counter-attacks as they cross the line, nearly side by side onto the final lap. Well, Leon, I think Leon didn't say anything. He was speechless there, folks. But great to see now that Harris Roberts is up into P4 and he's closing in on Logan Howes for 3rd place there, Leon.
Yeah, the Logan Howes is beginning to fall back away from the 2 leaders.
Oh, Hartley drifts wide coming out of Ashby. And Dixon goes sideways there, side by side, heading into Wilkins. But what is the final time? Just a handful of corners. Now through into Ogiers. It's going to be the run to the boot. And if we saw what we did a little bit earlier on, Dixon could pounce. Hartley now defends. into the boot for the final time. The number 63 from KMS versus the number 25 on the Croc Promotion chassis. Dixon's going to try and get the undercut, not through the top of the boot. It's going to be a run to the line. The both are nearly sideways coming out of it, but it's Hartley that wins by 0.138 seconds. Absolutely brilliant work from lights out to checkered flag by Daniel Hartley. Andrew Dixon taking second. Logan Howes rounding out the top three. You could see what it means to Daniel Hartley. Leon, that was a great finish.
Yeah, what a race. The timers will say that Daniel Hartley led from start to finish, but it wasn't that simple, was it?
It was never going to be that easy. I mean, first he had Logan Howes battling away with him. Then Dixon decided, right, I'm going to run up the order like I don't know what. But Daniel Hartley provisionally becomes your Winter Cup Minimax champion. Leon, I have to say, thank you very much for joining me and David in commentary. It's been a pleasure having you with us. And of course, we know that you're going to be resting up well, eating lots of nice snacks and bits and pieces over the Christmas period. But good luck for 2023, and we look forward to seeing you on track very, very soon indeed. So down the chicken run they come. And back in the booth, hello David.
Hello. I was going to shake his hand, but that's not going to work, is it?
Well, you could do it with the other hand, couldn't you? But yeah.
You know, that was a great race that I had the pleasure of watching trackside as I went outside for that one. Rather than watch it from the comm box, I went outside, took in the atmosphere for that entire race. The top six were...
Logan Howes has got a front fairing penalty, folks. So he loses P3. That promotes Harris Roberts, and you can see how much it means to a young lad.
What we needed to do there was see whether Harris Roberts was clear as well, because they were so tight there that anyone from that top six, I watched out the window, you'll have not seen it just off the back of the lead battle that you were focusing, but Charlie Lomas had a moment heading towards the boot where he was squeezed onto the grass on the inside and bounced across. Next up though, they're already down there ready to go. It's time for our Junior Rotax Final. Well, I'm going to take this one, Alex, because I'm fresh.
As a daisy.
Aidan Hassan then will start from pole position with Stefan Komarcevic alongside Mitchell Mulvey and Jacob Dukes row 2, Aris Majauskis and Mac McFarquhar on row number 3. Then it's Billy Edgecombe and Nicholas Ellis, Bartek Filipiak and Harry Hurst-Grover with James Waring and Lewis Goff on row number 6. Max Horler starts 13th, Ewan Sharman alongside with Rhys Owen and Ben Horner on row number 8. Then it's Ollie Poole and Martin Wright, row 9, the top 20 completed by Presley Walker and Ellis Garrett. Finn Leslie starts 21st with Jason Duckis alongside. Gregor Reed and Ollie Naylor are on row number 12 with Albert Wilton in 25th. Harry Higgs 26th. Ethan Bath and Jacob Anslow are on row 14. Christian Stefanovs and Isaac Parkinson row 15. Molly Pugh completes your 31 Kart Junior Rotax grid. Now, with only 2 heats in this one, Alex, we've got a couple of drivers that I would say are out of position and ones to watch.
Finn Leslie, 19th position, because his grandma and granddad are supporting from home. A very good afternoon. Thank you very much for joining us, and thank you very much for everyone that is, Finn Leslie.
Plug oiled up, Alex. I've had the report in. Plug oiled up on the last race. Not the only driver, actually. Lewis Goff also with the plug oiling up, hence why they didn't take part in the previous one. This one, a very, very slow rolling up lap again, Alex, and the chances of the plugs oiling up once again going slowly round there. So keep an eye out for a few drivers that we think are slightly out of position, ones to watch. Certainly Finn Leslie, the reigning GP plate in Minimax. 3rd here a few weeks ago at Whilton Mill Kart Club, 6th in the British last year, 3rd in UKC. He's a driver to watch when we finally go racing. This is a slow rolling up lap at the moment.
Yep, so this is going to be very, very interesting, David, as the drivers now make their way out of pit bend. This is going to be a clean start into the tram lines. Revs rise, lights are out, we're underway for the Junior Rotax Final. As it's sideways for Aidan Hassan. Jacob Dukes looking to get through for 3rd position. Gets through in crook, and he's trying to gun for 2nd already.
Important for the midfield runners is to get round this first lap, because you're going to be in there. Unless we say that, there's a few facing the wrong way. The 94 of Ollie Poole is looking back at the rest of the field at Christmas corner, not where he wanted to be at the start of this final. And Lewis Goff looks like he's been pitched into a spin down there, Alex. I saw the yellow helmet getting tipped up into the air. Not quite sure, but we'll keep an eye out for it. But there was certainly some contact down there into Ashby's.
Dive bomb desperation into Ashby, unfortunately, but Aidan Hassan leads the way. Mac McFarquhar, Lord Farquhar, as he's more commonly known thanks to his skid lid, gets a warning. But at the moment, it's going to be Hassan Kamarchik. Jacob Jukes, the junior Rotax JKC champion from this year. As we've got Aras Mijauskis has just got a warning, but Hassan is leading the way.
So let's say at some point there, I was sure Goff was sideways, but there were so many karts in there that he could have just bounced off the next one and just headed off in the right direction. On the opening lap, Finn Leslie already up into 7th place.
Change for second, 49. That's Gregor Reed from 18th position. So Jacob Jukes now is going to try and see if he can pull away, but it's not going to happen with Stefan Kamarchik trying to go round the outside through the exit of Ashby, and with them, I think they've got Mitchell Mulvey. Change for second again, and it could be another position lost for Jacob Jukes, and that is the case, because round the outside goes Mulvey. Mijauskis is waiting in the wings, so the number 34 has got some work to do.
Finn Leslie in 7th will be rubbing his hands together if he could afford to take his hands off the wheel at those in front of him, battling it out in the early phase of the race, as will Aidan Hassan. They're handing it to him on a plate, Alex, early doors here, by battling it out rather than working together. Hassan with a gap of 1.4 seconds already. Jukes dives to the inside, as does in the background was that Hurst Grover coming through there as well in the 41. He's made some good progress through inside the top 10 as well on that last lap.
Yeah, he got past Billy Edgecombe as again Mijauskis. Two wheels onto the grass. It looks like it's a little bit treacherous. Jacob Jukes not entirely happy with what just happened.
Didn't look like there was any contact though, Alex.
No, there wasn't. I mean, Mijauskis had the anticipation of sending it through, but look who's now risen to the challenge. It's Harry Hurst Grover.
For me, Mijauskis just went in there so hot that Jukes had to just back out, and in doing so, turned across the grass. I don't think there was any contact. Granted, he's not happy about it, but not really much that anybody else can do there. Finn Leslie picks up a contact warning, as you can see on the overhead gantry there, the black and white horizontal flag with the 60 underneath it, but he's up to 5th place. Does have a bit of a gap though to close in on that top 3. Still though, 6 minutes remaining as Jacob Jukes dives down the inside of Billy Edgecombe for 8th place.
That's shots fired as sideways was the number 7 of Nicholas Ellis coming out of increments. But Finn Leslie started, folks,
19th, 20th, well out
19th place, and he's now battling. He's now got past, he's past the likes of Harry Hurst Grover and also Max Horler, and Finn Leslie has been absolutely dynamite in Minimax this year. But moving up to juniors, it just goes to show that sometimes that transfer is so small between the two classes. But there's always that one, maybe a handful of drivers that make that transition and are instantly bang on the pace.
Won the GP plate and barely got to wear it with pride as Ollie Naylor takes a huge chunk of pit bend curb. That lifts all 4 wheels off the track. Yeah, Finn Leslie, who won that GP plate and pretty much took it, threw it to one side, went past me, the junior. He's straight in it, and he's been bang on pace, Alex, since the day he sat in that car.
So is Max Horler, the number 36, just behind him. Well, he's losing a bit of time, nearly about a second away from the number 60 in 5th position, as someone's done a Valtteri Bottas coming out of Inkermans. And that was the number 29, I believe. That would have been Jacob Anslow.
Trims the grass. Luckily on there, most of the snow has melted on the outside, so at least he's not going to fill his wheels with slush.
Change for the lead.
Yeah, Hassan's been reeled in at a fair rate of knots, in fact.
Mitchell Mulvey is now in the mix, so here's the top 3. Keep your eyes on the 2 behind, because I would imagine that Adas Mijauskis and Finn Leslie, who's just set the fastest lap of the race, the evolution is clear to see, 52.1 seconds, but Isaac Parkinson down in 27th has just gone even quicker than Finn Leslie by about 8/100ths of a second.
The track really starting to come in then now, with 4 minutes remaining. 2 seconds roughly the gap from this leading trio back to Mijauskis and Leslie behind, but it's going to get a lot tighter in the last couple of laps, as Harry Hurst Grover is going to have to hand over a place here, is he? No, he's going to hold on, and yes he is, because Nicholas Ellis is going to mug them both.
buy one, get one free for Nicholas Ellis in the number 7.
Tumbling these times now, Alex Majowskis with a 51.1 on that previous lap.
He's just taken 1.1 seconds out of Mitchell Mulvey, so now we're going to have a quartet battling for the Junior Rotax Winter Cup crown at this rate.
He could take this one with that sort of pace as well. If you're Finn Leslie in 5th place, you must think that there's a problem with your kart because you've closed up to the back. And then Majowskis puts in a lap time that's almost a second quicker than anybody else on track and just disappears. There's his contact there. Where the 47.
That was with I think that was with Molly Pugh in the number 84. As again, the elbows are very, very clearly out because now Majowskis up into 3rd place. Robustly getting his way past Mitchell Mulvey. Now charging after Aidan Hassan in the number 64 from Mark Baines Motorsports in P2. And just look how much confidence Majowskis has got.
Almost a second quicker on that previous lap than those in front of him. Right on the back of Hayden Hassan. Needs to get this done on this lap, in my opinion, Alex, because then it's going to give him enough time to close in on our race leader. And through he goes, down the inside into Ashby's, up into 2nd place, and gives himself a fighting chance of the victory.
Now he's got clear air. Now that's exactly what Majowskis needed, and that is where he's going to start shining. I mean, he took 2 seconds out of people in front of him on the previous lap. You could just see how calm his body language is turning into the boot. He looked like he was more about falling asleep rather than driving behind the wheel. And that gap was 1.2 seconds. It's now under a second because now he's taken 6/10 out of Stefan Kamarczyk, and the gap now is 0.992.
And that included an overtake as well for Aris Majowskis. Unbelievably quick. Max Horler, though, fastest driver on track with a 50.3. Lap times down now, almost a second to what they were 3 laps ago. The track definitely drying up.
And he's just, what's more, he's taken 2.2 seconds out of Finn Leslie. It's a game on for P5, but here's the race lead. That gap has been decimated significantly. Majowskis waiting to pounce with 1:15.
Not waiting!
He's going to go for it! He's going to go for it into the boots, but has to back out of it. Can he get the crossover? He has to wait. Kamarczyk blocks it. Neatly done by the number 43, but Majowskis knows we're going to have this and 2 more laps to go. Lap 10 underway.
Mulvey is through for 3rd place on Aidan Hassan. The lap time comes down for Mulvey as he closed in. Now already, because Marchik is defending already as Ollie Naylor peels off into the pit lane. We've got defensive driving coming on with 3 laps to go. 2.5 as they head down towards Ashby's. Penalty for resowing. These two, Tom, sorry Alex, they've got 2 seconds, but they could back themselves into a battle with Mulvey here.
Yeah, but it's got to be that Majowskis needs to get through on this lap. If he gets it done now, because he's teeing it up. Watch what he's doing. Coming out of Osiers, down into the chicane now, closing in. He's going to go for the move now. There we go, Majowskis, but runs wide into the braking zone. Kamarczyk barges into the side pod. But Majowskis sent it, and there is, as you said, Mitchell Mulvey makes it a 3-way scrap. 2 laps to go.
Mulvey will be mouth-watered by this because they've just done him a favour, a real favour. Majowskis knew that Kamarczyk was going to defend into the boot, parked it anyway, sent it from a mile back, got the move done, but then was slow, as you always are if you're going into there in there. Kamarczyk comes back down the inside, forced his way back through. Mulvey now really in the driving seat for this one, right on the back, could take advantage. If there's another move down the inside, he's the one that's going to be able to sweep past them both. We saw Nicholas Ellis do it a few laps ago.
Yep.
Could be a carbon copy here for Mulvey. He's going to be the only one that's going to be able to take his own racing line into the boot.
Well, Majowskis actually holds back on that particular occasion because he's going to get the undercut through at the top of the boot. Adas Majowskis going on to the final lap. The number 52 from Argenti Motorsport now has a 0.3 of a second advantage.
Really mixed it up there, didn't he, Alex? Because he sold it to Kamarczyk, who thought he was going to go down the inside again. This time he takes a completely different line, sells the dummy, and in selling the dummy could be taking the win.
He took a leaf out of Nigel Mansell's book, did Adas Majowskis. Kamarczyk knew it was coming, defended appropriately, but just a handful of corners. The battle for second very, very clearly on. Kamarczyk will have to start defending. Mulvey is going to be the danger driver right now, but out of Osiers for the final time. Over the left shoulder looks Argenti Motorsports, Adas Majauskis through the top of the boot, and he becomes the Winter Cup Junior Rotax champion. Adas Majauskis, well done, you have arrived.
Superb from Majauskis, who takes the victory because Marsic, Mulvey, Hassan and Haller completing the top 5. He got past Finn Leslie with a lap to go. Leslie crosses in 6th, Ellis in 7th place, McFarquhar, Waring and Horner complete your top 10 as the rest of the field come through. Walker in front of Higgs and Edgecombe, and then the rest of the field come through as well with Dukes, Anslow, and then right towards the end a number of drivers dropping all the way down the order on that final lap. But Arias Majauskis with a final to remember.
I know that his family who have Lithuanian roots, met them all back at Kart in Genk a few weeks ago. Wonderful family. You know what? I'm so pleased for Adas Majauskis. He definitely deserved it, despite the fact that Stefan Kamarczyk gave him trouble, especially in the last 5 laps.
In they come down the chicken run then. We make sure everybody's front fairings are okay. Majauskis sent then into the weighbridge area. We'll just keep an eye out on that top 3 and make sure nobody's got any issues on the front end. The top 3 look like they've been rolled in. And, as 1 or 2 drivers make their way back. That cart's going to have some help because the driver not sat in it. But Aris Majauskis, provisionally at least, takes the JKC Winter Cup in Junior Rotax.
Yes, indeed. And Ewan Charman, who's been feeling a bit under the weather, saying well done, Aras. But we've got 3 more races to go. Up next is the final for Honda Cadet 200s. So, this and 2 more races to go. Let's take you through the starting grid for Honda Cadet 200, the final. Oliver Majewski and Ralphie Branscombe on the front row with Majewski on pole. Max Tadai and Tom Drake on row 2. Finley Lines and Larry Price, row 3. Sebastian Behrman and Kevin Ivanov, row 4. Riley Morgan and Archie Loveridge ran at the top 10, with Lewis Hall and Ella Dixon completing the top 12. Theo Bradshaw, George Ralston, Cameron Tipping, Jensen Hookey, Freddie Hausergo and Lewis Gilbert rounding out the top 19, with Ayrton Rai and Ronnie Legg completing the top 20. Rounding out the 24 strong grid for the final, it's Freddie Denton, Otto Amy, Max Hausergo and Kane Langley.
So we will be down to 23, of course. No Jensen Hookey, and unable to take his 16th place.
Well, of course, if you do want to advertise, you can, with regards to Driven Dreams, head to media@drivendreams.co.uk. Season 2, and submissions
coming up in the next few weeks.
Yes,
it's going to be a great thing to be involved in. Of course, the 2022 version already filmed and already in post-production as well.
Yes.
A number of our drivers, Ralphie Branscombe for one, out in this race that we followed all through that 2022 season.
Finley Lines has got some love in the chat. A good friend of mine, Mr. Phil Kinch. He's the man behind the social media for the TCR UK Championship. All the best to Finley Lines and the Honda Cadet Final. Right, I have been looking through some of the results for the respective races. So Tillotson T4, Jensen O'Neill winning for the junior class. Evan Stapleton for the seniors. Harry Chapman confirmed as your Winter Cup Coma C50 Bambino winner. Reese David Richardson, Fraser Anderson, Daniel Ferguson and Alfie Mayer did get through into the A final. MightE Bambino, Alfie Garrett, Ansel Murray, Ralph Martin, Daniel Stangadane and JJ Williams rounding out the top 5, and those have been confirmed so far.
Honda's then rolling into position here at Whilton Mill. Still a bit of tyre warming going on there by the aforementioned 6 of Finley Lines. He's going to roll into position in 5th place here at Whilton Mill. Pole position on the left-hand side of this 1200 metre track here in the heart of Northampton. So our runners, Freddie Hausergo nearest the camera, Cameron Tipping in the Daniel Ricciardo inspired helmet on the far side, as the snow still coming down, albeit a lot lighter than it was earlier on.
I'm just wondering, when I take my trainers off when I get back home later on tonight, I'm wondering if I'm going to have frostbite, because my feet are absolutely, they're like ice cubes at the moment. I think yours are as well.
Yes, I went outside to watch that heat, and to be fair, it's warmer in here than it was out there, and it's not very warm in here. Final few runners then into position. That's Otto Amy in the 77, and Max Houser goes 38. They're just going to get rolled back into position. Green flag at the back. Look for the 5-second board on the right, then the red light on the overhead gantry. Wait for it to go out. We're away and racing in Honda Cadet 200. Good start from the outside of the front row by Ralphie Branscombe. The pole sitter Majewski is going to drop back to at least fourth. Max Taddy's come through for second place. He's dropped in to position the run up now to the Christmas corner. That's Tom Drake in the 19 on the inside. Majewski trying to make amends early doors, back up into third. Looks like everybody this time has managed to get cleanly round Christmas corner as they head down the hill towards Ashby's.
Yeah, Max today just setting the fastest first sector. Yeah, but what a lightning start from Ralphie Branscombe. Just getting the jump on the rest of the field. And has got the number 66 of Max today not too far behind. Oliver Majewski up into P3.
Bierman slides slightly wide there, allows Archie Loveridge in the 73, and only his third race in a petrol-powered kart as he comes out of the battery-powered kart. So he moves through up into what we believe to be 8th place. Great start from Archie Loveridge. Ayrton Rye takes a trip across the grass. That's going to drop him down all the way down to the tail of the field. Majewski right on the back of Max Taddy, who goes wide over the rumble strips and has to hand over second place.
Well, Majewski got the better run coming out of Pit Bend and just literally straight-lined it. Today tried to get through, and now Majewski up for the lead.
Larry Price as well in the background is up to fourth.
So there we go. It just quickly showcases how suddenly things can change as Price and Drake go into battle once again. Looks like Price has lost out for fourth position. He was in fourth at that point, and a change again. This is Branscombe on today for what is second place.
Just looking on the opening lap, Finlay Lines dropped 14 places. We just saw him there coming through in the background, but slow away from the line, not having the clearest of open laps, unfortunately, for Lines, as Taddy tries to get down the inside of Branscombe. A little bit of a bump and run through there. Branscombe's going to come back as Taddy once again goes very, very wide over the rumble strips and has to slot back in behind the 96. Lewis Gilbert picks up a warning for the 4 karts. We've got a bit of movement on the timing screen down the side, trying to keep an eye on that last lap. Ella Dixon lost 5 places, problem for her, and that's going to leave her down in 15th place. Majewski, though, leading by almost a second as they went over the line on that previous lap.
And set the fastest lap of the race, 56.745. So the track evolution is coming back, so the lap times accordingly will reduce significantly. And Larry Price has just gone purple in sector 1, 18.4 seconds. Majewski seems to be quicker through the second sector, and Price nearly matches him within about a tenth and a bit.
Got past Tom Drake a few laps ago, tapped his helmet, and then Drake came straight back down the inside into Ashby's. Thought that might drop them away off the back of the two in front, but Branscombe and Taddy battling has allowed Drake and Price to close up, and now Branscombe goes very, very wide, struggles to stay on the curb before it runs out and turns into grass, and that's going to drop him from second place all the way down into 5th. Kevin Ivanoff, who was running in 6th at one point, has picked up a warning. He's currently running in 10th place. Bradshaw then up into 6th with Bierman, Morgan and Loveridge in front.
Yep, 5 minutes and 35 seconds still to go. Majewski, because he's got clear air, is pushing. Last lap was a 56.221. He's just gone purple again in sector 1. I'm going to keep an eye on his sector times, and it's Max today in 3rd place that has just put in a 23.6 middle sector, fastest of anybody in the race so far. And yeah, Branscombe, because of that outer curbing going through Crook and Fine Lady, that's still going to be damp because of the snowfall, as the number 99 gets nearly a little bit sideways, and there has been a flag being shown to Kevin Ivanov for that warning, who's now got Finlay Lines on his case. And Lines trying to, Lines is trying to get through not just on the 50, but also on the 98 to Freddie Denton. And Freddie Denton manages to get through, and well,
and for the second time in half a lap, Freddie Kevin Ivanov takes his hands off the wheel. The first one was at the displeasure of the warning flag over start finish, and that one was at the displeasure of having the nose chopped right off him heading up towards Christmas Corner.
Yeah, there is the number 73 of Alfie Loveridge, who's a novice stuck between, is basically Piggy in the middle in this particular occasion, but the dogfight continues here. That was very, very close there for Finley Lines as George Ralston was looking to get through, but Finley Lines gets the undercut through on the number 98.
Yeah, has to back out though there, didn't
yeah,
he? Because Denton and then George Ralston went into the back, and now they're
Lines
wide.
to the outside, and the driver in the middle gets squeezed, and Finley Lines nearly got 2 for the price of 1 and gets edged out, going through into oblivion and crook, and now is going to lose a 3rd place very, very shortly.
Ooh. Freddie Houser goes down the inside, has the door closed on him there by the 6 of Finley Lines. This battle for 11th place, although Ralston and Denton now in front, so that's going to be Lines down, I think, into 12th.
Yeah.
13th.
We do have to say a very, very big hello to Matthew and James Fabricius, who are cheering on Larry Price.
Price currently in 3rd place, having got past Tom Drake and Ralphie Branscombe. There's a move down the inside there then. This battle, Alex, has been going on for a number of laps now. Finley Lines down the inside of Freddie Denton. This time he finds a way through, doesn't give Denton the opportunity. Denton not happy either, although to be fair, he got the cart width down there.
He did.
Lines gave him the cart width.
Yeah, I mean, the thing was the move was on for Finley Lines. He just knew where to park it. And if you give a cart with a cart's width worth of room,
cart width in an inch, it's all you need.
Exactly, you don't need much. Sebastian Behrman in the number 37, who we now have got on our screens. What a run by Archie Loveridge, who started 10th, is the top novice, and is genuinely on pace, gunning for a top 6 result here in the final.
Right on the back of Sebastian Behrman is Archie Loveridge, as we say, only his 3rd race in a petrol-powered kart. The leading quartet are fairly evenly spread now, with Majewski, Taddy and Price in 3rd place. Behind them, Tom Drake closing in as Lines puts in the fastest lap of the race. 55.4 is well over a second quicker than anybody in front of him, all the way up to our race leader almost. There's only 4 or 5 drivers in the 55s. Finley Lines well down the order from where we were expecting to see him, but his lap times at the very least are good, and we're expecting to see him right at the front. Here we see Behrman holding on to 6th place, Loveridge behind. Certainly not his first race ever, he's only his 3rd in petrol, but has got a lot of experience in the electric karts as well, so certainly managed to hone his racecraft in that. He's going to try and put a move down the inside of Behrman, a little tap into the rear quarter just to let Behrman, if there was any doubt, know he's there. Drake sets a personal best, minute 20 over the line, so we're going to have 3 more laps here then in this Honda Cadet final. And first, 2nd and 3rd, Price has closed in on Taddy. Taddy wants a push because he thinks if they can battle between them over 2nd, or they can work together and close in Majewski in front, because they were almost half a second quicker. Price certainly was on the previous lap. Majewski could be reeled in here. In this 2.5 laps, we could have a 3-kart battle for the lead if Taddy and Price allow it to happen.
Yeah, they were covered by 1.2 seconds after 8 laps. We're on the concluding part of lap number 9 with 42 seconds on the timer remaining.
Price in there, bouncing it over the curbs through that 97 kart in there like it was a dog toy.
He's just like throwing it to one side and hoping it squeaks. But with 30 seconds to go, this and 1 more lap remains for the Honda Cadet 200 final here at the 2022 Winter Cup at Whilton Mill. And Price is now looking for the move up the inside of Tadej and gets through by a whisker. And the number 66 tries to counter-attack, but now this gives the opportunity. Larry Price now knows he's got to try and close that gap very, very quickly, but Tadej right behind is not going to make it easy. But as you said, they've got to work together.
Yeah, really good though from Tadej, because Price was clearly quicker. Tadej didn't try to defend it too much, which was good because it didn't really lose either of them any time. Price got down the inside, Tadej got across into the back and just allowed Price to come through. The gap on the previous lap, though, with Taddy in front, was 0.6 of a second. Larry Price will come over the line. We'll have a quick look this time. It's 7/10, but Price is breaking away from Max Taddy. We know he was quick through this complex of corners on the last lap as he got that run up onto Max Taddy, but he's going to need something special to catch up onto the back of Majewski's. Penalty for Kevin Ivanov. He's had 2 warnings already.
Yeah, so Oliver Majewski dropped down initially on the first opening exchanges in the first couple of laps, but managed to just keep a cool head and just keep the thing pointing forwards, keep the blinkers on with the zip cart underneath him. But down through the short chute, it's going to be a tall order. Not even, well, it's too big a mountain to climb for Larry Price as Oliver Majewski out to the top of the boot. One more corner, pit bend remains, and Oliver Majewski, the 2022 Winter Cup Honda Cadet 200 champion.
Majewski takes the victory from Price and Taddy, with Drake coming through in 4th place. Branscombe 5th. Bierman Loveridge, the leading novice. Great result for him in 7th, with Theo Bradshaw. Then we've got Ronnie Legg and Finlay Lines recovering into 10th place in front of George Ralston and Riley Moore. So Oliver Majewski taking the victory. He was slow away from the line, but he was rapid after that and moved away at the front. Towards the end, though, it got a little bit nervous with Price and Taddy closing in. Price finishing just half a second behind our race leader. So provisionally, at the very least, Oliver Majewski taking the victory in the Honda Cadet class. Fastest lap of the race, Larry Price almost half a second quicker than the rest of the field, with the exception of Finlay Lines in 10th place, but he was on a charge all the way through the field. I think for Price, I think he might have needed another minute or so, and he might have turned that one into a battle for the victory. Majewski, though, clear on the nose cone. He's sent into Parc Fermé.
Yeah, same with Larry Price and Max Taddy. Tom Drake now going through, gets waved through, and here is Ralphie Branscombe. All good, thumbs up. But we come to the penultimate final of the 2022 Winter Cup here at Whilton Mill. It's Iame M1 Bambino up next. So let's take you through the starting order for the final for Iame M1 Bambino here at Whilton Mill. It's been an interesting one for the Iame competitors here this weekend, but it's Oscar Kenny and Darin Dimitrov that are on the front row. James Roots and Charlie Page, row 2. Freddie Baker and William Crombie round out the top 6. Harris Barber in the number 12, Chester Fawkes in the 38, Albert Farrow in the 42, and the 21 of Hector Dickey round out the top 10. Ollie Liddell and Huxley Dickey in the number 20 and 11 complete row 6, and rounding out the 14-strong grid are 2 novices, Harrison Spruce, who's had a lot of love in the Alpha Live YouTube channel chat, and the number 61 of Austin Anderson. And more cheers, Sam Spruce saying, come on Harrison, in Iame M1, and there is, that's Logan Howes.
I hope they're watching us.
I think they're
whilst watching the racing as well.
You know what it is? It's either Snapchat or it's all about the gram with that.
They need to get their priorities right, Alex. They need to get Alpha Live. They need to subscribe. They need to like the stream as well.
And they need to share it.
Yes, absolutely. Got to toe the company line.
Yes, indeed.
This one for me, Alex, really, really interesting. We've got 2 race winners, neither of them on pole position, because Oscar Kenny has been super consistent in the 2 heats. He's going to go off pole position. The points from his 2 heats, because we've had James Roots, I think, and Darin Dimitrov take the victories. Oscar Kenny, though, with his finishing positions, that's going to put him on pole position by virtue of a faster lap.
Exactly, a 1 minute 2.076 for Kenny, 1 minute 2.438 for Dimitrov. And there's the number 33, that's Charlie Page, with the number 5 of James Roots. That's row number 2. So very shortly, they'll be asked to pull on the chains and get the engine started. Very shortly, which they're going to do, well, once the Start Your Engines board comes out, there we go. The grid will now be cleared. And then the 5-second board will be brandished shortly by race director Dan Ashton, which goes out now. The red lights are about to extinguish. Lights out, they're off and away in the Iame M1 Bambino final. 9 minutes plus an additional lap and a great start. Looks like Darin Dimitrov got the jump on Oscar Kenny. Going through into oblivion. The field makes its way up through Fine Lady for the opening time.
Charlie Page made a good start as well. He's up and he's going to be in third place. There's a move down the inside there early by Oscar Kenny, who wants to get past Dimitrov. Then Dimitrov goes wide onto the grass. Then as he rejoins, then he forces Kenny off as well. We've got Charlie Page round, and we've got another driver, 2 or 3, facing the wrong way in the middle of the 92 of Freddie Baker, and the 48 as well facing the wrong way. That is Oscar Kenny. So we're all the 2 of the 3 front runners in this one facing the wrong way. And the opening lap, the field spread now quite big, Alex, as the out at the front is going to take quite a lot. Looks like there's 3 broken away, not the 3 we expected to see in the early part of this race, given where the grid was. Chester Forks is the big one to take advantage. Crossed the start line off the grid in 8th place. Will cross the line at the end of lap number 1 in P number 2. So Dimitrov leads from Forks, then James Roots with Farah, Crombie, Dickey, Harbour. Then it's the second of the 2 Dickies with Baker and Page, your top 10, albeit some 10 seconds or so, 6 seconds further
change
down.
for the lead, and a spinner out. Roots has gone round at the top of Christmas corner. Watch the rejoin, please. Oh, that was very, very close indeed. Arthur Farrow and William Crombie managing to get through the 15 ahead of the 42.
Chester Forks has managed to find a way through on Darin Dimitrov to lead as they head up towards Wilkins, and then the left-right at Osiers. So now with James Roots spinning out of 3rd place, we've got a spin for Harris Barber, who's going slowly in the 12, but Chester Forks will lead this race as they head down towards the boot.
Yes, indeed, and there's going to be an undercut attempt by Darin Dimitrov, who gets through on Chester Forks at the top of the boot. Neatly done by the 65 as we head off of lap 2 onto lap 3. Gap between the pair just under 0.2 of a second. Darin Dimitrov, who has been classed in the YouTube chat as an absolute weapon, very rightly so, did set the fastest lap, but it's Charlie Page in 5th position, as now Dimitrov trying to go defensive on Forks, who was looking for the slipstream going up the hill into Christmas corner. Could get the run from Inkermans, gets a tighter line on the apex, but Dimitrov holding fast in the lead.
Chester Forks got so much slipstream going up the hill towards Christmas corner that he actually just tapped into the back of Darin Dimitrov in a straight line. Didn't want to get past him, but just you had so much slipstream with power in that engine that just tapped in and just tucked under that rear bumper. Normally you'd see them tucking under, but because it's wet, you can see the ride height a lot higher than what you'd normally see on these IAMI Bambinos. Looks like certainly they've been lifted up to try and just give them a little bit more stability. Lap traffic coming up in front already, as they're going to have to sweep around the outside of Austin Anderson. They've managed to get through nice and cleanly. The gap between them stays consistent at just under 0.4 of a second. 3rd place though now, James Roots on an absolute charge. 1.8 seconds quicker than anybody else on track, and only 2 seconds behind these 2 leaders. William Crombie trying to get back in to position there in front. There's the 5 of James Roots. Let's not count him out, because on lap time alone, give it a lap and a half, he's going to be battling for the lead.
Yeah, I mean, Charlie Page has been an absolute dynamo, and the way that he took nearly 4 seconds out of Albert Farrow previously, so there has been a change for effectively 4th position, but William Crombie, we do see, is behind James Roots at the moment.
He's in P4, although not showing it on timing.
Yes.
So problem there once again for William Crombie, that not picking up, so it will be Charlie Page in 5th rather than 4th as shown on screen, but he's going with is William Crombie, and all of a sudden we have a 4-kart battle for the lead here. Roots and Crombie really, really quick in the middle phase of this race. Darin Dimitrov and Chester Forks now have got a lot more on their plate than what they had a lap ago.
Forks up the inside, just pulling alongside. Dimitrov keeps it pinned to the outside, runs wide, 2 wheels on the grass, and it was 3 wide.
Crombie's going to snatch it. Crombie from 4th place, all the way round the outside as Roots goes across the grass. I thought Roots was going to have it, and William Crombie just tootles round the outside and snatches it.
And there's a point of the figure from Chester Fawkes. James Roots on the last lap set the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 1.029. Game on.
For me, I don't know whether Chester Fawkes, as you put it forward screen, where did he come from?
How did you do that? It's like the universal point the finger at somebody in front of you and saying, where did you come from? You couldn't have done that, and he did.
Down the inside goes James Roots into the final corner. Chester Fawkes gets the cutback. They're still side by side as they head towards oblivion, and then the right-hander of Crook. Fawkes still in third place then. Penalty for Huxley Dickey in the number 11, currently running in 12th place, showing 11th on timing, but William Crombie is at the head of the field, so that 14 should have the 4 removed and the 1 jump right up to the top, currently leading the way from Darren Dimitrov, Chester Fawkes and James Roots. There's your top 4 on screen with 3 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Lap traffic in front, the 61 of Austin Anderson. Here's where there's an opportunity to potentially open up some gaps. See, Chester Fawkes there is balked, and that's going to allow James Roots to come through and back up into third place. Both of them, though, losing time on the duo in front.
Yeah, William Crombie just absolutely doing a number on the rest of those in front of him. Just a few minutes ago with 2 minutes and 45 seconds still remaining. So James Roots now trying to pull away from Chester Fawkes, and Roots still has the fastest lap in the pocket. The closest driver to 60 seconds, but there is your race leader, William Crombie in the number 15, still being pressurised. I think the gap maybe between him and Darren Dimitrov is probably going to be the best part of 3 to 4 tenths of a second at best, maybe coming across the stripe last time, just by estimation. But Dimitrov is hungry for that Winter Cup crown, but Crombie is the one that he's got to pass in order to grab a hold of it.
You saw into that corner there, Dimitrov was a lot tighter on the way in, almost just trying to find a bit more grip on the inside, but then that means he's got to be tight around Christmas corner, which is going to slow him down through the right at Inkermans, but he's close as the 64 of Harrison Spruce comes in. Dimitrov down the inside, into the boot, warning for Charlie Page, but Dimitrov is through, into the right, into the left, the right as well, and that could mean that James Roots is through on William Crombie. There's a little bit of rubbing between the two of them. Dimitrov, though, retakes the lead with 3 laps to go in this IAMI M1 final.
Brilliant work there by James Roots to tee up William Crombie ever so nicely, and with that set the fastest lap of the race as he pulled that manoeuvre off. So 1 minute .867. No driver yet has dipped under the 60-second bracket. Dimitrov is about 1.5 seconds away from that at best, and he's just put in his personal best. But James Roots, Heat 1 winner from yesterday afternoon, now gunning for the number 65 of Darren Dimitrov as they go into the left-hander at Wilkins. 60 seconds on the clock remains. Now through Ogiers, out of the chicane. Crombie is there. So is the number 38 of Chester Fawkes, as there was a move, and that was from James Roots. Beautifully timed from absolutely nowhere, but the undercut is happening. Dimitrov back through pit bend to retake the lead. Roots counter-attacks. Here comes Crombie, and there is Chester Fawkes. It was nearly 4 wide across the line with 30 on the clock remaining.
Just a reminder to those watching at home, these drivers are between 6 and 8 years old, putting on a superb show for us here at the Winter Cup. Fawkes down the inside. Crombie's going to try and get the cut back. We've seen this move end on the grass a few times. Dimitrov down into 4th place, could try and take advantage in that run down towards Ashby's. More lap traffic in front of them as well. They are cleanly through, but out at the front, James Roots, Darren Dimitrov with a penalty.
That is really going to scupper the number 65.
What do you think track limits there, Alex? We'll find out later on.
Squeezes through.
The thing here, though, is
and he's off. He's rally crossing.
No, Crombie doesn't know, but he doesn't need to get involved in this.
He does not. This time around, it's going to be James Roots that's going to be the one to see the last lap board as the under over happens. The switchback occurs between William Crombie and now the penalty hit. Darren Dimitrov. Last lap board is out, and James Roots has daylight. 1.5 seconds is the lead as we go on to the 10th and final lap.
Makes his way past the lap traffic, so it puts at least another kart between him and Chester Fawkes. Then it's Dimitrov and Crombie battling out for third place. Crombie doesn't know it yet, but he doesn't need to be in that battle, can just settle, because now we know, certainly in here, and for those listening as well, that Darren Dimitrov will have a penalty applied. James Roots, though, is half a lap away. He's already taken one heat victory here this weekend. The other one went to Dimitrov, and for a huge chunk of this race, they battled it out at the front for the victory. James Roots, though, has broken free from the rest of the pack. The gap 1.4 seconds over the line. He's had a comfortable final lap. It's been a victory lap, and it's going to be a trip to the podium on the top step for James Roots. Victor here at Whilton Mill, and wins the Whilton Mill CKC Bambino Kart Club Winter Cup. Charlie Page gets a contact warning on the final lap. That's not going to matter though. James Roots, Chester Fawkes are your top two. Then we're going to have to keep an eye out for third, because we missed them over the line as we saw James Roots come through, as to whether it's going to be Dimitrov or Crombie on the track at least, but we know it's going to be Crombie because of that penalty applied to Darren Dimitrov.
Well, Iame M1 always provides great racing in the Bambinos, and that just goes to show that the older classes can take a little bit of a learning lesson from these youngsters, and this is where you really learn and hone your racecraft. But folks, we've got one more race, one more finale to close out the 2022 BKC, CKC and JKC Winter Cup. Up next, it's the A Final for Micromax. Very shortly. But high fives coming down the chicken run. But James Roots just really, well, Charlie Page is now being given a penalty as well. So they're being waved through into scrutineering, but we got the Micromax A Final coming up next. I mean, you know, 2023 is looking really, really exciting. Season 2 of Driven Dreams, as, I think that was Darren Dimitrov getting a welcome assist from that just goes to, like, come on, get moving, go on.
There's not much weight in the Bambinos.
No.
The Comas, for example, only weigh 69 kilos, but these weigh a little bit more. Final race of the day, though, is upon us as the chicken run is cleared. It's time for the A Final in Micromax. A bumper grid then for this final in Micromax. The B Final adding 4 runners onto the 30 that already qualified from the points. Tops points scorer with 74, Oliver Warner, goes off pole position. He's got the charging Harvey Bacon alongside Nat Johnston and Max Gilman on row 2. Joshua Griffin and Adam Turacek on row number 3. Then it's Alfie Davidson and Jensen Chalk. Maximilian Abrahart and Tom Reed complete your top 10 with Josh Cormack and Josh Cook on row number 6. Leo Living starts 13th, Riley Murrow for company on row number 7 with Thomas Butcher and Jack Baker row 8. Max Wheatley and Austin O'Man start 17th and 18th respectively, with Grayson Wortley and Marley Fisher completing your top 20. Ella Lucia starts in 21st with Arthur Farrer alongside. Cody Lipatrul and Jack Burgess start on row number 12. Cooper Snedden, George Schweier row 13, Benjamin Lawn and Lewis Cacoldi row 14, with Brogan McDonald and Jos Huschke, the final runner, who qualified automatically in front of our B Final top 4. Rhys David Richardson, Fraser Anderson, Daniel Ferguson and Alfie Mayer, your 34 drivers.
Yep, and just had confirmation that your 2022 MightE Bambino Winter Cup champion is the number 42 of Alfie Garrett. The top 5 rounded out by Ansel Murray, Ralph Martin, Daniel Stangadean and Jensen James Williams. And now we head to the grandstand finale. After this race, we'll have 4 months as the build-up for the 2023 CKC, BKC and JKC Championship season gets underway in the region of Tyne and Wear at Sunderland at Karting North East at Warden Law. The Micromax drivers into the tram lines, lights are out, we're underway. Good start at the front of the field, and it looked like Oliver Warner got the jump on Harvey Bacon. Max Gillman is there waiting in the wings in third place as they all circumnavigate Oblivion, Crook and Fine Lady. But no longer is Oliver Warner in the lead. But is he going to pin it round the outside of Christmas Corner? I think he might have just squeezed through. No, he hasn't. Harvey Bacon keeps the lead in the number 80, and now the race is on.
This is going to be a frantic opening lap. You can see them swarming like bees down towards Ashby's. Get the feeling, Alex, that this one just isn't going to calm down. The top 5 already starting to break away. There's a slight mistake there from Warner as he goes wide, and he's going to get forced out as well. Gilman is through into second place, but they're all going to have to try really, really hard to throw a line on Harvey Bacon here. We know how quick he was in heat number 2, and if that carries over into into the final, they've got no chance of keeping with him. He was unreal in heat 2.
Well, the thing is now he's got clear air. That's going to be the biggest factor that's going to contribute, and it already has done, because he's now got a 0.4 of a second advantage over the opening lap, a 59.932. We have got one of the drivers that is stuck on the inside. That's the number 21.
Just Cormac, I think the 21. He was in 10th place.
Oh, that just goes to show how close it can be between Micromax drivers all the way up and down the order. You can hear from the cameras like the cheers from the paddock area, but at the moment Max Gillman in second and Harvey Bacon leading the way have started pulling clear of Oliver Warner. But the good thing is Warner's got 7 minutes and a quarter plus an additional lap. He doesn't need to push right now, but to keep within striking distance of the 2 in front. But that can depend on Joshua Griffin, who's behind him in the 33. Alfie Davidson rounds out the top 5, along with Adam Turacek, who won the Rye House London Cup earlier on this year, who's just been passed by the number 19. As you can see them coming into shot, Johnston and Turacek were both sideways through the first couple of corners, and they're still going sideways. They are really putting on a show with a combined amount of 34 Micromax drivers, a total of 42 out of the 177 entries here this weekend at Whilton Mill.
Look over the shoulder then from Max Gillman. Warner behind, Griffin as well. Davidson not too far back, the top 5 breaking clear. At the moment though, you can see everybody else in the background racing for position outside the top 8 are chopping and changing with every single corner, and you can see that it's slowing them down lap on lap. The leaders moving away at the moment. They're turning this into a race akin to the British Champs, where you basically you earn the right to be in a 2-lap shootout right at the end by working together. Although, to be fair, tight into the corner. Gilman's going to get the cutback on Bacon. Bacon carries too much speed. He's going to get hung out, I think, on the outside. I thought the whole train was coming down. Gilman, though, hard on the brakes. Warner around the outside. Contact into the back of Gilman. Warner's forced onto the grass by Bacon. Davidson's coming through for 4th place. And is that Joshua Griffin who's inherited 2nd? It is.
That was just, it was going to be like the unstoppable force versus the immovable object between Bacon and Warner, and neither was going to give quarter at all. And we saw how quickly that happened, as now Warner trying to get past Argenti teammate. Sparks flying from the back of the number 19 going through hosiers. This has more dramas, and now Jensen Chalk is very much in the mix with all of this, the O-plate, and now he's going to possibly get the opportunity.
Adam Turacek's come from nowhere because of all of this to close in and move up from 7th into 6th, but he was a fair distance back because everybody else was battling. Down the inside went Warner on Johnston. Johnston took the trip up and over the curb, which is where the sparks came from. Metal and concrete don't fare overly well together when coming into contact at 40 miles an hour.
At the very least. But Alfie Davidson is closing in on Harvey Bacon for that 3rd place. Oliver Warner now starting to come back into this as we hit half time on the countdown timer. 4.5 minutes plus an additional lap. Top 5 last time around after 4 laps of racing in the Micromax A Final, covered by just 1 3/4 seconds. But it's Max Gillman in the number 50 that is holding on to that race lead and does not want to squander it.
Jack Baker, the fastest driver on track last lap, was in 17th place, immediately eclipsed by almost all of the top 5. It was Bacon, then it was Davidson, then it was Warner setting the fastest lap. Warner now trying to close back in. There is your leaders. Gilman's trying to signal that he wants to work in a straight line. Harvey Bacon down the inside of Josh Cormack, and all of a sudden, Oliver Warner has closed right in on the back of this, just because
He's
Bacon's
going for the lead.
coming
Bacon's
through
got
on
the
Gilman.
lead. Bacon's got the lead through Ashby. Gilman runs a little bit wide. Griffin was looking for the opportunity. Davidson defends against Warner. This race has got more twists and turns than the never-ending story, and the fastest lap so far, Oliver Warner in 5th place, 55.745. It's a 5-way scrap for the race victory here at the Winter Cup in Micromax.
Warner and Davidson had their own battle going on down there into Ashby's. Warner is through. Davidson down into 5th place. Johnston not too far back either. He's closing back in there in the 19. Having dropped some 2.5 seconds off the back of this, and proved the point by setting the fastest lap of the race, 55.4 compared to Davidson's 57.3, in front almost 2 seconds. Here we've got Cormack, Strawberry versus Strawberry, down the inside of Max Gilman, into Christmas corner, through they come, on the back Warner's there, Bacon at the front though, starting to break away.
Yeah, Griffin did a great move up the inside of Gilman to take P2, but whilst that was happening, Warner got the slipstream up the hill from Fine Lady to Christmas corner. Now the race really begins, because we've got 2 minutes and 38 seconds. Bacon's got some daylight at the end of the tunnel, but the 3 squabbling. It's going to be a slipstream fest going into the boot as Riley Morrow and the number 22 gets a warning from race control, but Warner's going to get the undercut on Gilman going through the top of the boot. He backs out of it going through into pit bend, but now these 4, because you've got Alfie Davidson in the 46 joining the party, this quartet have got to start working together to really reel in Harvey Bacon, but they're starting to squabble. Gilman nearly 2 wheels onto the grass. Warner trying to get through on the pair of them, and he's done it! That was a beautiful move. Warner teed it up nicely. Griffin gets a warning, so now Oliver Warner has got to start telling the others, come on, we need to get after Bacon. If we want to battle for this victory, come with me, work with us now, and let's battle very, very soon indeed.
Well, we said earlier on it was a cart width plus an inch. For that one, it was a cart width minus an inch, really, because Griffin ran Gilman really, really close to the inside. You saw the build-up of snow flicking up as the 20 has an excursion. That's Max Wheatley, was in 16th, not anymore. Facing the wrong way, yellow flag out down at Ashby's. Warner up into 2nd place, although on the previous lap, Harvey Bacon, the first driver to dip below the 55s, opens the gap up to 1.8 seconds, and he's going to need every one of them 1.8 seconds in this final minute. Contact! Davidson into the back of the 33, sticker ripped off the cart as well, as Davidson goes into the back of Cormack. Johnston, though, is through into what will now be 4th place. So the top 3, Bacon, Warner, Gilman, split by 2.3. Johnston up from 6th into 4th. Then it's going to be Griffin in front of Davidson. You see there Davidson now with the clear white panel down the inside, where there was once a sticker stuck to it. Now there's not anymore. Jensen Chalk lurking in 7th place behind.
Jensen Chalk always lurks behind. He's very camera shy. When I did a WMKC paddock walk a little bit earlier on this year, but with 30 seconds to go, Oliver Warner is trying to close in on Harvey Bacon. The squabble still happening between the likes of Johnston, Griffin and Davidson for 4th place. Alfie Davidson gets a warning flag, says number 46, and Adam Turacek is out, I'm afraid. It's round the outside. There's a touch between Griffin and Johnston. Johnston tried to go around the outside at Christmas corner, and that gave Davidson the opportunity he very much needed.
Chalk, who was lurking, has now made himself a presence in this battle for 4th place, with Davidson now in front of Johnston. Cormack, Griffin then in 6th place, Chalk in 7th still, but a lot closer than what he was on the previous lap after that contact between Griffin and Johnston. Davidson took advantage in the same way that Warner took advantage 2 laps ago of a similar incident up there at Christmas corner. Last lap board out for Harvey Bacon. The gap was 2 seconds. It's down to 1.6. Warner closing in
with the fastest lap, but Harvey Bacon has profited when everyone else was losing their heads. There was so much drama between Warner, Gilman, Davidson, Johnston, Griffith, et al. Penalty for Nat Johnston, so that could deny the number 19 from Argenti Motorsport of a 5th place finish, and that would knock him off the top 5 rostrum. but Johnston still trying to battle away with Davidson for 4th place as we head into the final throws. But this driver showed great prowess, good racecraft in Heat 2, and it's come good in the final, because now the number 80, Harvey Bacon, through the top of the boot for the final time. One more corner remains, and to top it all off, winning the final race of the Winter Cup, the Micromax champion, it's Harvey Bacon, the number 80. Oliver Warner, despite 2 heat wins and a 2nd place, comes up 2nd best, ahead of Max Gilman, who is also in contention. More side-by-side runs to the line between the numbers 16 and 89, Austin Oman versus Cody Le Patahel, rounding out the top 12, but your top 10 are Harvey Bacon, Oliver Warner, Max Gilman. We've got someone spinning around. I think that might have been the 54 of Thomas Butcher, possibly. Max Gilman in 3rd, Alfie Davidson, Nat Johnston, Joshua Griffin, Jensen Schork, Josh Cook, Maximilian Abrahart and Riley Morrow running at the top 10. And that is your Micromax final done and dusted.
What a superb race. You can't deny that Oliver Warner's been fantastic all weekend, but when he needed it the most, heat number 2, Harvey Bacon put a marker down, and he carried that marker through to the final as well. Harvey Bacon, superb throughout, and once he got to the front after that mid-race battle, disappeared off into the distance.
Right, front fairing checks going on. So 1st place fine, 2nd place fine. So that's Bacon and Warner. Gilman now comes through.
Gilman is good as well. That's your top 3 then.
Yeah, Davison waved through. Johnston told to go straight on. But folks, that really wraps up things. But number 33, Joshua Griffin, is going to get the iPhone of doom on the front fairing penalty. But that's really about it from us, David.
It is, Alex. It's been a historic event as the Cadet and Junior Kart Championships merge with the Bambino Kart Championship. This will continue throughout 2023 as we head towards Warden Law in 3 months' time for the opening round of the season. It's been a great day's racing. It's been a warm day's racing for those watching, maybe not those in the paddock,
yes,
but it's been superb nonetheless. Race on race has just been fantastic. Ends on a high with Harvey Bacon taking the crown in our Micromax class. It is time to wrap up though as we head towards some warmth, Alex, and
yes,
on the way home. Hopefully the heater will be on in the car. My
yes,
toes I might be able to feel by the time I get to the outskirts of Sheffield. It's been a wonderful day from everybody at Alpha Live, the Bambino Kart Club, the Cadet Kart Championship and the Junior Kart Championship. Myself, David Sullivan, and Alex Goldschmidt, thank you very much for watching. Have a wonderful rest of your Sunday, and we will see you again on Alpha Live.
And don't forget, Happy Christmas and Happy New Year. 98 days. The Kart Championship starts in earnest on March the 18th. Until then, goodbye.